Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for day 2 of the June MARRS Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and EVSR Sprint Bracket Racing Championship. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel, and we will be with you for the entire rest of the day. To give you a quick heads up on the schedule, we are going to have our bracket racers. They're going to go out they're going to race twice today. They're going to have a 10-lap race to start things off today. We'll then take a little bit of a break here online and here at Summit Point where we will then have two practice sessions or warm-up sessions for our MARRS racers, and then we will get underway with MARRS feature races. These are 20-lap races to the checker for groups 1 through 4. We will then have another 10-lap bracket race, and then we will finish the day up with 3 20-lap MARRS races. At some point during the day, we're going to throw lunch in. It's probably going to happen somewhere around 12 o'clock. It's an hour-long lunch, but that is the schedule, what we're looking at for today. So as we get things ready, as we get things rolling here, let's get ready for our sprint bracket racing. And what we'll do here is, first off, quickly to give you a quick rundown, yesterday our A3 bracket winner was Nick Jones. In his machine, we had in bracket A4 three Spec Racer Fords. Brian Cates took the win. Steve Shue and Steve Pence finished second and third. In bracket A5, I believe David Alessi took the win. In bracket 1, Steve Hunt in his Mazda Miata out of King George, he took the win. Bracket 2, Eric Prespis, he was your winner over Jeff Liller. In bracket 3, Jerome Welty took the win, and in bracket 5, Liv Willis in her BMW 3 Series took the win over Jed Prentice and Mark Bertuccio. So with that, Dom, first off, good morning. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Greg. I'm doing great. It was nice to wake up this morning to a little more sunshine than we had yesterday morning.
That's
so
right.
I'm sure that'll be welcomed by not only everyone here, but the drivers as well as they're getting ready to go out for their pace lap.
That's right. As they're getting ready to go out on their pace lap right now, it's a balmy 60 degrees here in Summit Point, West Virginia's beautiful 2.1 mile, 10-turn racetrack that we love to call home, and very, very low humidity. But Dom, we've got the pace car bringing our bracket racers out on track for their very first of 2 races today. Why don't you give us the starting order?
All right, so we have an 18-car starting grid for our bracket race this morning. So starting in the 18 spot, we'll have car number 32 from New York, New York. That's going to be Mark Bertuccio. Starting 17th, we'll have car 97 out of McLean, Virginia, driving a Mazda Miata. That's Joe Benton. Starting 16th, we'll have car 68 from Tacoma Park, Maryland. That's Jed Prentice. Our 15th starter will be car number 23 from Middleburg, Virginia. That's Liv Willis. Starting 14th, in car number 74 out of Silver Spring, Maryland, we have Steve Martin. Starting 13th, car 134 out of Severna Park, Maryland, it's Chuck Edmondson. In our 12th spot, we have car 39 out of Potomac, Maryland. That's Jerome Welt. Starting in 11th, we have car 51 out of Frederick, Maryland, and that's Eric Prepsius. Starting 10th, car 127 out of Thurmont, Maryland, driven by Jeff Liller. Starting in 9th place, we have car number 7 out of Annapolis, Maryland, and that is Keith Frazier. Our 8th starter is car 02 out of Lansdale, Pennsylvania, and that is John Early. Gridded 7th, we have car 141 out of King George, Virginia. The driver of that car is Steve Hunt. Starting 6th, driving car number 34 out of Columbia, Virginia, it's David Alessi. Our 5th starter, we have car 119 out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That's Chris Benedetto. And starting 4th, we'll have car number 4 out of Bluemont, Virginia. That driver is Steve Pence. Starting in our 3rd spot, we have car number 81 from Gibson Island, Maryland, and that is Steve Shue. And our front row will consist of our outside pole sitter, car number 21 out of Gainesville, Virginia. That is Brian Cates. And on the pole, driving car 178 out of Annapolis, Maryland, we have Nick Jones.
All right, very cool. There we go. That is your starting grid. We've got the field now coming around turn 10. Great timing, Dom, as we get ready for the drop of the green flag for our first on-track session of the day. The starter checks out the field, and as they hit the end of the pit wall, we have a green flag here at Summit Point Raceway as the field now starts to make their way down the track, heading down into turn 1 for the very first time. And much like we saw yesterday, Dom, it is a big white Camaro leading the field, and that is Chris Benedetto, pardon me, in that number 119 machine.
Absolutely. The one thing about this car, though, is that it does punch a very big hole in the air. So these spec racers who are running second and third, respectively, at the moment, are going to have a big vehicle to draft off of as our field makes their way through turn number 3. Everybody running line astern at the moment. And I did see, I believe, in addition to our field that we didn't see yesterday, didn't get them as they went across. We'll get it when they trip the line for the first time. And there's a Honda Civic there out there today that wasn't, I believe, on the grid sheet. So when they come around, we'll get everyone figured out and figure out who that driver may be.
And my apologies, not Nick Benedetto at the front of the field. That was Nick Jones in the 178 Camaro out of Annapolis, Maryland. Yeah, so we'll try and figure out who that Honda Civic belongs to. And you're right, a little bit of a surprise to see it out there. I wonder if perhaps we know that Mr. Alessi had some issues with his machine yesterday. I wonder if he may have found a replacement ride for his Prelude. All right, as the field now makes their way around turn 10 and down the front straight here to complete lap number 1, our lead car is the Spec Racer Ford of Brian Cates, and he turns in a 126.666. Nick Jones in the 178 car. Chevy Camaro falls back into second, and then it is about 15 car lengths till we have side by side right now Stephen Shu and Chris Benedetto in the 119 machine there, and it looks like Benedetto gets the best of Shu as they come through turn 3.
Yeah, and that was Benedetto in the BMW and Steve in the Spec Racer. And then Brian Cates was our Spec Racer 4-3 winner from yesterday, so already getting off to a good start here in our bracket race. And looks like we're still waiting for our bracket app to update with where everyone falls into their as far as position, but when they come around again, we'll probably get an idea of where everyone is at the moment.
That's right. And so, of course, as we talked about yesterday, the bracket racing, it is, think of it, just like, or very much like bracket drag racing, where the drivers are trying to fit into a specific specific bracket. Want to be between a low time, a fast time, and a slow time. And as they go out and race, I mean, it really breeds consistency because, frankly, as you go and as you race, you may find yourself, if you break out of that bracket, if you drive faster than that zone, you will get moved up to the next higher bracket. And what you may then find is, your next drivers in that faster bracket, they may already be 70 car lengths ahead of you, so it makes it very tough to compete. So you really want to stay in the same approximate bracket as how you qualified. It kind of it keeps you from sandbagging. I guess that's the best way to put it. You don't want to sandbag in practice or qualifying because it'll end up hurting you in the race if you do that. So let's see here. Still waiting for some times to come in. But why don't we can give drivers our field a rundown of where cars are on track currently.
So in the league currently, we have Brian Cates running in second. In that F&O chassis is Nick Jones. Then we have Chris Benedetto in the BMW, followed by Steve Shu in the Spec Racer Ford, and then Steve Hunt in a Mazda Miata running 6th place, another Spec Racer Ford, and that's Keith Frazier. In 7th, we have Eric Prepsius in the Spec Racer. Then John Early in one of the electric Spec Racers. Running in 9th, we have Jeff Lower in the Mazda MX-5, and completing the top 10, we have Jerome Welt in that Spec Porsche Boxster.
All right, so this might be the part, Dom, where I start going and trying to do math in my head, which is a very difficult thing for me to do under normal circumstances. But as we're trying and waiting to get our timing and scoring to update with that is broken down by the different brackets, and we still don't have that yet. We'll go and try to run things down and break things out. So our fastest drivers on track right now are Brian Cates and Nick Jones. Cates has a fast time of a 122.639. That would put him in the A4 bracket, whereas Nick Jones has a fast time of a 123.289, and that would put him in the A5 bracket. So for the moment, those two drivers are, I believe, driving in classes alone. If we then go to Chris Benedetto in the number 119 machine, and again, that is a BMW 335i sedan, his fast time right now is a 125 flat. It's actually, to be more specific, it's a 125.070. So he is sitting right now 700ths off of the split from B1 to A5. Okay, so he does run the risk of, and maybe it's not so much of a risk for him right now, given that I believe since he's leading currently leading the B1 category. But he could be moving up, as it looks like we've got a battle here for the overall lead, and it looks as though Nick Jones in that 178 Chevy Camaro, after running his fastest lap of the session, a 120.904, so he may have been just waiting to get some heat in the tires. He is now into the A3 category, along with, actually that will put him in A3. Which is, I think, one class above Brian Cates at this point. Maybe we've just been waiting to get heat, trying to get heat in the tires.
Yeah, because that car is definitely going to be on running a pure slick tire, and being the spec that it is, it definitely was a power move going into turn 3 on Brian Cates, just based on having that pure grunt over the spec racer.
So so that is obviously you're going to see much more grunt from that big V8 underneath that Camaro, and as you mentioned, full slicks as opposed to the Spec Racer Fords which are running what are considered to be DOT approved slicks. It basically means that they've got two little grooves around the tire, but also not nearly as grippy a tire as what is underneath that big heavy Camaro. So we are about halfway now. So Dom, let me quickly make a call to the grid for our open wheel practice session, which is going to be warm up session, which is going to be starting in a few moments. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock for those drivers, open wheel drivers looking to take part in the warm-up session this morning. This is your first call to the grid. Again, open wheel drivers that are looking to take part in our first warm-up session of the day, please make your way to the grid.
And Greg, speaking of warming up, we have, I believe, 4 drivers currently who are also going to be racing in our first race group, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. So a lot of them using this as an opportunity to...
Hold on one second. Sorry about that, Tom. Didn't mean to interrupt. My apologies, everybody. This is a first call to the grid for the closed wheel cars. Closed wheel cars, please come to the grid for your warm-up. Again, closed wheel cars, please. And that also includes our Spec Racer Fords and EM cars. Please make your way to the grid for your warm-up. Closed wheel cars, please make your way to the grid. Sorry, Dom.
That's quite right. So we have a few Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s in this field, and they're going to be using this bracket race as a tune-up, as a way to get their car warmed up, because they're going to have a quick turnaround after our warm-up sessions. They're going to be taken to the track for their feature race for today. So a nice way for them to get out early in the morning and to just get a few laps and get situated for their race that's going to be coming up shortly.
All right, so as we take a look here, and let's jump over and see if we've got our bracket racing timing back under control, and the answer is no, we do not. So let's jump back, and we'll take a look some more at where some of these drivers fall in to their brackets. And you know what? I think Dom, I hit the nail on the head. It was actually David Alessi who brought that Honda Civic to the grid, and he's out there with found a car to replace his Honda Prelude, and looking pretty racy out there in that winged EK hatchback. So we talked about our top 4 cars or so and what brackets they were in. Let's take a look at Steve Hunt, who won his bracket yesterday. Hunt driving the number 141 Mazda Miata. Fast time for him so far this session, a 126.757. And that would put him in the B1 category, and he's been running fairly consistently in that area. Keith Frazier with a 126.710 as a best lap also would fall into that category. But right now, Steve Hunt, currently your leader in that class. And let's take a look at David Alessi, who's driving that number 34 Honda Civic. He is again being very consistent. Last lap turned a 127.518. His best lap of the session, a 127.1, and so that would put him squarely in that B2 bracket. So looks like a strong running here for a number of cars and a great run. We've got another one of our EVSR drivers out on track today.
Yep, and that's going to be John Early, who's having a battle with Eric Prepsius going into turn number 1. And then right behind them, we have Jerome Well, as well as Jeff Willer, in this case, making their way through turn number 1. And those cars only running about 3 car lengths apart. And we also have a close battle going down to turn 1 with Liv Willis in the BMW, as well as Steve Martin in the Ford Focus.
And let's take a look as Liv Willis, who won her class yesterday, currently is just turned a 132.106. That's about 0.8 off of her best lap of the session at a 131.241. And if we and actually I had our results sheet up from yesterday here a moment ago, but still very, very consistent compared to what she ran. She said she had put new tires on the car, and I don't know if it's a new tire compound that she hasn't used before, but she said that she's been running about a second off of her normal lap times here with these different tires. But over the course of between qualifying and the race yesterday, she picked up 0.4. So it might just be a question of, getting comfortable with a change in equipment. All right, so as we are starting to wind things down here, Don, we've got about 2 laps to go in the bracket race. Let me make another call to the grid for the folks that want to go out for the closed wheel practice. I don't know if I can correct myself enough times here. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Warm-up for closed wheel racers will be starting in just a few moments. Closed wheel racers, if you plan on taking part in this morning's warm-up session, please make your way to the grid as we are working our last lap here in today's bracket race.
And watching some of the action coming out of turn number 2, we did have Steve Martin complete the overtake to the inside on Liv Willis, so move that Ford Focus up a spot, and they're making their way through turn number 3 right now, running about 2 car lengths apart.
All right, here as we now wait for our drivers to come through, and great battle continuing on here, coming down the front straight. And again, overall position does not necessarily tell the whole story, but crossing the straight right now, we had Keith Frazier and Steve Hunt. Keith in the number 7 Spec RX-7. Steve Hunt now moving down to the inside with a late-ish braking maneuver going into turn 1, and it looks like Frazier's going to be able to hold him off.
And they're going to come out too, and we'll be able to tell. And there's still going to be side-by-side coming out of turn 2. Frazier does have the inside line and the nose ahead, so he's going to be able to hold on to that spot over Steve Hunt. They go up into turn 3, Greg.
All right, and here we go. Coming out of turn 10, Nick Jones in the number 178 Camaro. He crosses the stripe. He takes the overall win, finishing second, very closely behind was Brian Cates, who was yesterday's winner. Steve Shue comes across the stripe. He will finish third overall. Keith Frazier, as we know, both he and Steve Hunt just now down at the bottom half of the course. So we'll see these cars move on through here in just a few moments. And again, we'll try to break down here by the brackets. So on that last lap, Jones turned a 123.3, so he had let out of the throttle a little bit, and I think that might be why Cates got a great draft down the front straight here to cross the stripe. But Nick Jones ran as a best lap a 129.257, and that put him squarely into the A3 bracket, which is where we kind of expected him to be, I think, after yesterday. Brian Cates with a last lap of a 122.511, fast lap of a 121.613 would have put him into the A4 bracket. And Steve Shue, who finished third with a fast time of a 121.479, also in that A3 bracket. And Keith Frazier and Steve Hunt. Frazier and Hunt both in the 126.7s. So that would have put them in B1. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our bracket racing. Dom and I are going to take an extended, we're going to take a brunch break or a breakfast break, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes. We have these two practice sessions. The practice sessions are 10 minutes apiece, and first for our closed wheel racers, then for our open wheel racers. And so we're looking at, for race group number 1, we're looking at a start time of somewhere around 9 a.m. thereabouts. So we'll be back in just a little bit. Thank you so much for joining us here at Summit Point Raceway for the June MARRS day number 2, and lots of feature races coming up here for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And you can hear us on 88.7 on your FM dial here at the track, and of course on the YouTubes. And if you are listening and watching online, we do have at least a camera set up and looking down at turn 1 right now that you can view. But if you like what you see, if you like what you hear, please not only give us a thumbs up on YouTube, but if you haven't done so already, click that big red subscribe button. Subscribe to the Washington, D.C. SCCA YouTube channel, and of course click on that notification bell so that you'll know every single time the region, not just for the road racing, but every time the region has a new event, has some new content for you to see. So we'll be right back in just a few moments. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Open wheel drivers, now it's your time. If you'd like to come up to the grid for practice, you can do so now. Again, open wheel drivers, please make your way to the grid. All right, and with the checkered flag out on our closed wheel warm-up, open wheel drivers, if you wish to partake in this morning's warm-up session, you should be on the grid within the next minute or so. Again, open wheel drivers, if you wish to partake in this morning's warm-up session, please make your way up to the grid now. And of course, that also means Group 1 drivers, you should start queuing up. You're going to have your MARRS feature race in just a little while. And I suspect that a lot of those drivers are actually out on track right now, Dom. But again, start getting ready, Group 1. You're gonna be heading to the grid in just a few minutes. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race Group 1, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, EM1 and EM2 drivers. You may now start making your way to the grid. Again, Race Group 1, that's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, EM1 and EM2, please start making your way to the grid. All right, and as we have our second practice, or pardon me, second warm-up of the session ongoing here at the moment from Summit Point Raceway, very quickly wanted to talk about our great sponsors of the Washington, D.C. region, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and also our sprint bracket efforts as well. First is OG Racing, who carries just what you need to get to the track, from driver suits and shoes to helmets, data, and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation over the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco distributor for 17 years. If it's not on our website, it's in our 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. For more information, head to ogracing.com or call them at 1-800-934-9112. And then since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse to radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. And of course, EVSR is proud once again to partner with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as the title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back and back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. Of course, we had a great interview with Charlie yesterday, and I think we're going to speak to him a little bit later today as well. And it's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill. They're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas-powered cars, and they placed 29th overall ahead of 7 other cars. In 2022, EVSR plans to return, building on the experience from 2021, and expect an even stronger finish. If you want to find out more about EVSR, head on over to the corner of the woods in the paddock and talk to Charlie, and you can help make EVSR history. And if you're not here at the track, check out evsr.net for more information about their innovative race program. All right, so we've gotten word now that our first race of the day, our Spec Racer Fords, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, and those EM1 and EM2 electric-powered, battery-powered cars will be heading out for their feature race starting at 9:15 this morning. So let me make another call to the grid for that group, as they've got about 15 minutes before they need to be on track. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number one, please make your way to the grid. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, EM1, and EM2. Please make your way to the grid. And with that, Dom and I will be back in just a few moments with the national anthem and our first race of the day, scheduled to start 15 minutes from now. All right, everybody, as we get ready now for our first race of the day, the first MARRS race of the day, Group 1, our Spec Racer Fords, our Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, and the EM1 and EM2 cars. We've got the 5-minute warning that's just been given on the grid, and so if you could please stand, remove your hats, face the flag, and I swear, I promise today you'll actually hear it. It's time for our national anthem. All right, thank you, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for the 2022 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dom Mandiel, and we are getting ready for our first MARRS feature race of the day. Dom, we've got about 3 minutes before the cars roll off on the grid, but why don't we run down the starting grid for today's race?
Thank you, Greg. So our first group is going to be Spec Racer Ford 3, and starting 12th will be car number 51 out of Frederick, Maryland. That's Eric Prepsius. Starting 11th, driving car number 7 from Annapolis, Maryland, we have Keith Frazier. Starting 10th will be car number 35 from Shepherdstown, West Virginia, I believe. That's Jeff Wilson. Starting 9th, driving car 71 from Vienna, Virginia, we have John Hall. Starting 8th, driving car number 31 from Millersville, Maryland, it's Bruce Kreminga. Gridded 7th and driving car number 4 from Bluemont, Virginia, it's Steve Pence. Starting 6th, driving car number 3 out of Littlestown, Pennsylvania, we have Mark Wendling. Starting 5th will be car number 27 out of Delmont, Pennsylvania, John Ryan. Starting 4th, driving car 81 out of Gibson Island, Maryland, we have Steve Shue. Starting in the 3rd spot will be car number 30, coming from Boyd's, Maryland, it's Sam Schechter. And our front row will consist of car number 21, starting 2nd, out of Gainesville, Virginia, Brian Cates. And our pole sitter for Spec Racer Ford 3 will be car number 11, out of Staunton, Virginia, and that is Jisoo Kim.
All right, thank you very much, Dom. And if we take a look back at yesterday, of course, yesterday was the much shorter 15-lap feature race, and let's take a look at the finishing order here. Taking the win yesterday in his Cates Engineering entry, the number 21 machine of Brian Cates, who jumped out to a pretty early lead. It was a great battle up front with Jisoo Kim, who was our pole sitter yesterday, as well as Sam Schechter. And we also had Stephen Shue in that battle as well, but things started to get split up a little bit as they started to make their way through slower traffic. So Cates took the win. Sam Schechter in the number 30 Windsor Customs machine out of Boyd's, Maryland. He finished on the 2nd step of the podium, and Jisoo Kim, driver of the number 11 Acme machine, he finished in 3rd, with Mark Wendling and Steve Pence, who's made his return to the Spec Racer Fords after too long a time away, finishing just off the podium in 4th and 5th. But some great close racing, Dom, pretty much through the front to the back of the field there. We had some great races yesterday with, I think, John Ryan and Bruce Kreminga were battling it out for position. We also a little bit further back, I think we had Keith Frazier and Eric Prespus had a great battle for I think 10th. Well, I think what ended up being ninth position, but at the time was a battle for 10th position. So really, really some good fights in the Spec Racer Ford 3 field.
Absolutely the case, Greg. And a quick note, while I was watching the hardship practice this morning, Kevin Elion, driving car number 20, might be an add-on to our field here today, starting in 13, having not participated in any of the previous qualifying sessions.
That's true.
Or the race yesterday. So we'll be seeing 13 cars out there this morning rather than the posted 12.
That's right. And so remember, this is going to be a 20-lap feature race, and we're going to have feature races for our first 4 MARRS groups. We are then going to have another 10-lap bracket racing race, much like we did this morning to lead the morning off, and then we will finish the day up with our final 3 MARRS 20-lap feature races. We're gonna sneak lunch in there sometime as well, probably somewhere near noontime, depending on how things flow, for an hour. And of course, we'll let you know as the day progresses when we are going to break for lunch and which races groups are going to be before and after lunch. As we've got the pace car now driven by Graham Taylor, sitting right at pit out. We've got our splitter all queued up. Looks like a short stop for well, I don't want to say the Nationals this year. That would probably be a pretty sad thing. But we've got the starter all ready to go, and we now have drivers making their way off the grid. The pace lap has begun here at Summit Point Raceway for our first race of the morning.
And Greg, before we get our feature races underway here today, we'd also like to take the opportunity to wish a happy Father's
Day. That's right.
To all our fathers, grandfathers, godfathers, all of our fatherly figures here, both at the track and listening to us online. And as the day goes on, we're going to have a number of topics of discussion concerning fathers and their children,
That's right.
some of whom are sharing the track together today.
That is right. We've got a number of family pairs here, and it should be, and it will be, I think, a great day to celebrate fathers here at Summit Point Raceway with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA.
And so, Greg, we had also talked about how our pole sitter from yesterday, Jisoo Kim, also starting on the pole this morning. Kim didn't get the start he would have been looking for at the start of yesterday's race, and really had to bounce back from that lost momentum very early on. Was able to still bring it home to a podium finish, but I think what we discussed yesterday was with Jisoo Kim being an early adopter to the state-of transmission. You know, sometimes you're in the correct gear, your revs are up, and you get it right. Other times you're a little bit off the money when it comes to that timing. So Kim will definitely be looking, now that he's on the front row again, to have a bit of a better fortune.
Yeah, maybe a little redemption. And yesterday, as you mentioned, he was on the pole, and it looked as though he was in the wrong gear. You know, I thought, well, maybe he missed a shift, but it's kind of hard to do in a car that's already rolling with that sequential transmission. So likely not that. As the cars are now making their way underneath the bridge, coming up towards turn 10, the lights are out on the pace car. So if all goes according to plan, we should be going green flag MARRS racing here for Summit Point for 20 laps, as the pace car is now on the pit lane. Our pole sitter, Jisoo Kim, takes and leads the field around turn 10 onto the front straight. Our starter, Beth Burkhardt, eyeing the field, and the green flag now is in the air. And Dom, a much better start for Jisoo Kim today.
Absolutely the case, as they're going to drag race down to turn 1. Cates and Kim on the front row. And now we have Steve Shue, who started on the second row, going to make it 3 wide as everyone goes into turn 1. Everyone with the brake lights on. And as I mentioned, Kevin Allion starting last on the grid today, looks to have already made up about 2 spots and is contesting for a third as they come out of turn number 2. And as they exit 2,
it is contact.
It is Cates who has the inside line. And now Steve Shue is able to muscle his way into second place. and that's going to put now Sam Schechter in 4th, and then John Ryan in the doggone racing car in 5th spot as the rest of the field jockeys for position behind.
All right, and I got word that in that exchange, Bruce Kreminga in the 31 machine ran a little bit wide in turn 1. It seems to be a recurring theme so far this weekend in a number of the race groups. But we noticed as they came out of turn 2 and started to make the run down towards turn 3, as we had Cates and Schechter and Kim. Kim got shuffled back. He tried to come down the inside on Sam Schechter, and maybe Schechter didn't realize that Kim was sitting right there. There was a little bit of contact. Kim dropped back. So although he had a decent start today as opposed to yesterday on the way to turn 1, he finds himself almost in the exact same position that he was in yesterday after yesterday's start. As the drivers, they come out of turn 10, and as they complete their very first lap of the morning, your leader is Devin Cates, but he is joined right now by Steve Shue in that green and white number 81. They're side by side going into 1 dom.
They are, and I believe you said Devin. It's Brian Cates out there.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
There you go, fathers and sons. I was talking about his son, Devin.
Yep. Devin was in 2009 was part of the Volkswagen Jetta Cup. I do remember that. As they went up to go to turn number 3, it is Brian Cates now under contest from Steve Shue, who's going to go to the outside. Kim looking at all this happen, just about a car behind. We have Sam Schechter and John Ryan continuing to round up the top 5, and then Kevin Elion, who did start, as you mentioned, 13th in last position on the grid, is already up to about 8th place, so definitely the hard charger early on in this race.
That's right. So we'll continue to watch here as our racers are now working their second of 20 laps, an extended race here today, feature race for the MARRS series, and it's certainly Dom, and we say this every race, but very different strategy, obviously, for these longer format races than you had. We saw yesterday where, for example, we had, I believe it was Shue. Let's see here. It was, I believe, actually, it was Kim and Wendling started fighting rather early on for that last step on the podium, and it really allowed our leaders to walk away as they're coming down the front straight here to complete lap number 2.
And this time through, thus far, nobody's trying to make any sort of pop-out moves as they go down to turn 1. But under late braking, Cates goes to the inside of Shue, is going to try to complete that overtake. We have a few other cars a few rows back trying to do the same. As they come out of turn 2, it's going to be Kim and Cates side by side. It's Cates who has the inside line, and Kim moving over just a little bit just to let him know he's there. They're going to go side by side into turn number 3. And again, Sam Schechter right back there about to call and just watching all this unfold with John Ryan running in 4th place. And then our big mover so far, Kevin Elion, sitting in the 5th spot.
All right, and as they head down to the bottom of the track, this is a great racecraft. As we had Cates and Shue, they were side by side coming down into 3, and we saw how probably it was Kim and Cates, and we saw Kim was basically shuffling Cates over to the inside, trying to push him maybe a little bit over to the inside line to make his entry much more difficult into turn number 3. And Cates, maybe started to push back a little bit. I don't think there was any contact there, but you could kind of see the jockeying between the two drivers as they were trying to open up and maximize their line into that corner.
And Greg, this time through, Steve Shue, who was, as we've been talking about, in that top 3, has now been shuffled back to the 5th spot. So our top 3, that's going to be Kim, Cates, and now Sam Schechter are going to occupy those top 3 spots. And now Kevin Elion, that's going to elevate Elion up into the 4th spot as Kim, Cates, and Schechter lead the field coming out of turn 2 and up into 3. Kim and Cates about 3 cars ahead of Sam Schechter, starting to make a bit of a separation. And then Kevin Elion at the moment about 2 cars ahead of Steve Shue, who we had mentioned had fallen back from the previous lap.
That's right. And so Elion, who, as you mentioned, had not had any practice, did not race in yesterday's race, making up those 6 positions. And, I know Kevin from years ago where he started off running in Spec RX-7s and had left, actually, I believe he had left the country, gone to Japan for a number of years, and then came back and has found a good home in Spec Racer Fords and has shown himself to run quite well in regional racing. And that last time by, he was almost a half of a second faster than Sam Schechter. We may be looking right now as Kevin Elion being a contender for a podium position here. Again, very early days, very early times as our leaders, Jisoo Kim, Brian Cates, Sam Schechter come and cross the stripe, and things are starting to close up in those top 4 positions. Cates right on the back of Kim going down into turn 1. And then as we see here, Elian now, as they go under braking into turn 1, right up to the gearbox of Sam Schechter.
Elian has caught the draft of Schechter, and so now it's going to be a 4-car battle at the front, led by Kim and Cates. And then the second pack starting to form is going to be led by Steve Shue, who has John Hall about 3 car lengths back. Go another 8 till you get back to John Ryan, who leads Mark Wendling and Steve Pence as part of that pack.
All right, and and not to harp on Elian, but that last time by, Elian ran the fastest lap of any driver out on course with a 1:28.17. That is almost about half a second faster than anybody else has run so far this race. Very again, now that he's got a little bit of heat in those Spec Hoosier tires, starting to definitely show some pace. It helps that he was in the draft to Sam Schechter and obviously made up some ground that way and made up some time that way as well. All right, leaders coming out of 10. And now it looks like Kim has maybe opened up a tiny little bit on Cates, although again, Cates I think is going to close this down under the draft, and he does. Before they get to the braking zone, he pops to the inside to challenge for position. Right behind him, we have Kevin Elian moving to the inside on Sam Schechter, driver's right, 2x2 going into turn 1. Let's see how it plays out as they come out from behind the trees.
Yeah, this time we had 2 inside line overtakes, or at least attempts at overtakes, as we have Cates, who is going to reestablish the point here as they go into 3, and then Elian was able to get around Sam Schechter. They're going to go side by side as they crest turn number 3. And Greg, you had mentioned that having Kevin Elian having previously contested in Spec RX-7, 2 of our runners in the top 3 have Spec Miata experience with Brian Cates,
That's right,
as well as Sam Schechter, who had a very successful run to the 4th place in the championship in 2018. So, drivers definitely getting experience in different cars.
Absolutely.
And having the opportunity. And we mentioned earlier about Devin Cates. Brian and Devin had the opportunity for a few seasons to share the track.
That's right. That is absolutely right. We've got a lot of dirt up by turn 1 that we may have had a car go off. Now, I've heard multiple calls in about Bruce Kreminga having issues at turn 1. Lap 1 he went off. Lap 2 he went off. 4 wheels off over there. We'll see if that happens again. But now, once again, the battle for the lead, Cates and Kim, side by side, Kim the driver's right, Cates the driver's left, as they go into turn 1. They had managed to open up a bit of a gap back to Schechter and Elian, though, that perhaps with Schechter and Elian battling it out, that has not only dropped them from our top 2, but it has also now allowed for a bit of a change here as Stephen Shue has managed to get around Sam Schechter. So Shue in that green and white number 81 car picks up a position. John Hall in the number 71 car, he's now also part of that battle for 3rd as well.
I think, Greg, what we're seeing here as well with our top 2 of Cates and Kim is that while a lot of these drivers have a number of laps around this track and also in different cars, I think Kim and Cates have the most experience racing with one another. So the 2 of them have done this dance before, so they're accustomed to how the other might react in certain situations, and that,
right.
I think that's what's allowed them to begin to sneak away from the rest of the field here.
All right, well, now that we are a couple of laps into our first race, we've got 14 laps remaining. Let's do this. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 2. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends Cars, SPU, Spec RX-7, STL, and T4. You may start making your way to the grid. Again, race group number 2, small bore drivers, please start making your way to the grid.
This time through, Kim has a little bit more breathing room over Brian Cates than many of the previous laps. It was about 3 car lengths, and now it looks as though for the final step on that podium, Steve Shue and Kevin Elian were going side by side as they made the run into turn number 3. At this time, Elian was able to hold on to the position over Shu, but Steve Shu definitely showing to be the one to poke the nose and make the moves early on here.
And we have a nice little battle a little bit further back in the field. And we were talking about this yesterday, how you pretty much have races up and down the field. Eric Prespis in the number 51 car, and we talked yesterday about Eric, that he is a Chevy Corvette driver in our HPDE and time trials program. He's painted up his Spec Racer Ford to look exactly like his Corvette. And by the way, the color of the Corvette, Road America Blue, is the name of the color. He's having a great battle right now with Jeff Wilson. Now Jeff had started in 10th position. He has fallen back to 13th. But those two look like they're having a great time out there. As we jump back to our battle for the lead, and as you said, Dom, it looks like Jisoo Kim starting to open things up just a little bit on Brian Cates. Now that last time by, they ran almost identical lap times, about 0.08 of a second separation there, with Kim slightly faster of the two cars, but Cates, he's still holding fairly close. He's about 3.5 car lengths back at this point from our leader.
In the last couple laps, another close battle that's been shaping up is for 5th and 6th. That's between Schechter and John Hall. John Hall started this race in the 9th spot and has moved up about 4 positions since the drop of the green. And Sam Schechter has found himself up in the lead pack, has dropped back just a bit, so evidently getting dropped out of the draft, out of that lead train. So he'll be trying to try to fend off John Hall as much as he can, but also see if he can work back up into that lead pack.
All right, and well, we're going to have another chance to look here as they come down the front straight. Cates losing a little bit more ground to our leader, Jisoo Kim, but things are starting to close back up behind our second place car, as both Elian and Shu now within the closer than spitting distance coming out of turn number 2. Kevin Elian resets the fastest lap with a 1:24.36. That was over 0.25 hundredths of a second faster than Cates ran just ahead of him. Steve Shu also just puts in his fastest lap of the race, slightly off of Elian's pace, but it now is starting to look like either a 3-car battle for second, or maybe if those 3 drivers, and they've still got, as we mentioned, a number of laps. They've got just about half of this race distance to go. They're working lap number 9 right now. Plenty of time for them to draft back up to our leader, Jisoo Kim.
And Greg, speaking of that draft, the Spec Racer Fords especially are probably some of the best drafting cars that exist, because the way the tails are designed and the way the noses are designed basically fit together like puzzle pieces. So
right.
When you're at speed in that draft, you can ride right underneath the car in front, and so it's almost as if it's a tailor-made drafting car.
Yeah, exactly. And when those body styles were designed, I greatly doubt they put them into a wind tunnel. They're already, I think, probably, especially with the little duckbill rear, already putting a big hole in the air, which makes it much easier for you to get in and lock those puzzle pieces together. And so if we watch our drivers right now, as we are now halfway through this race, Jisoo Kim in the white number 11 car, he's got about a 3-car length advantage over Brian Cates in that red, white, and blue number 21, but Kevin Elian, who again resets a fast lap, is now only about a half a car length back from the 21. They are starting to leave Stephen Shu, in the 81 car just a little bit there, though.
And also, Greg, as we've been watching Sam Schechter and John Hall battle, that's also brought the 27 car of John Ryan into that battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. So the 3 of them have begun to compress, as Schechter and Hall have done a lot of these corners the last few laps side by side, just allowing Ryan to catch that draft and become part of that battle.
All right, as I were taking a look at the, we were watching that fight, that battle for 12th with Prespis and Jeff Wilson. It looks like Wilson has managed to get himself back around Prespis and has really started to separate himself out. Prespis might have had an issue because in the span of 2 laps, now about a 5-second differential between those 2 drivers.
And we're going to have our leaders coming out of turn number 2. And Jisoo Kim continues to lead the way. And now Brian Cates has Kevin Elian a lot closer than he has the last few laps is about a car length and a half as they make their way into turn 3 and then go another 3 car lengths from Elion to get back to Steve Shue running in 4th place. And this time through, John Ryan not quite as close to the back of John Hall as he was the previous lap and is now going to be coming under contest from the 3 car of Mark Wendling and Steve Pence looming about 3 car lengths back there. It looks like John Ryan dropped right side tires in the gravel just momentarily and was able to keep going.
All right, so since we are just a little bit under halfway, Dom, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pento, Legends Cars, SPU, Spec Racer Ford, STL, and T4. Race group number 2. Small bore drivers, please make your way to the grid. All right, so let's, as we catch up on things right now here, and things once again at the front of the field here, Dom, starting to close up once again here, and it is now I'd say a 3-car fight for the lead as we've got Jisoo Kim leading Brian Cates and Kevin Elliott into turn number 3. It is then another, I'd say about another 8 car lengths back to Stephen Shue in the number 81 car, and then quite a distance back from there in the battle for 5th is Sam Schechter, who was in the meat of that battle in the very early laps today, and of course finished second in yesterday's race to Brian Cates. Schechter and John Hall in that orange number 71 machine. They're, I'd say, again, about 10, 15 car lengths back at this point from Stephen Shue.
Greg, on the last lap, John Ryan had dropped 2 spots, gave up the spots to both Mark Wendling and Steve Pence. So, John Ryan was beginning to reel in John Hall and Sam Schechter by virtue of them doing a lot of the corners side by side, has now lost a bit of that momentum, so has moved back about 3 positions in the last couple laps as we have our overall leaders making their way past the stripe. And this time through, it's going to be Brian Cates who's going to look to the inside of Kim. They're going to get around Eric Prepsis going down into turn 1. And those two are now beginning to separate themselves a little bit more from Kevin Elliott running in the 3rd spot. They're going to come out of turn 2 running nose to tail. And it is Cates locked onto the gearbox of Kim. And Kevin Elliott's able to get by Prepsis as well. But now he's, by virtue of the 2 of them up there having such cooperation, has fallen back by about 5 car lengths as they make their way down to turn 4.
Yeah, and as our leaders, Kim and Cates, were coming up on Eric Prepsius going down into turn 1. And you may see it on our camera feed here on YouTube that we had first Kim move to the inside, just off the right side of Prepsius' center of track. But then Cates was for a moment there looking and intimating as if he was going to make it 3 wide and try to take the corner away from Jisoo Kim as they went down into turn 1. He backed out just at the last moment there. It might have been enough, you thought, to maybe throw Kim off of his game just a little bit on exit of the corner, maybe just past the apex. But as we saw, Kim was able to hold the position.
Okay, we do have a spin here in 10, and that is going to be Kevin Elliott in our 20 car, who was part of that lead 3, and he's going to be looking to rejoin the track safely at the moment, trying to get it turned around, and they're going to be waving that yellow flag.
Ooh!
Yep, they're going to be waving that flag to let the drivers behind know that Kevin Elliott is trying to rejoin, and Kevin Elliott does get back underway.
Yeah,
he's lost a lot of ground.
He's lost a lot of ground, and I'll tell you though, Kevin Elliott, as he was trying to get the car flipped around, he got it out of the. He was at the end of the gravel trap, backed the car out onto the pavement, had all 4 wheels on the pavement, but was pointing counter race, and he went and looped the car, not looped it, but he went and had to make a big movement to turned the car around 180 degrees, came right across the nose of Mark Wendling in the blue number 3 car. And maybe things were compressed down a little bit because of the binoculars I'm using, but it looks like Wendling really had to check up very hard as he didn't expect to see that car coming right across his bow.
Because with those waving yellow flags, it alerts you that there's something that you need to be aware of, but not necessarily where it may specifically be positioned
Exactly.
on track.
Well, also you might hope and you might think that the driver who sees you coming straight at him might not decide to pull out right in front. Talking about pulling out, let's take a look now as we go down into turn number one and the battle for the lead as both Jisoo Kim and Brian Cates continue to make their way around slower traffic here. And Cates, unfortunately, just not quite up to Jisoo Kim as they went down into turn one and tried to find their way around the number 30. I believe that was the 35 car of Wilson that they came up on in turn one.
And we've also been looking at our John Hall and Sam Schechter battle making its way into turn three at the moment. They're about 2 car lengths apart. Sam Schechter's been getting great runs coming out of turn 10 and has had enough momentum to go by. I think Sam Schechter is using, again, a lot of that Spec Miata experience where you utilize a lot of patience, and you might want to have enough momentum, you might want to complete the overtake, but a lot of times you want to stick right in behind and kind of let things play out before you make that decisive move.
Exactly. Wait for perhaps you may be able to spot the tendencies, but wait until the driver ahead makes that tiniest of little bobbles that gives you the best chance, the best opportunity to make your way around here as we watch now once again for the lead as we now have 4 laps remaining here at Summit Point for our Spec Racer Ford 3 race. Jisoo Kim continues to lead Brian Cates, and as they head down into turn one, Cates, we can see, and with the Spec Racer Fords, you can see there's a central brake light high on the roll bar. It's pretty easy from our vantage spot here in the tower to see when the drivers get on the brakes. And Devin Cates getting on the brakes maybe 30 to 40 feet later than our leader Jisoo Kim. I think Kim is, he's at this point trying to do a little bit of race management, I think, of Devin Cates. Cates is trying to push those braking zones a little bit deeper in order to make up the ground because at this point he's not really close enough as he was a couple laps ago to affect the pass.
And this car that Brian Cates is driving was acquired in 2019. Dan Tiley, who's out of the North Carolina region, was the owner, and so Brian Cates acquired the car and ran it both in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series as well as Majors and Hoosier Super Tour events. Got qualified for the runoffs at VIR that year and had a very respectable run. Of course, being a Virginia native, had a lot of track time and had a lot of laps around VIR. And showed well in Spec Racer Ford for the first time in the national championship capacity.
That's right. All right. So with now only 3 laps remaining, Dom, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends Cars, SPU, Spec RX-7, Super Touring Light, and Touring 4. Race group number 2, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and GT Pinto, Legends Cars, SPU, Spec RX-7, STL, and T4 drivers. This is your final call to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a few moments.
So looking to turn number 3, we had Schechter and Hall go momentarily through turn number 1 side by side. And it's been dropped now, but for just a moment, there looked to be a surface flag down there. Perhaps some dust or something else that was seen on the track surface, deemed to be okay now. But that was shown for just a moment there.
Yeah, and we know down at turn 1, and the track maintenance went out this morning to reprofile, I guess is the best way to put it, some of the grass and dirt area just to the outside of the gator teeth there. That pretty significant ditch got dug yesterday by some Miatas. And well, speaking about digging a ditch, we've got 3 cars going side by side now into turn number 1, and that looks like Jisoo Kim, Brian Cates, and is that Stephen Shu back in the battle for the lead here, Dom?
That looks to be Keith Frazier.
Frazier.
They're going to be putting a lap on, but
okay.
This time through, Cates made the boldest move of the race thus far as the lead's concerned, and opens up about a car length over Jisoo Kim. But I think right there what we saw was the fact that they were going 3 wide, and so Brian Cates wanted to force the issue, had enough momentum, and decided this is when I'm going to be making my move. But the fact that they were 3 wide meant that he didn't necessarily have as much track width as he may have wanted to work with in order to try to complete that overtake going into turn number 1. So I believe just momentarily put right side tires in the grass to get alongside,
Yeah.
but did pay dividends because he was able to complete the outbraking maneuver and make his way back.
And we'd seen previously where he backed out of that move, and maybe Jisoo Kim didn't expect him to actually follow through with it, but this time he did. Now, a little bit further back, we've got a great battle with 2 laps to go. Great battle starting to perk up. John Hall in the number 71 machine and Sam Schechter. They were side by side going through 3 as Hall had made his way past Mark Wendling. But now let's look at that battle for the lead going down into turn number 1 on the very last lap, as it is Brian Cates. He moved over driver's right, gave Jisoo Kim all of about 3/4 of a car width on the inside line going into turn number 1, driver's right. And so Cates manages to hold the position. He leads the white number 11 through turn 3 as they head down to the carousel for the last time, Tom.
Yep, Cates using the textbook defensive line going down there to turn number 1, where you place your car right where your opponent would want to place theirs, basically without hindering their progress, and so you're
Exactly.
both able to keep up your
And
momentum.
not only not hindering his progress, but it gave Kim maybe the faintest, the tiniest glimmer of hope that he would be able to shove that car down the inside, and you could tell that there wasn't enough room to do it, and Kim then opened up his line a little bit. Maybe he waited a little too long to do it. If he had managed to open up his line a little bit earlier, might have been able to attempt an over-under with Kate stuck there to the inside. But as they come now up out of turn 10 for the very last time and onto the front straight, Brian Cates has Jisoo Kim by about 1/4 of a car length, and Cates holds to the inside. Jisoo Kim moves to the outside, cannot get around Cates. So for the second day in a row, Brian Cates is your Spec Racer Ford 3 winner. Jisoo Kim is going to finish second. Crossing the stripe in third is the number 81 of Steven Shu. And now coming down the stripe, holding off John Hall, Sam Schechter. He's going to finish just off the podium in fourth, but margin over John Hall, 1800ths of a second. Mark Wendling in the number 3 car will come home in sixth. Steve Pence 7th. And then Kevin Ellion, who is just now, I believe, coming up out from underneath the bridge and onto the front straight. Kevin Ellion, who had been running as high as third, he's going to bring the car home in eighth. John Ryan, Bruce Kreminga will round out the top 10. All right, so as we get ready for our small bore race, and we're going to have I think this is fitting on Father's Day. We're going to have a bit of a memorial. We'll come back with the action from Summit Point for our second race, our second MARRS race of the morning in just a few minutes. You're listening to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, Radial Tire Company, OG Racing, and EVSR, and we'll be back in just a few moments. All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dom Mandiel, and we're getting ready for race group number 2, our small bore race. And this group is made up of our production car classes, one of our super touring classes, and one of our touring classes, as well as GT Light, GT Pinto, which are Pintos that are based off of the old GT3 classifications from many, many years ago. This class is stalwart in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and have been running with us for years upon years. We also, I don't think we have any here this weekend, but we've got the Legends cars that could be running in this group, as well as the Spec RX-7s, another region-only class made up of first-gen RX-7s that use the old 12A rotary motor, carbureted cars, all running on spec Toyo RA1s, I believe, still, and for the most part, it's bolt-in auto power cages. But this is as grassroots racing as you can get with Spec RX-7. So let's go down. We've got 27 cars that have set times, either in qualifying yesterday morning or during the heat race yesterday afternoon. And so let's run it down here. Starting 27th today, driving the number 128 H production car, it's Ryan McBain. Starting 26th, driving the number 112 SPU entry from Iron Station, North Carolina, representing the Central Carolina region, it's Stephen Ryder. Starting 25th, our sole driver in Spec RX-7. She had a great first run yesterday for her very first MARRS race. Driving the number 45 machine out of Nottingham, Maryland, it's Wendy Moretz. Starting 24th, driving the number 90 H production Volkswagen Rabbit from Durwood, Maryland, Carolyn Bayer-Broering. Starting 23rd in the number 8 GT Pinto from Middletown, Pennsylvania, representing the Susquehanna region, it is Michael Hirschberger. Starting 22nd, driving the number 40 F production Volvo 142, it's Jim Stem. Starting 21st, driving the number 111 Toyota MR2 from Middletown, Maryland, it's Carlos Schooler. Starting 20th, driving the number 16 GT Pinto, it's Drew Airy. Starting 19th today. And your pole sitter in GT Pinto from Charlestown, West Virginia, it's Bruce Shelton. Starting 18th today and 9th in STL, big STL field here this weekend. Driving the number 55 machine from Middletown, Maryland, it's Matt Wood. Starting 8th in STL, 17th overall, driving the number 54 machine out of Owings Mills, Maryland, it's Michael Cohen. Starting 2nd in H production and 16th overall, driving the number 64 machine, and I believe that's a Volkswagen Scirocco, Lawrence Freyson. And your pole sitter today in H production, starting 15th overall, driving the number 50 Porsche 924 from Durwood, Maryland, Chuck Allard. Starting 14th today, driving the number 88 STL Mazda Miata, it is Ryan Moran. He hails from Leesburg, Virginia. From Weehawken, New Jersey, we've got our 13th position, our starter in 13th position, starting 6th in STL in the number 38 machine, it's Isaac Jordan. Starting 12th today, big T4 field as well, driving the number 186 machine, and I believe that is a Subaru BRZ. Pardon me, it's a Scion FRS, my mistake. Jennifer Romes driving her Scion. She is starting 12th overall, 5th in T4. Starting 11th today, 5th in STL, driving the number 95 machine from New York, it's John Jenkins. Starting 10th today, 4th in STL, driving the number 127 Mazda Miata from Thurmont, Maryland, it's Jeff Liller. Starting 9th and 4th in STL, driving the number 182 Mazda Miata from Christiansburg, Virginia, Ted Cahall. Starting 8th, and your pole sitter, and I believe your pole sitter in F production, driving the number 66 machine, that is a Lotus 7, it's Jerry Hinkle. Starting 7th and 3rd in STL, driving the number 44 Mazda Miata from Durwood, Maryland, Kip Gaynor. Starting 2nd and starting 6th and 2nd in STL, driving the number 00 machine. That is also a Mazda Miata. Hailing from Elkridge, Maryland, David Levin. Starting 5th today, and your pole sitter in STL, driving the number 27 Mazda Miata from Martinsburg, West Virginia, Jonathan Sines. And now, starting on the outside of row number 2, and third in T4, driving the number 51 Mazda MX-5 from Strasburg, Virginia, Brian Price. Starting on the inside of row number 2, starting second in T4, driving the number 69 Mazda Miata from Darnestown, Maryland, it's Jeremy Butts. And your front row today, starting second, and he is your pole sitter for T4, driving the number 89 Mazda Miata, representing the South Jersey region from Oakland, New Jersey. It's Mike LaMena, and your pole sitter today, driving the number 4 SPU Honda Civic, with a fast time, a qualifying, I will call it a qualifying time, but this was a time that he set during yesterday's heat race, yesterday afternoon. Your pole setting time for today's race, 124.814, it's Tom Beverly. All right, so Dom, we've got lining up something that you don't see very often here. We've got 2 pace cars that are not going out for a split start, but they're going to be heading out together. As we mentioned, it's Father's Day, and in remembrance of a great racer here with the Sports Car Club of America, Bob Shelton, longtime GT Pinto racer, and amongst other things, and we'll run down his history here in just a few moments. We lost Bob back in February. And this is the way that that the region and the SCCA pays tribute to our great members, great motorsports enthusiasts, and is with what is known as a missing man formation. And so what we will be doing, our small bore group, they will be taking 2 pace laps. The first pace lap, the pole sitter will be missing. So essentially, we'll have our pole sitter drop back, and in their place would be Bob Shelton. And so as we get ready for our second MARRS race of the morning with this missing man formation during the first of 2 pace laps today, honor the life of longtime DC region member, racer, and friend Bob Shelton. Bob passed away in February, as I mentioned, at the age of 90 years old, and he was a loving husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather that's going to be dearly missed. He's survived by his beautiful wife, Ann, sons Bobby and Bruce, 6 grandchildren, 12 great-grandchildren, and many of them are here to celebrate Bob's life. So Bob, he served in the U.S. Air Force for over 20 years and was a Vietnam vet, and when he came back, he worked for the Winchester, Virginia Police Department, retiring after 25 years. And that's great, all, but let's talk about Bob and racing, what he loved. He raced go-karts in Spain from 1960 to 65, and he was a national champion in 1965. And when he moved back to the U.S., he joined the Sports Car Club of America almost immediately, started racing BMWs in both B Sedan and also B Sports Racing. But it was in 1983 where he moved to GT Pinto, where we know Bob, where we know his son Bruce. He set the GT Pinto lap record at Summit Point in 1994, set it at a 127.640. It's a record that stood for many, many years here at the point. And in 2000, as I said, many, many years, in 2000, his son Bruce tied that lap time to the thousandths of a second, ran a 127.640. It took 6 years for the son to get to where the father was, and they shared that track record for a number of years. Bob, he was always one of the widest cars on track, and talking to some of the folks in the paddock that have raced with him over the years, just like we saw in the Spec Racer Ford race a few moments ago, you can make a car very wide, and Bob's Pinto was pretty much known as the widest, and he was always somebody on track that was, whether you wanted to learn it or not, he was going to teach you a lesson almost every single race. He always left you racing room, but not always the room you wanted. So I always loved watching him on track. As we mentioned, of course, with track records, he always ran up front, and he mixed it up with the best of the Pinto drivers. And more importantly, once you got off track, as many folks of this club do, he was always ready to lend a hand to competitors, help them get back out on track if they broke something, and obviously to answer any of their questions. And so now we've got all of our volunteers. They're lining the course with flags. So not only do we have that space open on the pace lap for Bob, but we have all of our volunteers trackside right now showing the flags to honor Bob as the group passes. And I should also mention that as we had 2 pace cars go out for this missing man formation, we have a number of family members that are here at the track, but a number of family members that are in those pace cars. We've got, of course, Ann Shelton, and we also have Janie Davis. They are not in the pace cars, but they are trackside. We've got Ray Harrison. We've got Crystal Shelton and Megan Jackson. We've got Gavin Jackson and Gavin Uzdovanik, who are in the pace cars here on track right now for this race. I should also mention that up at the front of the field, and he's now going to drop back, son Bruce is actually in Bob Shelton's GT Pinto and led this pace lap around in his father's order. He is now going to drop back into the field and take his rightful position in the starting order. But a wonderful gesture and a wonderful honor for longtime member, friend, and racer Bob Shelton. May you rest in peace, and may your memory always be a blessing, Bob. All right, so Dom, with the missing man formation now complete, and we have the pace car leading our field through turns 1 and 2. We've got our pace lap underway. Let's take a quick look back at our sprint race yesterday to see how things finished up. Taking the win, both overall and in T4 yesterday, Michael Amena in his Mazda Miata, finishing second in T4, but third overall was Brian Price. Finishing just behind Michael Amena, though, was that SPU Honda Civic. Made a great run from, I think he started 8th, if I remember correctly. Made his run, had gotten around Price, had gotten around Ted Cahall and David Levin, made his way up into second position. So great run for Tom Beverly, our sole SPU racer in the field, but really showing his mettle. So we talked about, those were our top 3 overall. In STL, and it was a tightly contested, hard contested STL race that really went down to the wire. Ted Cahall out of Strasbourg, he eked out the win over David Levin and Kip Gaynor. As we look a little bit further back, Jerry Hinkle took the win in F Production. Our H Production winner was Chuck Allard in his Porsche 924, with Lawrence Freyson in his Scirocco finishing a fairly close second. Bruce Shelton took the win in GT Pinto in his father's race car. So again, great honor this weekend. And of course, we mentioned Wendy Moretz in her very first Spec RX-7 race, taking the win. So now we've got the field coming around turn 10 onto the front straight. Our starter looking the field down. Green flag is in the air, and it is now on the front row. Making their way across. It is Beverly and Lamena, and looks like, and we've got a car off in the grass, going wide, driver's right. It looked like Brian Price was trying to sneak up the center there. Things got a little crazy there for a moment, Dom.
And that was Kip Gaynor in the 44 car, who went off on driver's right and was able to safely continue, and good awareness from the cars behind to see that unfold. But in the lead, we do have Jeremy Butts in the 69 car, followed by Brian Price about 2 cars behind, and then Michael Mena. All 3 of those cars are touring 4 cars. We then have John Sainz, who got a great start. He's going to be your STL leader. And now it looked as though both David Levin and Ted Cahall, also fellow STL competitors running in Miatas, were a little bit bogged behind that Honda Civic SPU car of Tom Beverly.
And by the way, I misspoke there. We did have one other SPU driver. It was Steve Ryder, who did finish on the lead lap in his Eagle Talon yesterday. Again, a big win there for Tom Beverly, finishing second overall yesterday. So as our drivers now coming up and underneath the bridge here, heading over towards turn 10, you give a little time for things to, especially after that start, things to to work themselves out here. But as the cars come onto the front straight, that bright burgundy Mazda MX-5 of Brian Price, the number 51 machine, he is your leader. The 69 machine, Jeremy Butts, currently running in second. That is the battle for T4 as Butts now drafts right up and is right beside Brian Price. Going down into turn 1, running third is Michael Lamena, yesterday's winner. So 3 cars in T4 right at the front of the pack. It's about 6 car lengths back till you get to that SPU machine of Tom Beverly. And then back from Beverly, I believe that is Jonathan Sainz in the number 27 machine, who going into yesterday's race was your STL leader, but had some issues with the car as the day progressed, and finished out of the top 3 in STL.
And Greg, speaking of that STL battle, you mentioned John Sainz leading, and then David Levin and Ted Cahill falling behind in second and third, and then Kip Gaynor, who was able to again safely rejoin after initially going off just after the drop of the green, runs in fifth spot, and then John Jenkins in the 95, just a little bit back from there. But speaking about our Touring 4 battle up here, a little bit of a prep shop battle here with Windsor Customs represented by Michael Mena and Jeremy Butts, and RP Performance, of course, represented by Brian Price.
That exactly. Not exactly a family affair, but maybe a family affair. All right, as they come out of turn 10 now, it is still Brian Price, your leader. Running second now is, again, the 69 car of Jeremy Butts, about a car length and a half back. We'll see if he's able to draft up again, and indeed, he does draft up to that ND Miata or MX-5, and then right back behind, we've got Mike Lamena. Tom Beverly in his Honda Civic, he's just kind of lurking there. He's in a nice little pocket because right back behind him, I'd say now about 10 car lengths back from Beverly's Civic, it is the STL Battle Royale, as we've got Sainz leading the field in his black and blue Mazda Miata, then David Levin, Ted Cahill, Kip Gaynor, and John Jenkins all in a row battling it out for the lead in STL.
And what we've seen a lot of times with this STL battle here in the MARRS series is that a lot of times, based on the number of Mazdas present, starts to look like Spec Miata 2.0 a lot of times.
Yes,
where
it does.
A lot of these drivers, and again, we'll be seeing a lot of these drivers later on in our Spec Miata race. So a number of cars using the versatility and just the rule set allowed for the Miatas to run in multiple classes in the same weekend using the same car.
All right, and let's take a look as we look at some of these class battles right now. In H production, a little bit further back in the field, Chuck Allard has really opened up a considerable lead over Lawrence Freyson. Last time we saw them go by, it was about 8 car lengths. Freyson really locked in the middle of traffic and kind of finding it hard to work his way up to the Porsche 924 of Chuck Allard. Carlos Schooler, another 4 car lengths back from there. And getting word actually right now from the corner workers that I believe the 64 car of Freyson right now there's a good amount of smoke coming out of that car. Prod car, surprising as can be, I know, but we'll have to see if Freyson can keep that running. He's now coming out of turn. He's actually just now going into turn 1 as Chuck Allard is going through turn 3, and it definitely looks as though Freyson is a little bit off the pace there in that white Volkswagen Scirocco.
And Greg, we were talking yesterday a little bit about the development of the ND chassis on the part of Brian Price.
Sure.
In Touring 4, the NC MX-5 has been a car that's been proven to be a contender as well, and for the past few years it's been MX-5 and then the Toyota A6, Scion FRS, Super BRZ also being a big part of that,
twins, yeah.
of that Touring 4 bout. And for this year, it seems that even though the larger displacement and the heavier weight for the Subarus, the Scions, and the Toyotas, the Mazdas do have great braking. Of course, are a lighter car as well.
Yes.
So that's really where they can measure up.
Yeah, and it's going to be a question of you talk about horses for courses. I think, especially as I'm sure Brian is probably planning on doing the runoffs at VIR this year, although you've got that very, very long back straight at VIR, the way that Indianapolis Motor Speedway is laid out, it perhaps not the best. The ND Miata perhaps was not the best horse for the course there, and it might be, I think, a little bit more competitive at VIR. Now, I also wanted to mention we were talking about Father's Day and family members. Now, although she is not on track yet, I was talking to Brian Price last night at the social that we have every Saturday night here during MARRS weekends, and he has just made a purchase on behalf of his daughter Missy. And Missy is going to be going to driver's school in the spring in a new SSM car. And as I told her and I told Brian, if she's even 25 as fast, if she's even 75% as fast as Brian is, she'll still be 25% faster than the rest of the field. So we'll have to see how she does. But again, it's great to see another family member working their way through, and she was great. She was crewing for Brian at the runoffs this past year, and there were a lot of people that came up and were very surprised that she had a handle on a possible championship run. So good to see her getting behind the wheel. She really loves it.
Absolutely. As we look back to our touring fours, we have Butts leading Michael Maynard by 2 car lengths, and now Brian Price has fallen back just a little bit, running about 5 car lengths behind our top 2, and then Tom Beverly in the Honda Civic about a car length back from there. But looking at our STLs, we have Ted Cahall, who is on the trying to look to the outside of Don Sainz. Doesn't have enough momentum, but that's allowed both Levin and Gaynor, and they're going to go almost 3 wide as they made their way up in turn number 3. It looked as if John Sainz almost slowed up a little bit, and that held everybody up a little bit more as they were trying to figure out, do we want to try to get alongside, or do we want to let up a little bit and just allow the momentum to catch up?
Yeah, and I think Sainz, as he was the car driver's left on the inside, I think he was kind of waiting for Ted Cahall to kind of make a decision as to what he was going to do. Cahall, who had been running almost basically right on the back corner of Sainz's car coming out of 2 going into 3, at the last moment kind of let out of the throttle to try to poke in behind Sainz, but it really wasn't enough time for Sainz to adjust his line, but it did allow Cahall to perhaps get a better run out of turn 3. But as we said, we then had the 2 cars side by side battling it out for third right behind them, also trying to figure out what our 2 leaders were going to do in STL.
As we have our STL leaders, and this is probably the most highly contested battle on the track at the moment, led by John Sainz, who's followed by about a car length behind by Ted Cahall. And now Kip Gaynor this time through is able to make the inside overtake on David Levin. So Levin's going to drop back to 4th place in class as they make their way out of turn 2, heading up to turn number 3. Sainz leads Cahall, and then Gaynor and Levin about 4 car lengths back from there. And at this point, they have dropped the number 5 of John Jenkins, who is about 5 car lengths back, sitting in the 5th spot in class.
There you go. And that was the coming out of turn 2 was the first time in about 3 laps I haven't seen one of those 4 cars or 2 of those 4 cars side by side. Now, speaking of side by side, coming down into turn number 3, it's the 127 machine coming in, and actually that can't be the 127, is it? You know what? I'm going to have to get another number here. oh no, actually, no, I'm right. It is the 127. That was Jeff Liller going with another slower car. Jeff Liller in the T4 Mazda Miata. I probably ought to be looking at my T4 cars as well to see there. But trying to make his way up through the field. He is currently running 5th in class, back behind Jennifer Romes, and about 15 car lengths behind Romes' Subaru.
I was going to say, Greg, I always have to double check whether it's Mark or Jeff behind the
Yes,
wheel on
exactly.
a particular weekend and in a particular event. As you look at our touring 4 cars, Michael Maynard has closed in a little bit more on Jeremy Butts, about a car length back. And then Brian Price, though he's been dropped from that STL battle, has Tom Beverly filling up his mirrors. And as we turn back to our STL cars, Sainz continues to lead the train here, coming into turn 3, ahead of Cahall by about a car length. But Kip Gaynor and David Levin back there about a car length, running nose to tail.
All right, let's quickly, Dom, make a call to the grid for our next group because I don't see anybody there. They haven't called. They haven't made their way up there without us calling them. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Spec Miata. Race group number 3. Pardon me, not Spec Miata. SSM Showroom Spec Miata. There you go. I'll correct myself. I'm gonna get through one of these weekends without completely screwing things up. SSM drivers, race group number 3. Please start making your way to the grid. Group 3 SSM to the grid, please. I'm such a disaster.
We're looking at our 24 cars coming out of turn 2, and Michael Main again takes just the faintest look to the outside on Jeremy Butts, and I presume that these two are going to try to formulate some sort of strategy. As we alluded to earlier, both these cars get a lot of prep help from Windsor Customs, so
Yes.
both of them are very familiar with how one another drives, and having their cars prepped under the same canopy. Also have very similar cars on the track itself. Looking back to STL, Sainz and Cahill now are drafting together, beginning to open up a little bit of margin over both Gaynor and Levin, running 3rd and 4th in STL. That margin is up to about 3 car lengths, Greg.
All right, real quick, so we didn't mention 3 drivers did not complete a lap here today. Jerry Hinkle, Michael Hirschberger, and Steven Ryder. And we've got one driver, that is Carolyn Bayer-Broering, in her H production Volkswagen Rabbit. It appears that her day is now done. She went down into turn 1 and took the access road to the skid pad. That's where she is now. So it sounds like either maybe a drivetrain related issue, or something you always hate to have happen would be some braking issue or what have you. But she's going to require a tow back at the end of the session.
And we're looking at our STLs coming out of turn 10, and Sainz has Cahill about 2 car lengths in the rears, and then Gaynor and Levin running about a car length apart as they make their way across the stripe. Looking back up to our touring 4 leaders, Jeremy Butts and Mike LaMena continue to lead the charge. Butts about a car length ahead of LaMena, and then Brian Price was overtaken on the last lap by that Honda Civic of Tom Beverly, so move Price back to 3rd place in class and 4th place overall on track.
All right, and it sounds like we've got an issue down at turn 1. We do have local yellow, waving yellow there, and hearing that there is a car disabled on the track surface. And getting a call from the corner workers there that they do need some emergency vehicles there, and we are going to a full course caution here at Summit Point. And as the cars now have started to pick up the fact that we are now in a full course caution and started to make their way through the incident zone over there at turn 1. Unfortunately, it is out of our view. But as soon as we get some more information about the incident, we will let you know. Okay, and now we are going to a red flag condition. So we're going to be asking all of our drivers to come to safe, controlled stops on the side of the track surface. Got word from turn 1 that they have very close to 100% track blockage down at that portion of the course. Now, we do have a camera that points down towards turn 1, but apparently the incident is around past the apex and not within our camera view here. So as soon as we get a little bit more information, we'll let you know. But as opposed to Formula One racing, where a red flag is essentially the equivalent of SCCA's black flag, asking cars to return to the pits. In SCCA road racing, a red flag is having the drivers come to a controlled stop on track immediately to allow emergency services vehicles to respond to whatever incident there may be right away. It doesn't necessarily mean that there is something tremendously bad going on, but in this case, as we've heard the reports from turn 1, there is almost 100% track blockage there. You don't want cars barreling into a corner or even going 60% speed at a full course caution speed and coming up on something that they're not going to be able to avoid.
Yep. And as far as the drivers, although ideally you'd like to be able to complete your race session all the way through, it is also an opportunity for the drivers to do a little bit of resetting, because they get to just take a break momentarily from driving. And the also great thing is that it looks as though all the cars gave adequate room so emergency services could appropriately respond to what's going on track, and that's always a great thing to see.
All right, and so while we've got a little bit of a pause here, gonna go and make another call to the grid for our next group, and I swear I'm gonna get it right this time. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. That's SSM, or for Rob Miles, it's showroom Spec Miata. SSM race group number 3. If you want to start making your way up to the grid, I know we've got a ton of you racing today. The sooner you come up, the easier it's going to be for our grid workers to get you all put into the right place. So again, race group number 3, please make your way to the grid. All right, so again, we are currently under red flag conditions here at Summit Point Raceway. My understanding is, besides the incident over at turn 1, we have a mechanical issue with one of the racers' cars down in the carousel as well. And we had a car, and I guess this may happen with the heat. Apparently, we had a small fire down there. The fire's already been put out just with a single fire extinguisher. It was nothing major, but this is something that you'd sometimes find when we have these red flag conditions. We ask that the drivers come to a complete stop still on the track surface, not pull into the grass off the track surface, because what can happen, and I've seen this happen at a number of different racetracks, if the grass is high enough, the grass can come into contact with hot exhausts, hot oil pans, you name it, and you basically start a small brush fire underneath the car. So you have to be kind of careful with that. I don't know if that was the situation down there, but again, that's all taken care of. So we're under red flag conditions here at Summit Point. Dom, you read any good books lately?
The virtual books count.
There you go. All right, well, tell you what, it looks like it's going to be a little while before we get this underway. Okay, what we're going to be doing now is we are going to be going to black flag all. So the red flag condition is now done. We're going to be sending all of the race cars back down to the pit lane, where we will get them queued up. They will end up getting re-gridded according to basically the previous full lap before we went to that full course caution. But what we're going to do here up in the booth, because our voices hurt, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back with you in just a few moments with hopefully the conclusion of group number 2, our small bore group. We are 10, and actually before we take the break, let me go and I'll recap the field here for everybody. We are 10 laps into a 20-lap race. Currently, your overall leader is Jeremy Butts, having gotten around Brian Price, as you mentioned, dropped back to 4th. But it's Jeremy Butts, your leader, both in T4 and overall. Mike LaMena running 2nd in the number 89 Mazda Miata. Tom Beverly in his SPU Honda Civic running 3rd. Brian Price in his T4 MX-5. 4th, John Sainz is your leader in STL, and he is currently running in 5th. All right, let's break things down here by class. We'll start off with T4, where Butts is your leader, Mike LaMena, Brian Price, Jennifer Romes, and then Jeff Liller in that 5-car field. In STL, it's John Sainz, Ted Cahall, Kip Gaynor, David Levin, John Jenkins, your top 5. In Spec RX-7, Wendy Moretz, your sole driver. In SPU, our sole driver today, Tom Beverly in his Honda Civic. And in H Production, it is Chuck Allard. The word that I got from down in the carousel, and thank you, Martin Burke, is that Lawrence Freyson in the Scirocco, which we know was smoking a little bit earlier. He was the fire starter, but again, they've got that fire put out. Carlos Schooler running in third, Ryan McBain running in fourth, and so we'll have to see if Freyson can continue. That obviously might change the order here. In GT Pinto, your leader, Bruce Shelton, Drew Erie running in second. I think we mentioned earlier, Michael Hirschberger did not take the green today. And in F Production, Jim Stem, currently your only runner on track, as Jerry Hinkle in the number 66 Lotus did not take the green. So again, we're going to take a quick break here. We're under black flag conditions. We've got the field coming down the pit lane. They may have to change the order a little bit, but we do still have emergency services teams on track looking to clean up the issues down at turn 1. It looks like we also have a car over at turn 3 that was not able to make its way back to the pits. That is the number 55.
Yeah, that's going to be Matt Wood.
Yeah,
the Mazda RX-7.
Yeah, the second-gen RX-7 of Matt Wood. So that's going to take a little time to take care of as well. But we'll be back in just a few moments with the conclusion of race number 2 here from Summit Point Raceway, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, brought to you by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, Radial Tire Company, OG Racing, and EVSR. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. And just a reminder, we are currently under black flag conditions here at Summit Point Raceway, as we've got a little bit of cleanup to do with our small bore group here down at Turn 1. We talked about the 55 STL Mazda RX-7 that was disabled over turn 3. They could not get the engine started, apparently, to head back to the pits. Well, it's going to have a free ride back to the pits now, being towed behind one of our emergency services vehicles. But as soon as we get some information about when these cars are going to be going back out on track, we will let you know. Now, we have mentioned that these are 20-lap races, but there is also a time limit involved. It is a 40-minute time limit. We are currently about 25 minutes into the session here. Of course, there was a little bit of time under red flag conditions, so we'll try and get that all squared away for you. But there is definitely a good amount of time on the clock here before we have to worry about throwing the checker based on time. So again, Dom and I, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with you with more information as we have it. But in the meantime, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 3 drivers, SSM, showroom Spec Miata. Please make your way to the grid. SSM drivers, please make your way to the grid. All right, so we're going to take that quick break, or it might be longer than a quick break, right, Tom? And we'll be back with you with the conclusion of the second MARRS feature race of the day here at the track on 88.7 on your FM dial, or of course on the YouTubes on the Washington D.C. SCC. Pardon me. Let's get this right. It is the Washington D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channel. And so if you're there already watching on YouTube, please give us a thumbs up. If you haven't done so already, click on that big red subscribe button and click the notification bell so you can find out about all the content that the DC region will be posting up. Not just road racing, not just MARRS races, but from all of the different motorsports programs that the DC region of the SCCA supports. So we'll take that quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments here from Summit Point. All right, and we are still under black flag conditions here at Summit Point Raceway, but it appears that most of the cleanup has been done. Also got word from race control that the clock stopped right around the 14-minute mark or thereabouts. So that's going to give us, what, about 25 minutes, 40 minus 40 minus 50, that's 25 minutes. So give or take, like I said, I'm really bad at math. That will give us, though, about 25 minutes to complete this race, whether it be the remaining 10 laps or whether it be based on time. Now, we did, primarily because we saw the cars come back, we did see the vehicles that, there were two vehicles that were impacted, so to say, by the incident down in turn one. Looks like John Sainz, who was our leader at the time in STL, and then also David Levin as well. And so if we take a look at that, Sainz driving that black with blue numbered Windsor Customs number 27 car, and then Levin in the 00 machine. And interesting, didn't see exactly how, obviously it was around the corner. We didn't see how it happened at the time. I think Levin was running fourth in STL when they went down. So he might have come in a little hot there because he would have had to overtake both Kip Gaynor and Ted Cahill to get up to John Sainz. So, again, we don't know what happened there. We're not gonna make any not say anything beyond that because we just didn't see the action. We'll let the powers that be work things out if there's anything there to be worked out. But all the drivers are out of the cars. Everybody's safe. We're getting things cleaned up here at Summit Point, and so we should be going back to green flag action here in just a few moments for the remainder of our Group 2 race. And as we mentioned, we had a couple of other issues. We've got Carolyn Bear Brewing, and I think they may have retrieved her car as well off from the skid pad area down by turn one. The 64 machine, as we mentioned, Lawrence Freyson in his entry. The 64 car, that was the Volkswagen Scirocco. Got word from my spotters down in the carousel that he went off over by turn 6, ended up stopped in the grass, and it was indeed basically a small grass fire underneath the car, and it was taken care of. And then we had the 55 machine, the STL entry of Matt Wood. That was dead stick. They could, when the red flag condition was concluded, and they black flagged all the drivers to come back to the pits. Couldn't get the car started, so he got the flat toe back. Now, under black flag conditions, you're not allowed to work on the race car. So we'll see if whether or not they get that thing restarted. It may be as simple as giving it a push start. Who knows? But the grid workers right now are working to set the order correct so that the cars roll back out onto the track in the correct order, rolling back to the last complete lap, essentially, because you can't. If there's always the possibility with a red flag condition that you could end up moving around somebody and picking up a position, just so you don't run into the back of the car ahead of you. But we want to get that order correct before we send the cars out on track. Now, I have also heard from race control that the clock will start running, not when the drivers take the green flag, but as soon as they roll off the pit lane, essentially. All right, let's go. We're gonna flip the screens on our video feed because it's no longer "We'll be right back." It is time to go racing once again here from Summit Point, and I just noticed that my video feed has dropped dead. So let me see if I can get that up and running again for you. Because God, it looks like everything's gone down in the time that the time that we've been away. We'll try and get that rolling and see if we can get some video again. If not, there we go, and we will get that squared away. Excellent, glad to have that back. And now we have our cars out on course. They are single file. They are behind the pace car right now. The pace car will pit back in, and then we will go back to racing, as we do have, again, 10 laps remaining when they cross the stripe. It will be 9 laps remaining here from Summit Point in our now slightly smaller small bore field. And again, just a reminder here, we've got, for those of you that are watching on YouTube, we do have the overall order sitting on the screen for you, but Butts, LaMena, Beverly, your top two, the two of those 3 cars are battling for the lead in T4, and now having this, the single file restart should really mix things up, Dom. Of course, T4 at the front, and we'll have, and of course, a little bit smaller STL field, but we're going to have Ted Cahall, Kip Gaynor, and also John Jenkins in very close proximity on track for this restart, as well as they come out of turn 10 onto the front straight. Green flag is now in the air, and Brian Price, he's going to get a jump on the 128 machine that was a little bit further back in the field. He was being lapped, and Brian Price on this restart has gotten the jump on Tom Beverly in the number 4 Honda Civic, as we've got a couple of cars going now side by side down into turn number 1. And as they do, we'll see how things play out now in that battle for the lead in STL with Cahall and Jenkins. Now, we should also mention that as things are very bottled up here, right behind, and Cahall's now opened up about a 5-car length lead on Jenkins, right back behind him. Jennifer Romes was going side by side with our third place runner in STL, Isaac Jordan. Isaac looking to get up into that battle now for the lead in STL as well.
Yep. And Brian Price, with that great start, is going to now be looking to cut into that advantage that Michael Mena and Jeremy Butts, because they also got a great jump off the start. They're going to try to continue with their strategy to work together, bump drafting, in order to open up that advantage.
Yeah, and so at the start there, Price did need to work his way around the number 128 Honda CRX of Ryan McBain. That's an H-Prod car, but there's about 100+ horsepower difference between the two. It really didn't create much of a challenge for him, and he cleared them long before they got to turn 1. As we now see those top 3 cars, Butts, LaMena, Price, they cross the stripe, and only half a car length separating them. And we might add that the SPU Honda Civic of Beverly, he's right in that battle as well. I'm sure from what we saw yesterday, Beverly, he shows a lot of restraint. He's not going to get in the middle of that T4 race. He's, I think, probably just going to be content kind of sitting back there.
And Butts is going to lead LaMena into turn 3, running nose to tail, and then Price about calling back from there. But looks like Michael Mena just slightly drops wheels off on Jara's right and is able to keep going. And Greg, you mentioned the fact that Tom Beverly won't want to get in the way of that 24 bout. And when you talk to a lot of drivers, I've heard drivers in post-race media where they talk about not being necessary part of a race for class and just enjoying watching the race. Because,
right.
Yeah, as much as these drivers enjoy being on track, they're huge race fans as well and love a great battle. So if you're in a position where you might not be directly in competition with another car, you will sit back and enjoy that battle and have a great seat for it too.
Exactly. So here are a couple quick notes coming out of this restart. Lawrence Freyson in the 64 Scirocco, he was our fire starter down in the carousel when we went to the red flag conditions. Well, whatever happened, and it looks like with that fire was pretty much contained to just the grass underneath the car only. He is out on track now. Of course, he has lost a position to Carlos Schooler. So Schooler now running second in H production behind Chuck Allard in the number 50 RX, pardon me, the number 50 Porsche 924 here. And as we watch now towards the front of the field, we've got that three-car battle for the lead in T4, and it is still sitting up at the front there. Butts, LaMena, Price. It looks as though, and we saw this, I think, as Price started to fall back at the beginning. He's not quite at the same pace as the top two cars. Both Butts and LaMena running in the high 24s, the 124.7 range. Price about 3/10 off of those two drivers.
Another cool battle here is shaping up a little bit further back in the field. Bruce Shelton, who's been fighting the last few laps with Isaac Jordan in the 38. That's another one of our STR Miatas. They were going side by side and have been going side by side the last few laps. So no multiple classes multiple classes out there, and you see a lot of sometimes battles that you might not necessarily expect to happen, but we enjoy them nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. We enjoy them, and I guess that's one of the it's unfortunate that we have to have these restarts because there was something that precipitated it. But sometimes having these single file restarts that brings the field close together, that you're pretty much restarting from ground zero, it really brings you some of these battles that you might not have seen halfway or three-quarters of a way through a race, as we now have 7 laps remaining here in our small bore race, and that T4 battle for the lead right now. Again, Butts and LaMena again starting to drop Brian Price there. That last time by Butts and LaMena about 0.6 of a second faster than Brian Price. As we go a little bit further back, I think one of these great battles that we're talking about is looking at, we've got Bruce Shelton in his father Bob's GT Pinto. We've got Chuck Allard in his leading H production right now in the number 50 Porsche 924. And then we've got Jim Stem in his F production Volvo, all bottled up together and jockeying for position through turns 1 and turn 2. Really cool to watch all of these different cars. Yes, different classes, and yes, different performance envelopes. Of them brake better than others. The Volvo certainly with, I think, much more top end than, say, the H production Porsche 924. But to see how they all kind of managed to end up at the same place at the same time, basically.
And also a great cross-section of 70s sports sedans and
yes,
sports cars.
sports cars, exactly. You wouldn't expect for a Volvo 142 coupe to be battling it out maybe with a Porsche 920, well, maybe with a Porsche 924, but with a Porsche and have a Pinto right in the middle of it. I don't know if you'd call a Pinto a sport sedan or sport coupe, but again, great battles there. As we now have a change in our top 4 drivers, Tom Beverly in his SPU Honda Civic, he does, I think now that he realized that Brian Price maybe was not in that battle for the win in T4, Beverly has gotten around Brian Price, made it look fairly simple, didn't impact either's run down to turn 3, and Beverly now up into 3rd overall.
And we were talking about the Volvo that Jim Stem's running, the Volvo P1800, which has been a production car that's been contested both E-production and F-production. I believe Mike Pepitone was the last one of memory in this area who was running one. I know that Bob Keller, who is out of the Wisconsin area, runs out of Road America as a home track.
Sam Moore has a P1800 that he brought out to the runoffs last year as well. And interestingly enough, so it's a GT car, so it's a silhouette body, although I believe he may have had a prod car at one time. And I think he may have realized that he didn't have quite the finish he expected. And Sam Moore has raced here at Summit Point for years, very big in the Volvos, also a premier Honda engine builder on the East Coast as well, having built production motors for Hondas for years. And he has, I think, decided that perhaps that silhouette body, as neat as it looked, and a really nice throwback, wasn't the fastest thing going on a track that required speed. And he is actually working right now on a V40 sedan body for that same chassis. So a Volvo sedan from the early 2000s, which, yeah, even though it's a four-door sedan silhouette, it's still a lot more slippery than that P1800 was.
And we're going to be looking for our leaders. Of course, that's going to be Jeremy Butts and Michael Manna. And as we mentioned a few laps ago, Tom Beverly was able to get by Brian Price. So Price, while he does sit in third place in 24, has a Honda Civic in between himself and the nearest competitor. As we have Jeremy Butts and Michael Manna making their way across the stripe, and they're going to have 4 laps to go on this lap as they make their way into turn number 1. Have a lap car up ahead as Michael Manna makes his way to the inside, takes a look, doesn't have quite enough momentum, and Jeremy Butts also a little bit later on the brakes, able to keep Momena at bay as they went out turn 2, Greg.
Yeah, and we see a little whiff of dust over there as both Lamena and Butts are coming up on the 64 Scirocco of Freyson, and as they come into turn 3, Butts was looking to possibly get underneath the Scirocco, maybe use the Scirocco as a bit of a pick, but wasn't quite close enough. Actually, it was about 2 car lengths back as they came in, and Butts, we could see where he let out of the throttle a little bit and followed the Scirocco through. But that might have given a bit of an advantage to Lamena. Maybe got Lamena a little bit closer, so the next time they come out of turn 10, he might have an advantage going down into 1. Now we've got a car off coming out of turn 2, going into turn number 3, and that's the 95 machine, Dom.
And that's going to be John Jenkins, who does pull it safely onto our access road to allow racing here to continue safely. But, yep.
And he was running second in STL after the black flag, and that is going to move now Kip Gaynor up in the second, move Michael Cohen up to third, and then Moran and Jordan currently fourth and fifth. But things in STL after the black flag have really started to separate themselves out. I think as we had had to work their way through traffic here, and so Gaynor now somewhere around I think about somewhere around almost 10 seconds back from our STL leader Ted Cahall.
And looking back up to our 24 leaders, Michael Mann is still hot on the heels of Jeremy Butts. Make their way up into turn number 3. They may have some traffic they'll have to work around as they're again as they went across the stripe. They'll be have 2 laps to go. Wendy Moretz, I believe, in the CRX is the the SRX7 is the next car up the road. So and it seems as this race has gone on, as you mentioned, Greg, Brian Price, who was giving both Butts and Lamena a challenge, has now dropped well back. So perhaps run off tires. We know Brian Price's style is definitely definitely a charge hard type of style. So
yeah, I can't imagine that easy on the equipment and Brian Price are normally conversations that you would hear in close order there. Yeah, he definitely pushes the car, works the tires very hard, and it's quite possible that in trying to maintain the pace of Butts and Lamena early on, that he ran the tires off the car, even with that cool down period of the red flag and the black flag.
And we do have Butts and Lamena going into turn 1. And next time around, they are currently working the penultimate lap, so they'll be getting the 1-to-go board. And for the first time in a number of laps, we have them going side by side, coming out of turn number 1. And as they exit 2, they're going to continue to go door to door. And it's Butts on the inside, Lamena on the outside. Butts with just a nose ahead. And Lamena is going to try to go deeper on the brakes. Has a nose ahead now as they go up to 3, but they're going to go into 3 and then down to 4 side by side. So we'll see once they make their way back around here.
And this might create some issues for them. Just ahead, at about 15 car lengths ahead, we had Carlos Schooler, who's currently running second in age production. He was looking to put Ryan McBain's Honda CRX. Ryan currently running fourth in age production, looking to put McBain a lap down. And they were side by side going into turn number 3, much lower horsepower cars, much harder to pass. And if they don't get things squared away, if they don't figure things out by turn 5, good possibility that battle for the lead is going to come right up on their rear bumpers going into the carousel.
As we do have our leaders making their way, and Michael Mena was able to complete that overtake on Jeremy Butts as we are working the final lap, and they're also able to successfully get around some of the traffic. Tom Beverly getting just a little bit held up there going into turn one, but it is Butts and LaMena who lead the way as Beverly again is trying to safely get around some of this traffic. LaMena and Butts coming out of turn number two. And it looks like we have a deer
We have
on.
deer
Yeah.
out by the exit of turn number one, which I'll bet you put the wide eyes on Butts and LaMena. They're coming out of turn one. Now, Dom, we also I was talking about the 2H production cars ahead of Butts and LaMena. Notice that one Carlos Schooler did not get around that Civic, or pardon me, around that CRX, but Butts and LaMena did not get around Schooler or the CRX until they came out of turn 10. So they were following those much slower, much lower horsepower cars all the way through the carousel and around. Must have been, I would imagine if I was the lead of those two cars, it must have been very, very difficult to figure out how to be defensive while looking for that first opportunity to get around. As we have our racers on their very last lap here at Summit Point, and the question is whether it's going to be Butts or LaMena, and they are side by side coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight, maybe an inch to 2 inches separating them as they come down, crossing the stripe, taking the win by about, I'd put it at about 1.5 feet. Michael LaMena, he is your winner. Margin of victory, 21 thousandths of a second. And of course, you know, the transponders might be in different places on those cars, but it was, again, maybe 1.5 feet nose to nose on those cars. Finishing third overall, going to be Tom Beverly in his SPU Honda Civic. Brian Price will bring the number 51 machine home, fourth place overall, third in T4. Now, as we wait, and we're going to see here as more cars filter through the final corner and come onto the front straight, we're still waiting for a number of our drivers to take the checkered flag. And I believe, and I'm trying to see whether or not Ted Cahall has crossed the stripe, and I believe he has. So Ted Cahall finishing fifth overall. He's going to take the win in STL over Kip Gaynor in the number 44 machine. If we shift a little bit further back, and this pack now is coming out of turn 10. We've talked about Shelton, Allard, Stem, and we might as well add the number 38 machine, Isaac Jordan, into that battle as well. They all cross the stripe, and so we can now say that Chuck Allard will take the win in H production. Jim Stem, who is the only F production driver remaining here, runs his fastest lap of the race on the final lap in that big white number 40. He's going to finish 13th overall, and again taking the win in F production. Carlos Schooler is going to come home in second in H production, with Freyson finishing in third. And of course, congratulations to Wendy Moretz, who finishes her second MARRS race and ran a very clean race today, taking the win in Spec RX-7. All right, so I'm going to make the final call to the grid now for our SSM group. I figure after making like 5 different calls, and they were here pretty much. Most of them were here for that whole red flag and black flag situation. Most of them are up on the grid, but we're going to have close to 50 starters. So let me go make that final call to the grid in case they haven't found their way up there yet. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, SSM. SSM drivers, that's showroom Spec Miata for people like Rob Miles. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 3, SSM, please make your way to the grid. All right, we're going to take another break up here, and we've got some cars to still pick up and a little bit of cleanup to do that wasn't done during that black flag situation. And so when we come back, we're going to have our largest group racing this weekend. SSM, I believe we've got somewhere along the lines of, yes, after yesterday, 50 drivers putting in qualifying times. And I think we had 49 of them on track yesterday for their sprint race. So we'll be back here in just a few moments. Thank you so much for listening to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, OG Racing, EVSR, and Radial Tire Company. here at the track on 88.7 on your FM dial and on YouTube on the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel. And we'll be back in just a few moments. All right, everybody. Just a quick reminder, especially for those that are listening at home, we're currently doing some cleanup at the track here, laying down, and this might be a little tip for our SSM drivers, although I'm sure they've been told by now, laying down some oil dry coming out of turn 2, heading down into turn 3 here, driver's right. And as soon as we get the track cleaned up and ready to go for our SSM drivers, we'll be back with that 50-car grid and that 50-car rundown here from Summit Point Raceway. So again, we'll be back here in just a few moments from beautiful Summit Point, where it's now temperature's risen quite a bit. It's about 67 degrees Fahrenheit here, and still a bit cooler than we saw yesterday. But some great racing so far here from Summit Point, and we'll be bringing you more action in just a few moments. All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway as we get ready now for our third race of the morning. Actually, I guess this will be our fourth race of the morning if you include the bracket racing. It is SSM Showroom Spec Miata, the NA 1.6 liter Miatas, and about as close, I think, as you're going to find to spec racing here this weekend. But with the exception of the Spec Racer Fords, as all of these cars, they get dynoed. They have to be within a very limited power range. They then get the cars sealed each and every season, and it really, I think, even much more so than Spec Miata, is a class that promotes driver ability and capability more so than the car itself. That these cars are so closely matched. So we've got Dom close to 50 cars that went out for either qualifying yesterday and set a time or went out for yesterday's sprint race and set a time. We take the fastest lap time for either of those two sessions to set the grid for today's race. We've got close to 50 cars. Let's run them down.
Absolutely, and the nice thing about today is the fact that because the names are truncated, everything fits on one page. So
Hey, there
we're
we
having
go.
to flip the page today.
And we know they all drive Miatas, so it makes it even easier.
Even easier. So starting in 50th spot will be card number 31 from Virginia Beach, Virginia, Giovanni Cusafui. Starting 49th, we have car number 40 from Ashburn, Virginia, John Grayer. Starting in the 48th spot, car 05 out of Knoxville, Tennessee, Steve Bindrum. 47th, we have car number 70 from Washington, D.C., Davey Ahern. 46th starter is car number 39 from Charlestown, West Virginia, Jack Helm. 45th, we have car 51 from Ellicott City, Maryland. That's John Maslin. Starting 44th, card number 24 from Leesburg, Virginia, Steve Wolfson. Starting 43rd, card number 6 from Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, it's Jim Roberts. 42nd, we have car 01 from McLean, Virginia, that's James Smith. 41st will be card number 9 from Mechanicsville, Virginia, it's Raymond Heath. Starting 40th, driving car number 44 from Hedgesville, West Virginia, Mike Monahan. Starting 39th, driving car 64 out of Woodbridge, Virginia, Hector Garrido. Our 38th starter will be car 146 out of Washington, D.C., Mac Harrison. 37th, we have car 199 coming to us from Millersville, Maryland. It's Ben Sarley. Starting 36th, we have car number 8 out of Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. It's Jordan Furman. Starting 35th, driving car 25 from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, it's Jordan Furman. It's Gary Schenk. Starting 34th spot, driving car number 2 out of Berryville, Virginia, Mark Flitcroft. In 33rd spot, we have car number 82 from Boonesboro, Maryland, it's Stuart Smith. Starting 32nd, driving car 123 from Herndon, Virginia, Kalen Crocker. 31st starter will be car number 12 from Frederick, Maryland, J.D. Bronk. 30th, we have car 88 from Knoxville, Virginia, that's Jay Bindrum. Our 29th starter will be car 04 from Sexville, Maryland, Adam Volatile. 28th, car number 61 from Fairfax, Virginia, that's Richard Gura. In 27th spot, we have car 99 out of Potomac, Maryland, Peter Kaufman. 26th will be car number 74 out of Millersville, Maryland, Brent Simonson. Starting in 25th, we have car 65 out of Fairfax, Virginia, Brooks Hunt. Starting 24th will be car 113 out of Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, John Moyer. Gridded 23rd, driving car number 89 out of Herndon, Virginia, will be Jameson Huffman. Starting in the 22nd spot, driving in car 56 out of Towson, Maryland, we have Jeff Horowitz. In 21st will be car number 14 from Winchester, Virginia, Andy O'Brien. In 20th spot, car number 52 out of Washington, D.C., and that is Ryan Harrison. Starting 19th, driving car number 41 from Stevenson, Virginia, Jed Fonstock. Starting in the 18th spot, we'll have car 55 from Salisbury, Maryland, and that is Chip Disharoon. Starting in the 17th spot is car number 91 from Midlothian, Virginia, Scott Kuristik. In the 16th spot, we'll have car 121 out of Silver Spring, Maryland, Frank Taberzi. The 15th spot is car number 75 from Bristow, Virginia, Deacon Greenfield. Our 14th spot belongs to card number 32 out of Baltimore, Maryland, Scott O'Rourke. Starting 13th, driving car 67 from Silver Spring, Maryland, Nathan Lucas. In 12th, we'll have car number 1 out of Warrenton, Virginia, Dave Bygert. In 11th, we'll have car 63 from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, that's John Hotz. In our 10th spot, we'll have car 37 out of Frederick, Maryland, Ryan Franklin. Our 9th spot belongs to card number 18 from Wallingford, Pennsylvania, Dave Weibel. In 8th will be card number 66 from Great Falls, Virginia, that's Kevin Kopp. 7th spot we'll have car number 7, and that driver is out of Frederick, Maryland, and it is Scott Brunk. Starting in 6th, car 06 from Baltimore, Maryland, that's Neil O'Rourke. Starting in the 5th spot, driving card number 33 from Sterling, Virginia, it's Tristan Herbert. And starting 4th will be car 15 out of Dayton, Maryland. Driving is Ryan Maloney. In 3rd, we'll have car 07 out of Springfield, Virginia. That is Dave Stern. And on the front row, starting in 2nd place, we'll have car number 42 from Leesburg, Virginia, John Evans. And our pole sitter, and also yesterday's winner, driving car number 11, coming to us from Strasburg, Pennsylvania, it is Rich Roman.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much. And you know what? We got that whole thing in before the second pace lap began. So we do have 2 pace laps for this group so that they have the time to get everything all set up and get gridded up correctly. And here's, of course, we had the missing man formation earlier for Bob Shelton. And you'll notice that we have one of our older BMW 2002s out with this group as well, and I'm trying to remember who that car belonged to. If that was actually Bruce Shelton's BMW 2002, I don't believe it was. I thought that was Lloyd Furr's machine, but neat to see that ITB machine out leading the whole SSM field. Now let's take a quick look back yet to yesterday's sprint race in SSM, and it was, as we typically see here in the MARRS series with SSM, incredibly close racing, and it was a very tight race all the way to the end. Rich Roman took the win yesterday over Jonathan Evans, but it was a 4-car fight for quite some time, and then became a 3-car fight as time went on, as we had Roman, Evans, and Ryan Maloney, who ended up taking the last step on the podium yesterday, swapping positions and jockeying for position almost the length of the entire length of the race. We had David Stern in the number 07 car. He managed to make up a couple positions on the start, and he finished in 4th, just out of the money. And Tristan Herbert, driver of the number 33 machine, he finished in 5th. Now we had some great runs from some drivers through the field yesterday. If I remember correctly, looking back, I think Jamison Huffman, who started somewhere around 25th, right around the midfield, he finished up in 17th position. Brent Simonson in his first run in SSM, he's been running in T4 for quite some time. He started right in the middle of the field and ended up finishing up right in 22nd position, but chose that you may not race in Spec Miata or SSM all the time, and he's had a lot of experience in ITA cars and ITA Miata in particular, and he said it felt like home for him. All right, field now coming out of turn 10 now onto the front straight. There was a report that at least halfway to the back end of the field, not very well formed up, but our front row of Roman and Evans leads the field now onto the front straight. The starter is waiting, and the starter waves off the start. And so no start as the starter continues to shake his head no. The field, Dom, was really very strung out at the end and towards the back of the pack, and it looks like a lot of the drivers now, hopefully they got the word, they noticed, because we've got, in some cases, 3.5 cars wide going down into turn 1, as I think a lot of the drivers are trying not to deal with the accordion effect.
Hey Greg, I think what happened was a lot of these drivers got caught out by that waved off start, because you come to the line expecting to get that green flag and then to not see it. I think a lot of drivers just don't expect that to happen. And as you mentioned, we did see some cars take to the grass just to avoid running into the car in front. But what this also means is that we are officially working the first lap of the race. So we are, the clock has started on the race, so they're doing lap 1. So hopefully they'll be formed up a little bit better.
A little bit better,
when they come around for the second lap, and we'll be under green flag conditions.
That's right. And a reminder, this is a 20-lap or 40-minute race, whichever comes first. Given that these cars are running lap times in the 128 range, it should be, even with one additional pace lap here, should be fairly easy for them to get the full number of laps in that 40-minute time range. But this means that our pole sitter, Rich Roman, has the field. He is essentially the pace car for this next lap around. It will be a double file start with Evans and with Roman and Evans on the field. Now, the pace that our front row was keeping appeared to be, I think, very reasonable. But again, there were reports down in the carousel that the tail end of the field had never really made it back up, and one of the reasons why we do these two pace laps for this group is because it's almost 3/4 of a pace lap done before the field ever fully gets out on track. So it takes a while for that to get gridded up. But we now have Roman and Evans. Roman, two drivers right on the inside. He's your pole sitter. Jonathan Evans to the outside, bringing the field around turn 10 for the second time today. And when they cross the stripe, it will be to start lap number 2. And we have another wave off. We have another wave off. And so we are continuing to have a full course caution condition around the track, Dom. And again, it looked fine up at the front, but there were, not that the field wasn't gridded up all that well towards the rear, but there were a number of racers shading in and getting out of line to try to get a much better view of the start-finish stand. Now, as you know, you've raced in Miatas here. It's very difficult, and you don't have to be just in a Miata. It's very difficult because as you come out of turn 10 onto the front straight here, the start-finish stand starts to drop away from you, and it's very hard to see through 10 or 15 windshields to see when that starter might wave the flag that you're listening more for engine than anything else. And so you have drivers that may not have crew on radios to tell them when the green flag is, trying to get any kind of advantage they can get.
And Greg, something about starts in general is that the decision to wave the green flag is at the discretion of the starter for the particular race. So whatever they might see as fit, if they see it as fit to do another lap before giving them the green, that is their choice. It's one of the few things I think out here where there isn't a specific rule book or a specific sort of set of circumstances that has to unfold to get that. But and a lot of times what will happen is it may not be the first few rows that are out of alignment or not to their liking. It might be someone who pokes out a few rows back, or maybe someone in the fields, maybe at the front of the field, begins to accelerate before they get the green, and a lot of times that will lead them to having them go around before they get the green flag.
All right, so now coming up to complete their fourth pace lap of the race here. Getting report from the field that the field looks very good. So Roman with Evans will lead the field out of turn 10 once again. The field does, once you get about 3/4 of the way back, start to stretch out, but we've got a much earlier, well, we've got the first green flag, but starter through the green flag very, very early. I think didn't want to give the field the opportunity to start shading in, and so we've got 2 rows pretty much identical speeds going down into turn 1 with Roman to the inside, Evans to the outside. Evans has an advantage going into turn number 1 and has nose up on Rich Roman, but has the long way around. And as they come out of turn 1, heading down into turn number 2, it is now your leader, Jonathan Evans, driver of the number 42 machine, and it looks like Ryan Maloney, Dom, was able to get around Rich Roman as well on that start.
Yeah, Ryan Maloney, who started this race in the 4th spot and made his way up to 2nd place, and then Rich Roman, who got shoved back to 3rd, was now then under contest from, it looks like Dave Stern in the 07 car. And I talked to Ryan yesterday in the paddock following the race, and we were joking about how Ryan was asking me why I didn't give the encouragement for Ryan in the race yesterday. So Ryan, I'm sorry that my my broadcasting ability only has limited power to help you out.
That's right.
Hope you have a safe race today and have some fun out there.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to call the green for him. Unfortunately, nobody gave us the opportunity. All right, so as we wait now for, again, what is our largest field of the weekend, and this was an amazing race yesterday, coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight to complete lap number 1, it is Jonathan Evans, followed very, very closely, about a 1/4 of a foot closely, by Ryan Maloney. Our pole sitter, Rich Roman, about car length and a half back from there, and then it is Neil O'Rourke in the green number 06. Right behind O'Rourke, we've got Kevin Kopp in the 66 machine, his teammate Tristan Herbert in the 33 machine. They are running 5th and 6th. David Stern, Scott Brunk. Then we've got Weibel and Hotz. And Kevin Kopp having made up 3 positions on that start, making a good run up towards the front of the field in that gray number 66 machine.
Agreeing at the front, we do have, as you said, Evans leading Maloney at the moment, and those two beginning to run nose to tail, might try to work a little bit of a strategy there. And Rich Roman, again, as we said yesterday, Rich having shown to be very capable, running alone, runs probably about the same speed, if not faster, than other cars that can work together. So they're going to try to keep Rich Roman back there as long as they can. And then Neil O'Rourke and Kevin Kopp. Kevin, as you mentioned yesterday, started in 13th and then made his way through the field yesterday, gained about 7 spots. So he started in the 7th spot today, and so he'll be looking to stay within that top 5 and within striking distance of the leaders.
That's right. All right. So now, as we have our leaders once again coming through turn 10, the complete lap number 1, it is still Evans and Maloney now with a 3-car length advantage over Rich Roman, another 2.5 car lengths back to the green number 6 of Neil O'Rourke. Then Kevin Kopp is sitting in 5th, then Tristan Herbert and David Stern. And as we had Meathead Mike Collins sitting out on the west coast of California, mentioned Neil O'Rourke, yesterday's hard charger, making up 34 positions. He started at the tail end of the field. I think he didn't go out for qualifying, and made up a ton of positions. But based on his lap times yesterday, started much closer to the front of the field, and definitely showing his mettle right now as our leaders make it down towards turn number, down into the carousel. Now a little bit further back, and we do have Dom pretty much nose to tail racing here from front to back. Vic Disharoon, actually I think it's Chip Disharoon in the 55 machine, sitting 13th right now. He is in a great battle with Scott O'Rourke, Nate Lucas, and Dave Weibel. Disharoon had some issues yesterday. He also made up a ton of positions in yesterday's race. He had his qualifying times tossed yesterday morning. And some people maybe not so happy with his on-track driving, but he's shown to be a very aggressive driver out here in the MARRS series.
As we do have our leaders coming out of turn 10, continuing to be led by John Evans, who has Ryan Maloney right behind, and then go about 3 cars till you get back to Rich Roman, who has about 2 over Neil O'Rourke, and then we have Kevin Kopp running in the 5th spot, and now we have Tristan Herbert and Dave Stern working together. They're running in the 6th and 7th spots respectively. As our leaders go down into turn number 1, nobody looking to make a move at this point, everyone running pretty much line astern as they make their way out of 1, getting ready to go into turn number 2. A little bit of brake smoke from one of our competitors a little bit further back. And as they went through turn number 1, just a little bit of compression here, as now Rich Roman and Neil O'Rourke have caught up to the back of Ryan Maloney, which has given John Evans about 2 to 3 car lengths advantage out front, so a little bit more breathing room than the last time around, Greg.
All right, here, and as we look, we were watching here as Herbert and Stern are obviously working together. They ran very close together yesterday. They weren't really jockeying for position yesterday either, as they were trying to draft up to the packs up front. Now, yesterday, of course, Stern and Herbert finished just off the podium, 4th and 5th, and today they are running just a little bit further back in the field. They're running 6th and 7th, and of course, Herbert has 2 teammates, or actually Herbert has 1 teammate, that's Kevin Kopp, next driver up in line if they could get to and work with him. But at this point, Kopp is somewhere around 6-7 car lengths up and working together with Neil O'Rourke.
And we just make the way across the stripe, and now Rich Roman has last onto the back of Ryan Maloney, and it looks as though Ryan was thinking for a moment about taking a look to the inside of Evans, but tucks right back in. And those 3 have opened up about, I'd say, 4 car lengths now over Neil O'Rourke as they make their way out of turn number 2. Looking a little bit further back, as you said, Dave Weibel and Nathan Lucas also having a great battle. They're running in the top 10 as well. But our 3 leaders, Evans, Maloney, and Roman, coming into turn number 3, distancing themselves by about 3 car lengths over Neil O'Rourke. Kevin Kopp again just slightly dropping wheels off on driver's right, able to keep it going.
All right, a little bit further back in the pack, we talked about one of our rookies that had been running incredibly well yesterday. That was Jamison Huffman. And so Huffman today started in 23rd position. He's only managed to make up one position. He's out actually working, trying to make his way up to the number 75 machine of Deacon Greenfield. These two drivers race online together considerable amount on iRacing, or part of an iRacing team, Team Watson Motorsports. And yesterday, Greenfield didn't have the best of days. It lost a couple of positions, but at this moment, Greenfield showing to be slightly better wheel today with a 18th position. Although he started 15th, has actually dropped 3. All right, as our leaders now already catching up to the tail end of this SSM field, and we have a new leader. It is Ryan Maloney, the blue number 15 machine, followed very closely by Jonathan Evans. Evans goes and pushes the 15 car down across the stripe and past some of that slower traffic. But as they've come up into that slower traffic, what has happened now is a now 4-car battle. And did I just say that was Jonathan Evans pushing Ryan Maloney down in the 1? No, that was actually Rich Roman pushing Ryan Maloney. So Maloney now, Evans drops from first position back into 3rd. And so it is Maloney, it is Rich Roman, it is then it is Jonathan Evans, and then it is that green 6 machine of Neil O'Rourke, and all of those cars are nose to tail.
And Greg, one of the drivers out here, our 5th place runner at the moment, Kevin Kopp, has his work cut out for him at the moment, because he's beginning to lose the draft of the top 4
Yes.
by virtue of the fact that they're working together, and is now in danger of falling back into the clutches of Tristan Herbert and Dave Stern. So not sure if we'll see if Kevin Kopp has enough pace independently to catch back up to the leaders before falling back, as we do have our leaders now crossing the stripe, as you said, with new leader Ryan Maloney.
All right, and as they head down in the 1, it is our top 3, Maloney, Roman, Evans, all lock nose to tail. O'Rourke, coming out of 10, was about 3 car lengths back, but is able to draft up to within about 3/4 of a car length as they go down under braking into turn number 1. Then we've got Kevin Kopp, and as you mentioned, Kopp, now that last time by, Kopp ran his fastest lap of the race at a 1:28.7. It's still about 3/10 off of what our top 4 drivers are running. And yes, he may run the risk of finally falling back into the clutches of Stern, who has gotten around Tristan Herbert, by the way. So move Herbert back to 7th, move Stern up to 6th. But it might be quite a while before those 2 drivers actually get up to Kopp, as there is about 3+ seconds separating them. I think what you may see is Scott Brunk and John Hotz, who are working together as well, currently sitting 8th and 9th. They may find themselves on the tail of Tristan Herbert long before Stern and Herbert get to Kevin Kopp.
And we do have our overall leaders coming out of turn 10. And again, it's that 4-car pack with Maloney, Evans, Roman, and Neil O'Rourke as they make their way across the stripe. And they're beginning to work their way, Greg, as well through some of our through some lap traffic. So for these leaders, as we've seen already with some of our other groups, we do have cases where lap traffic does come into play as our leaders make their way into turn number 1. And now our top 3 is making their way out of turn 1 and getting ready to go into turn number 2. And going side by side are Rich Roman and Ryan Maloney. However, Maloney does have John Evans as a drafting partner. They're coming up into turn 3. Ryan Maloney has enough momentum by virtue of that help from Evans and holds on to that top spot from a challenging Rich Roman.
Well, and now that we're starting to see these battles with about 11 laps to go, and we need to find out if our next race is we're going to have to find out if our next race is going to be before lunch or not. But one of the things that we saw as they're coming up on some of the slower traffic was that Kevin Kopp, who we saw falling back, had actually started to make up some ground, but he had to make a pass on the outside of Giovanni Crisafulli coming through turn 10. And Kopp was very close to the gravel out there. Crisafulli did not give him a lot of room. Crisafulli currently running 49th, and so that limited Kopp's run. But the more Roman, the more Maloney, and the more that Evans start to fight, the easier it's going to be for Kevin Kopp to get into that battle as well.
And we do have our leaders making their way down into turn number 1. And again, just a little bit up the road, they're going to have some of the lap traffic to contend with as they make their way into turn number 1. And as we've been talking about, Kevin Kopp at the moment still able to feel a little bit of the draft from our lead pack, as he has distanced himself from both Tristan Herbert and from Dave Stern. Our leaders coming up into turn number 3. Maloney continues to lead Roman, and with John Evans and Neil O'Rourke in tow, then go back about 10 car lengths until you get to Kevin Kopp. And now in our second pack here, we have Dave Stern and Tristan Herbert, who are joined by Scott Brunk, Nathan Lucas, and then John Hotz. So as we see throughout our SSM field, we do have the very distinct packs that are beginning to form, with much of the field being comprised of 2x2, of 2 cars, and some with 3 cars as you look down the field.
All right, Dom, I've just gotten word that we are going to have one more race before lunch. So as we're now about halfway through this race, let me make a first call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 4, that's our open wheel group, ASR, Club Ford, Formula 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE and FE2, Formula F, Formula S and Formula ST, Formula V, Formula X, and Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. This is your first call to the grid. Race group number 4, ASR, Club Ford, Formula 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula F, Formula S, Formula ST, Formula V, Formula X, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Please make your way to the grid.
Would you mind reading those in reverse order, Greg?
Yes, I would mind. Yeah, not going to happen, my friend. Not going to happen. All right, let's check back in on the action here.
Yep, so we had this time through, the order continues to be the same with our top 4, with Maloney, Roman, Evans, and Neil O'Rourke. And Kevin Kopp, again, out there in a little bit of no man's land, running in that 5th spot. However, Dave Stern, Tristan Herbert, Scott Burke, Nathan Lucas, and John Hotz, who basically make up that second pack with about 6 cars, have dropped back from Kevin Kopp. So enough speed by Kopp in order to stay ahead of that second pack, but not quite enough to be within a sniff of the draft of the lead pack.
Yeah, and we are starting to see, as both Stern and Herbert still working together back behind Kevin Kopp, that as I suspected, the drivers behind, which were at that time it was Scott Brunk and John Hotz, but let's also add Nate Lucas into this conversation, as Lucas has gotten around John Hotz. Lucas has made up 4 positions since the start of this race. Brunk, Lucas, Hotz, and also Dave Weibel starting to close things in on that pair of Herbert and Stern, as those drivers just now crossed the stripe and our leaders are going through turn 1.
And Greg, we did just have the 9 of Raymond Heath pull into the pit lane and pull back to the pack, so he is going to be retiring from this race. Looking back to our leaders, Maloney, Roman, Evans, and Neil O'Rourke make their way into turn number 4. Again, continuing to work through traffic as Kevin Kopp looms back by about 10 car lengths. And then we go back to our second pack, where we have Dave Stern, Tristan Herbert, and then Scott Brunk and Nathan Lucas, who have dropped John Hotz by about 5 car lengths. So that pack continuing to have some great battling as well.
All right, a little bit further back in the field here in this huge 49-car field. And running very, very close. We've got Ryan Franklin currently running in 12th in the number 37 car. He's got Scott O'Rourke in the number 32 machine right on his tail. We talked about Chip Disharoon in the number 55 car. He's made up 4 positions since the start, currently running in 14th. And then we've got Dave Biegert in the number 1 machine. All of those cars running nose to tail, and in some cases, as they're going through, I think going through turn 3 right now, side by side. So great racing from the front to the back as as we have a battle for the lead now, as we've got Rich Roman, driver's right. We've got Ryan Maloney, who coming out of turn 10 was our leader, driver's left. We've got Jonathan Evans right back behind Maloney going into turn number 1. And as they head down into the braking zone and round turn number 1, Rich Roman appears to have come out on top. He is your new leader. Now those cars are all starting to come up on some more lapped traffic, which is making things very, very challenging here. But we continue to look, and that lap traffic, and it's pulling off to the side. Is that the number 10 car, I believe? Kevin Kopp tried to draft him all the way down to turn 3, moved over driver's right just at the last second, and went around him to try and make up as much room as possible. That last time by, Kevin Kopp actually running similar lap times to Neil O'Rourke, but not really gaining much ground on our top 4 drivers.
Yeah, and that was the 70 car of Davey Ahern driving one of the RP Performance rental cars out here. And our top 4, as well as Kevin Kopp, were able to safely get around, so they can continue with their battle. As looking at a little bit of lap times here, we did have, I believe, at the moment it's been Neil O'Rourke with the fast lap, a 128.477. Of course, with these cars are running so closely together, it's only a few tenths that separate everyone based on best lap time. As our leaders come around, we do have Rich Roman in the lead as they make their way across the stripe, making their way around another one of our lap cars. Ryan Maloney, however, does have a bit of momentum, takes a look to the inside on Roman as they make their way into turn number 1, has to tuck back in. So the order up front is now Roman, Maloney, Evans, and Neil O'Rourke as they power out of turn 1, getting ready to go into turn number 2. Looking back, we also have Tristan Herbert and Dave Stern who continue to lead this pack that also contains Nathan Lucas, Scott Brunk, as well as John Hotz. Our leaders come into turn number 3, continuing to run line astern.
All right. So as we continue to watch this a little bit further back in the pack, in that battle between Herbert, speaking of Stern, between Tristan Herbert and David Stern, Herbert has gotten back around the 07 of David Stern, has opened up about a 4 to 5 car length advantage now. So the chances of them getting up to Kevin Kopp with 6 laps to go, I think, are diminishing as time goes on. Real quick, Dom, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 4. You are going to be the final race before lunch. Open wheel drivers, ASR, Club Ford, Formula 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula F, Formula S, Formula ST, Formula V, Formula X, Prototype 1, Prototype 2, EIEIO. Open wheel group, open wheel drivers, please start making your way to the grid with only 5 laps remaining in this great SSM race. You're going to be on track in just a few moments.
And Greg, as you were making that call to the grid, Ryan Maloney did go to the inside of Rich Roman. And just as I say that, Rich Roman takes back that spot, had enough momentum on the outside to maintain that lead. So Maloney gets shuffled back to second place. And then Evans and Neil O'Rourke continue to run the 3rd and 4th. And for Evans and O'Rourke at the moment, their challenge is going to be, as we have 5 laps remaining, is going to be when they're going to try to become part of this battle as well. Because right now, they're the observers. They're the ones who are acting as the hunters in this situation.
Yes.
And they're going to be deciding when they're going to try to poke their noses and try to become part of this battle.
And they may be the observers, but I guarantee you the drivers just ahead of them they have to continue to track where they are. They have to continue to prepare for that time when they do attack, which may be limiting their forward momentum as well, and maybe keeping them back for that fight to start. As we watch a little bit further back in the pack, another great little battle here going on as we've got the number 40 machine right now on track, and this is a little bit further back in the field here as John Grayhor, Steve Bindrum, and Giovanni Crisafulli all having a great little tete-a-tete there for 45th position. So again, always some great battles throughout the SSM field.
regardless of where you might be running in the order, you'll find great battles throughout. We also have Deacon Greenfield and Frank Taberzi. My brother, who was here yesterday, was telling me that these two were battling all race long, so picking up from where they
Where
did
they left
yesterday.
off yesterday, exactly. All right, and then the next one that I was talking about was Jameson Huffman, another legacy SCCA father-son. Of course, Justin Huffman racing in FE2. Jameson has just gotten his competition license. He's got a great little battle going on right now with Scott Krastik and also Jeff Horowitz and John Moyer. He's right in that battle as well, about a half a car or about 3 car lengths back from there. As we've got 4 laps remaining here at Summit Point.
As we do have the leaders now coming out of 10, led by Ryan Maloney and Greg. As you mentioned, they're going to have 3 laps to go this time across the stripe. And John Evans was the one now running in 2nd place. Rich Roman now shuffled back to 4th place behind Neil O'Rourke. Those cars again riding in a conga line down into turn 1. And as they exit turn number 1, they are inevitably going to have cars that they are going to have to navigate around as they make their way out of turn number 2. Again, Evans takes just a brief peek to the inside, isn't able to, doesn't decide to do anything this time around. Those leaders go up into turn number 3, a little bit of drop of wheels from Maloney. No harm, no foul.
All right, and as you say, that conga line is now making its way down into the carousel, Dom. There is a very large line of slower lapped cars or cars that are about to be lapped just ahead of that lead pack. And as they were coming out of 2, I was watching the flaggers both at 3 and also at the top of the chute over at turn 4. Didn't see any blue flags come out yet, but I suspect that we may see some, but it's going to make things very, very difficult, I think, for all 3 drivers, and perhaps the driver with the most to lose at this point is our current leader, Ryan Maloney. He may have the least amount of time to prepare for that traffic up ahead, whereas the other drivers might have a little bit more preparation time. As we watch this other huge battle coming out of turn 10, we've got the 24 and the 15 machine together. A number of other drivers right with them, and great battling up and down the line here as we watch our leaders getting into that conga line, going down into turn 1, and it's getting kind of messy down there, Dom.
Absolutely, and this is a situation where these drivers in the lead pack are playing both offense and defense at the same time, trying to mount attacks while defending from behind. But it is Maloney who has John Evans right on his rear bumper, and then we have Rich Roman who made the inside move on Neil O'Rourke going down to turn 1, so move Roman up into 3rd place and O'Rourke back to 4th. And then with our second pack that we've been talking about as well, we have Tristan Herbert and Dave Stern who lead Nathan Lucas by about 2 car lengths, and then we go back to, that's going to be Scott Brunk and John Hotz, who are also drafting together.
Yeah, and so, and still, Kevin Kopp, sitting in 5th position, is in kind of a no man's land there. He's working his way through traffic, but he can't seem to make up any ground one way or the other on our top 4 drivers. Now, Tristan Herbert, who had separated himself out, had cleared David Stern about 3 laps ago. Well, as they were trying to work their way through traffic, Stern is right back to the bumper of the number 33 car once again, as our leaders are now coming out of turn 10, and it is now side by side. Jonathan Evans, driver's right, it was no, that was a slower car. That was the 40 car driver's left, and so it is Maloney. Maloney has Jonathan Evans directly behind him as they go down the inside and try to clear that number 40 car. Then it's Neil O'Rourke, who has gotten back around Rich Roman. Roman running in 4th. Both O'Rourke and Roman do not get up to that slower car, to the 40 car, before they get into turn 1. They're going to have to fight it out coming out on the run to turn 3.
And this time into the turn number 3, Roman does make the inside move and gets around John Evans. So move Rich Roman up into 2nd place. And coming through when they went into turn 1 this time around, Roman went to the outside, went to driver's left in order to open up the radius in order to get the run coming out of turn 2. that allowing him to be able to have enough momentum to get around John Evans to take over the second spot with Maloney still up in the lead.
All right, and we are working the very last lap here from Summit Point. White flag, well, the one to go board is being displayed to all of our drivers. And so with that, let me make a quick call before they come around for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 4, open wheel, ASR, CF, F5, FA, FC, FE and FE2, Formula F, Formula S, Formula ST, Formula V, Formula X, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. That was quick. Group number 4, open wheel, please make your way to the grid. All right, so our leaders now coming out of turn 10, and it is Ryan Maloney in the blue number 15 car with a 3-car length advantage over Rich Roman. Maloney takes the checkered flag, takes the win here on day number 2. Rich Roman will come home in second. Jonathan Evans manages to hold off Neil O'Rourke. He's going to take home the last step on the podium. Neil O'Rourke finishes 4th. Kevin Kopp comes home in 5th. Tristan Herbert manages to hold off David Stern at the end. Nate Lucas, then Scott Brunk, 8th and 9th. John Hotz, only a half a car length back from Brunk, will round out the top 10.
So Ryan, I'm not going to take credit for your better fortune today, but very nicely
Congratulations,
done.
Ryan.
Yep, very nicely done by Ryan today in order to get the win today. And similar to the Lightning Challenge we had 2 weeks ago, it is going to be a split wins on the weekend. So at Jersey, it was Dave Stern who took the Saturday win, with Ryan Maloney winning again on Sunday. So we can call, so far in the MARRS, we can call Ryan Maloney Mr. Sundays.
Mr. Sundays, exactly. So, yeah, Ryan Maloney taking the win today in the feature race. Roman finishing second, whereas yesterday Roman took the win. John Evans, who finished 3rd today, came home in 2nd. All right, so we are going to get ready for our next race. This is going to be our final race before lunch. It's going to be our open wheel race. I believe we're going to have a guest up here. I believe we're going to talk to Charlie Greenhouse from EVSR to talk a little bit more about his program and some of the challenges of running such an innovative program. And that'll be in just a few moments here. Let's make that final call to the grid for race group number 4, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for group number 4. Open wheel drivers, ASR, Club Ford, Formula 5, Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula F, Formula S, Formula ST, Formula V, Formula X, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Please, if you haven't done so already, please make your way to the grid. You're going on track here right after Ryan Maloney's victory lap. Again, race group number 4, please make your way up to the grid. And so with that, we are going to take a quick break. Want to thank our great sponsors here of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and, of course, the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship, Radial Tire Company, OG Racing, EVSR, and, of course, the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And so Dom and I will be back here in just a few moments as we will have our open wheel group and maybe some more hijinks and fun. So hang tight, and thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon and this whole weekend. All right, everybody, just a quick reminder. We're getting ready for our Group 4 open wheel group to head out on track. We have the pace car is up at the tip of the pit lane right now, and we're bringing that field out, and then the 1 minute warning has just been given. So here, let me go and flip some screens here, play some internet magic. There we go, for those of you watching at home. And we've got... after we just had that 50 car SSM field, let's go. We'll run down the grid for race group number 4, our open wheel group, and then we're going to talk to our special guest here today, Charlie Greenhouse from EVSR. Starting 5th today, from Alexandria, Virginia, driving his Club Ford. It's the number 61 machine, Chuck Van Nostrand. Starting 4th, driving his Club Ford from Cockeysville, Maryland. It's the number 2 machine of Wayne Nicolette. Starting 3rd, our only Formula Continental in the field from Laurel, Maryland. It's Leslie Walker. Starting 2nd today in the number 10 Formula Enterprises 2. Great to see him out on track this weekend. He gives so much back to the region as a volunteer, not only here but at national level events as well. Keith McDonald, and your pole sitter, yesterday's winner in group number 4. It was and is Carl Lennox Barbrew out of Midlothian, Virginia, and they are starting their pace lap now. Just to give a quick recap of how the race finished up yesterday, and I think probably, of most interest, because it's the only class that we had a couple cars in this group, would be in Club Ford. Wayne Nicolette took the win over Chuck Van Nostrand, finished 4th overall. Leslie Walker finished 3rd, and then we had Keith McDonald and Carl Lennox Barbrew, pretty much the way they were gridded up yesterday. So there you go. All right, so as we get ready, we'll call the start here, and Charlie, and then we'll have a nice little conversation over the next little while. Want to remind everybody listening here at the track and also at home that this is going to be our last race before lunch. When we come back after lunch, and lunch will be about an hour. When we come back after lunch, we will have our second 10-lap sprint race as part of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Racing Championship. And of course, Charlie, I tell you what, let me unmute you, Charlie. There we go. That we can have a nice little conversation about that as well. All right, so, and I'm going to mute Dom because he doesn't have the headset on here as we're waiting for Carl Lennox Barbrew to lead the rest of the field up the hill and underneath the bridge. This is what we call the pregnant pause. As we wait for some of the fastest cars here at the track to make the slowest pace lap. There we go. Here they come. Pace car is on the pit lane, and our front row, Carl Lennox Barbrew to the inside. And to the outside is Keith McDonald in that blue number 10 Formula Enterprise 2. And McDonald, much like yesterday, got a very good start. Barbrew did, he took about 2 laps, waited to get the temp into the tires, and then attacked McDonald, and it looks like he's just going to drop to the inside and follow McDonald through. Then we've got Wayne Nicolette, who gets by Leslie Walker's Formula Continental going into to turn 1. Then we've got Chuck Van Nostrand. So that's your 5 runners as they are now making their way into turn 3 here on lap number 1, and it looks like Barbrew has dropped back through the field once again. And like I said yesterday, he took 2 or 3 laps, got the heat in the tires, and then he was on his way. So we've got with us Charlie Greenhouse from EVSR. And for those of you that were with us during the IT race yesterday, we had a nice little conversation. Thought it would be a good idea for us to continue things on here for our first event back at some point in a number of months. And so Charlie, of course, we talked yesterday about the gestation with coming for years working with Spec Racer Fords or Spec Renaults, I guess at this point, and moving to this electric program and these electric sports racers. And it's been about 10 years, I guess, since you started this program, as we discussed yesterday. How do you see those first 10 years, and I think probably more importantly, as we discussed yesterday, as you are really kind of unique in the motorsports industry right now with this program. There doesn't seem to be anybody else really taking up the charge, so to speak, at and following your lead. Where do you see the program going in the future?
Well,
Hold on one second, everybody. We are want to make sure that we've got the right head. Oh, you know what? Here, tell you what, Charlie, use this headset. We'll leave that one for Dom in case he comes back in. Sorry, everybody. There we go.
there I am.
Man, much better.
So, this is our leading into our 10th year. We started blank sheet of paper in November of 2013. We were on grid in March of 2014. So the development was very swift. We went to a SCCA hill climb, the Chasing the Dragon. And our first regional was within a month of that at New Jersey, with Jersey region at Pocono.
Okay.
We're now on our second generation car, which is much more of, I make the joke that this whole thing is an evolution, not a revolution.
Right.
Our technology is not the cutting edge. We don't have a team of guys on a computer. We've got me in the shop with my old guy, Dale, who just does a fantastic prep. Learned a lot, from what we've done. And, we've got literally hundreds of finishes. We did 62 starts with the MARRS series last year with 60 finishes. We did the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill. We've done Mount Washington, Pikes Peak. And I think at this point we've proven the viability.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying, "Ooh, is he going to make it to the end?" Oh, they start going slower on the last lap. The commentation, the commentators aren't going, "Well, we're going to watch this cool failure."
Yeah. You're at the point in the program where, much like every other racer with a car out here, wants to get to the point where the car is reliable. You're always going to have those mechanical failures somewhere along the way. It's a part of racing, but it's not the car. I think of the Nissan Delta Wing car, for example, when it was first released, where it had so many issues, but it was such a different platform than anything else that had been running at the time in American Le Mans series, that you almost expected it to basically fail like every other race or something along those lines. And I think Nissan was when Nissan took up the charge was, I think, obviously they were trying to build reliability into the product, but the same deal. It was one of those things early on in the program where failure is a part of advancing the program also, and you find where the weak spots are and where the limitations are, and you try and work past them. And you're definitely to the point, certainly 10 years in, as we watch, as you mentioned, we watch cars running for 25 hours, or we see cars in a 20 or a 40-minute sprint race, or close, that they, you expect them to finish. You don't necessarily look at them as anything different than any of the other race cars out here. I look at the yellow, the yellow EVSR cars out there, and I see another sports racer, putting down fast laps with a driver that's more concerned about making passes and worried about racecraft than whether or not the car is going to go green to checker.
Absolutely. It's we were 6 months ahead of Formula E, running longer range, at faster average speeds. And, things like the Delta Wing, that they did their lap under electric power, which they barely made, 6 miles. Since then, Volkswagen with the IDR has destroyed the lap record, or the hill record at Pikes Peak.
Sure.
But that's a specialty car. It's a one-off. It's it's seven figures to get that car to go 7 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's not for everybody. It's not an opportunity out in the world. It's a showcase of what a major manufacturer can do. So where we are now is we got a car. I show up, I race, just like every other schleb on the grid, and we're happy to do it. We're now basically welcomed, accepted. People just, hey, hi, how you doing, Charlie? Occasionally they want to see the new development. Quick change batteries. This is the first regional that I've ever done where I didn't bring chargers. I just brought batteries.
Okay.
So we piled up a bunch of batteries in the bus, and no problem. with 2 people, 4 or 5 minutes later, we've got we're fueled and ready for the next session. With 7 people, we can do it in a minute and 15 seconds. Where we're going now is it's an unknown. We have 5 chassis in the shop. We've got 3 viable cars right now. Any of the others could be ready to go in a week's worth of work.
Right.
But the problem for us is obviously funding is always an issue with
Sure.
a development program like this. But more importantly, it's about the people. It's about, can we get some youth in? Can we get some interest? Can we get the people involved? I've watched B-Spec from the beginning, and what a great class it's become. When we first looked at it, we're looking at slow cars that cost a lot of money.
Yes, exactly.
Well, now 10 years later, we're looking at the same cars, which don't cost a lot of money, and now they're accessible. They're an opportunity for somebody to get out there and have good wheel-to-wheel racing. I thought that when we started this, we were behind the curve, and everybody was going to run us over, and anybody with a couple of bucks in their pocket was going to be able to, get some engineers and do it.
Right.
And 10 years later, we're still the only viable race car that's running wheel to wheel over and over and over again.
And do you think that not to put anybody down, but you think that's a question of people just not having the desire or the foresight to try something different and maybe to advance what is grassroots motorsports as opposed to simply people not wanting to drop money down an endless hole? I guess is another way to look at it, because I have to imagine, Charlie, that what you're doing and the size of the program and the amount of time that you've devoted to it, I'd say it probably has to be a labor of love, whether it be for alternative fuels or electrical powered race cars, or also just the love of the engine, undertaking the engineering challenges behind this as well. Because I must imagine that this can't, this certainly can't be a money winning proposition for you here.
The money is very much a one-way street.
Yeah.
It's the hole in the pavement into which you throw all available cash. And at the same time, I mean, it's been the most satisfying engineering that I've done in my entire 35-year career in motorsport. The first time I brought a team in to do the pit stop that I designed that was unlike any other, it was very satisfying to see a bunch of guys make that a reality. So that was a lot of fun. Right now, I think that the program could have legs. I think we have a great program. I think that we know what we could do for further development.
Right.
And we don't have the funds, and just as importantly, we don't have the internal energy. It's 2 guys in a shop. Jen helps out, with admin, but that's all we've got.
So would it be? And I obviously I think the money situation certainly is going to be a challenge. But would it be a question of maybe working with the region or working with SCCA to reach out to, whether it be high schools, whether it be colleges with electrical engineering programs? There are always, many big engineering schools have their SAE programs that they run, that are race car based and have big competitions. But would EVSR maybe benefit from college internships, essentially, in trying to get people that and age groups that I think are probably at this point much more aligned, possibly with what you are looking to accomplish and what you're doing, as opposed to maybe a lot of the people walking around the paddock here. Does that make sense to help generate enthusiasm? Are there things that maybe the region or we sitting here, to the 15 people on YouTube,
hi guys.
Hi, yeah, say hi to everybody. Hi, internet people. To possibly, garner some attention to the program and maybe bring some additional energy, one, to the shop, the two to possibly the bank account to try and move this program forward. But I also have to question and ask, if you are the only one doing this, does it make, is it a way forward if there's one program that is bringing this up, but nobody else other than large manufacturers with these one-off programs seems to be very interested in pursuing these same goals that you have?
Well, there's a couple of pieces. State University of New York, Alfred College has been a partner of ours. Their chief motorsport instructor, Andrew Smith, has been our technical director for the entire program,
Okay.
and he's been great. It's not that nobody's doing it. It's that, this is my full-time job. It has been for
Right.
over 3 decades. When I come to work, I'm ready to go to a race. And, the guy that built something cool in his backyard, there was a great radical-based car that was in Australia, and could run pretty competitive laps in Europe. They're shorter races, so they're doing more of that. But you got to get out there over and over and over again. So I'd love to see competition. We built the rules with the region with that in mind. But technological partners are difficult because we're using old tech. We're using proven tech.
Proven tech. Yeah.
Engineering the car to function was enough trouble rather than trying to deal with something that somebody else had never done.
I hear you. I hear you. Hey, real quick, let me, as we're just about halfway through this open wheel group, let me quickly run down the order currently. For those of you who are listening on YouTube, you can see the order right there. But currently your leader is Carl Lennox Barbrew in his Formula Atlantic. He did, as we mentioned, after the first couple of laps, get some heat in the tires and move on his way. Matter of fact, he crosses the stripe and sets his fastest lap of the race at a 1:10.440. Keith McDonald currently running second in his Formula Enterprises 2 chassis with a fast time of a 1:14.843, where we should see him coming out of turn 10 here in just a few moments to complete his 10th lap, or probably to complete his 11th lap. Leslie Walker in the Formula Continental currently running third, fast time 1:14.745, and then in that battle for Club Ford supremacy, Wayne Nicolette, who just turned his fastest lap of the race. He currently leads Chuck Van Nostrand by about 30 seconds. All right, so again, with 9 laps to go after this race, we will be breaking for lunch. All right, so let's get back to it. So, as you've been saying, there you do have a number of technical partners, and it's I think it's certainly what you're doing is, I think, head and shoulders above. I look back to what I was doing to put a 1985 Honda CRX on the road, and you say you're not using advanced technologies or anything. These are all common technologies. I could tell you that for most of us sitting back here in the paddock to look at what you've done, I mean, I'm always amazed by it because I'm making a very early fuel injected Honda or a carbureted Honda go around a racetrack, and that's been done for eons. It doesn't take a lot of engineering to make that work, and God knows there's also a huge knowledge base of tons of other people that have done this stuff to lean on. So when I look at what you're doing with your program, and if it's you or if it's 2 of you or if it's with the help of State University of New York Alfred to go and put these cars on track and have a whole fleet of reliable cars, I know that it is definitely an accomplishment. I've talked in the past to Todd Reed, who is, I used to race years ago with Todd in Honda Challenge back in the early 2000s, and I know he's spent a lot of time behind the wheel doing development.
He's been
for
our
you.
lead driver
Yeah.
for the last 10 years, and he's been fantastic. He's helped us develop the cars by keeping them in shape, and not crashing them is a great way to develop
Yes.
them. Because every time you hit the wall with one, you're always trying to catch up to where you were before you
Right.
hit the wall. So, I almost joke about the low tech on it, but it is low tech, and it's important. There's a reason NASCAR didn't put fuel injection in their cars. They focus on their race.
Right.
They focus on making their program, accessible. Everybody's got cost containment. I mean, Formula One would be driving upside down with their aerodynamics on the roof if we just let them do whatever they wanted.
Right.
So at the end of the day, I have a blank sheet, and with the cooperation of the regions and the organizations that I've run with, as long as I can prove to them that I've got a safe program, and I believe that our cars are ultimately safer than any gas car on the track, yeah, you could electrocute yourself with it. You know, we do everything we can to prevent that possibility. We're very careful with a lot of our procedural stuff, just like with our pit stops.
Right.
You know, it's a whole different set of systems and parameters.
Right.
But understanding all that is key to making a viable program and being able to continue it over and over again. We've proved repeatability. We've proved, our outlap here in 2000, and our first outlap here in 2014 was a 28. That was from pit lane to past our starting point.
Right.
And we were gunning for maybe a 30, 29, 30, 31. We were quickly in the 25s, 26s. So that, which is, as almost as fast as anything out here. We were in the top 10 overall of all the cars running one regional weekend for a qualifying time. But it's not just about time. It's about, can you do it? Can you come? There's a reason why some of the mad scientist classes aren't as well attended, because it takes a mad scientist to run them. And maybe I'm the mad scientist that built the program, but I built it for Todd to get in the car and just drive it well.
Yeah, and it's funny because I look back at least at SCCA road racing, where the prototype classes were for CSP and BSP for the longest time were kind of those mad scientist classes where you had people building prototype cars, building frames, building suspension systems, molding body silhouettes, in their garages and bringing them out and racing. And we've seen, we've seen 2 or 3 manufacturers that have put in time in the wind tunnel. They basically and create a carbon fiber tub that becomes, if you've got the cash for it, becomes the easy button. And so you see a lot of homogeneity now, I think, in the prototype classes that in the past was very different. So we talking about some of the successes that you've had with the program in the last couple of years. Other than the burnout factor, trying to balance things, where do you see perhaps where you might have either fallen short, or where or things that need additional attention and focus to help move the program forward?
Personal grooming. That's always a problem for me, and quite honestly, it's a problem for presentation. And I say that in jest, but the truth of the matter is, when we first started trying to fund this, we're reaching out. We tried crowdfunding. It was the most pathetic example ever. But I watched a crowdfund of an electric Formula Ford in Italy that got $175,000 for a car that doesn't exist, that will never exist, that could not possibly exist, because they were good at presenting it.
Yeah.
And I'm not a media guy.
Well, that's half a Kickstarter. You put together a good little video with some CGI of what you expect your final product to be. People pour in money, and then you walk away with it. All right. So here, very quickly, as we have got just a couple laps to go, we'll quickly do an update with Carl Lennox Barbru, still your leader. Keith McDonald, Leslie Walker, top 3, and as Wayne Nicolette in his Club Ford, one of the 2 yellow Club Fords, crosses the stripe. Well, we're waiting for Chuck Van Nostrand to come across right now. He is currently a lap down from Wayne, but we have now just 3 laps remaining, and a reminder that we will be breaking for lunch after this race. That means right after we come back from lunch, Charlie, just to change gears a little bit, we've got the EVSR Sprint Bracket Racing Championship, second 10-lap race here of the day. We started off with one at 8:15 this morning. And tell me, I mean, obviously it was a very good platform to battle test, I guess, your cars without having to fit into non-existent SCCA classing, which is always a challenge at SCCA racing weekends. But why don't you tell us a little bit about how you and EVSR got involved with the region and as a sponsor of the bracket racing initiative here?
Well, 2 years ago, Labor Day, it looked like a nice event, looked like a fun event. We said, they said they'd make a place for us. With Jersey region, we had a quote class, which was just a kind of a spin-off of SR, which we reinvented about 10 years ago to start including the Renaults back into SCCA.
Yeah.
And we had a nice time. The format was good. The whole thing worked for us. And we said this would be a nice place to contest a championship and develop the cars in a car to car, wheel to wheel. And it was really good. So we talked over the winter. The region was fantastic. Bob Crawford, Chuck Edmondson, worked closely with us. And we came up with a plan, and we got this pretty billboard that's getting overgrown with trees, and in another year or so.
Yeah, it is kind of encroaching, isn't it?
And I'll hang it on the shop wall. But it's been a lot of fun. We took an early lead in the championship. Todd had some medical problems and had to sit out a lot of the season, so I took over as lead driver, and we strongly won the championship. But the nice part for me is it goes back to my roots of multi-class racing.
Right.
I like that. I think that knowing how to be passed by a GT1 car is an amazing skill without losing any time.
That's absolutely right. Real quick here, Charlie, we are now working the last lap as Carl Lennox Barbrou has taken the one to go, taken the white flag, and is making his way around again. Keith McDonald currently sitting in second, Leslie Walker, and then the two Club Fords of Wayne Nicolette and Chuck Van Nostrand. All right, so as we stand here, and I guess obviously, and I'm sure we'll have you up here quite a bit more over the course of the season. What are you? What can we do? I guess as motorsports enthusiasts, to help promote what you have been doing now with this electrification project for the last 10 years. And again, how do we move it forward? What can we do? Do you want it to be just to the point where it is another class of cars in multi-class racing? Or are you looking to advance the genre, I guess, is a better, and how do we do that if you are?
Our original thought was to, that's the checker on our leader, isn't it?
There you go. Checkered flag is out. Carl Lennox Barbrou takes the win. And as we now have Keith McDonald, he crosses the stripe. He'll finish second, takes the win in Formula Enterprises 2. Wayne Nicolette will take the win in Club Ford, and we are waiting. And here come our last two drivers. Leslie Walker crosses the stripe, taking the win in Formula Continental, and Chuck Van Nostrand will come in second in Formula Continental, or probably in Club Ford.
So where were we?
What can we do? What do we want to do to move things forward?
Our original goal, and our fantasy ask was we were trying to get between $2 and $5 million to put 12 to 20 cars on grid, and it's totally viable. It's well within reach. It's a reasonable thing, and it's a big ask. How do you get somebody to cough up a $5 million check? It's 10 times what we've spent in 10 years.
Right.
How we've done that for that little, that's a whole other discussion, and I'm proud of it, and I'm also embarrassed that I did it.
Sure. Well, but I also imagine you may minimize it and say it's that small amount, but I can only imagine that it has been a drain or a labor of love for you one way or the other, in order to put those types of resources into it without a ton of outside help.
I might actually trade your paycheck for this. But the reality
he gets half of it, by the way.
Okay. The thing I think, that was our original goal. We wanted to see started out as a spec series, much like many do.
Yeah.
Without that, we felt like we had to really show the cars to be fast and firm and reliable, and we've really stretched the envelope on the cars to do that. I think now our best opportunity moving forward is for somebody to recognize the achievement, to not minimize the 10 years of development and understanding of motorsport to get us to this point, and to take it forward. And taking it forward could take a lot of different shapes, and it's not just about throwing money at it. This is all paid for. Nobody owes anybody anything.
Right.
Everybody's happy with where we got to. If somebody said to me, I'll give you 10 cents on the dollar, help us out, get it started. We're going to take it to the next level. I wouldn't even blink to do that. I would love to see that. I would be very sad to see this become another fallow project.
Yeah.
And, 5 years from now, Volkswagen says, all right, we've got it down. We got the new batteries. The fire suppression is safe and good. We're going to build a tin top that makes a great EV race. And I'll be like, good job, guys. That's wonderful. But I'd love to be seeing the people out there who say, this is cool. I mean, 500,000 people watched our first pit stop. First time we ever got more than a couple of thousand people to watch anything.
That's amazing.
Jay Leno's driven the car. Andy Lally's driven the car. Rick Knoop, who won Le Mans in the 70s, drove the car. Tim O'Neill. We've had some people get in the car and do some pretty impressive things. And individually, that doesn't really do anything for us. What does it for us is for access, for people to see it as accessible.
Right.
And I think it's all about, I make the joke. I've been friends with Andy since he was 15 and driving a Formula 500.
Right.
And we were joking back in 2014 where we were at Lime Rock together, and he was running one of the a Camaro and one of the Porsches, and I said, this would be a whole lot better if I looked as good in glasses as you did. and it's not untrue. I don't play well with others always. I'm terse and curt when I've got something to do, and you need a team around you that can support that and appreciate that that's not your job. But it is my job too often. And Jen has been fantastic about getting us, out in the world and showing us. And we've had other people. We've hired promotional teams. And it all kind of ends up in the same thing. Once in a while we get a little interest. But, and who's the biggest impediment to this thing? It's probably me. Because I'm just the crazy guy in the corner of the garage saying, how do I make it better?
Right.
The new body was designed by Bill Giltzow, who's a long-time racer, and his whole family is, and was executed by my fiberglass guy who said, I always wanted to build a body from scratch. And he gave us a good deal, and we have a beautiful body, a one-piece body that really works well on the car. We moved the cage forward, we moved the driver forward. Our weight distribution is great.
Much better now, yeah.
But nobody cares about weight distribution when they're selling a program.
Yeah, true.
They want to see the good crashes. I mean, that's one of the things.
Well,
and it's unfortunate. And that's one of the things that's nice about bracket, back to the bracket series, is it's one of the cleanest groups and as far as I understand, it's the third or fourth best attended group in the region. So that's where I want to play, and that's where I think others want to play, but somebody has to take this somewhere that I don't understand.
Okay. All right. Well, as we get ready to wrap up for lunch here, Charlie, I will say that, first off, if you are here at the track and you want to learn more about the program and see what's involved, not so much behind the scenes, but here at the track, come over and see Charlie in the paddock. And check out the EVSR cars. You can't miss them. Charlie, where are you located in the paddock here?
We're typically over by the Spec Racer Fords behind Hagerman, near Chris Windsor, just into the woods or just outside of the woods on the asphalt. We are looking for crew for the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill this year. We picked up a new crew member. Laurel will be with us, hopefully. She's working on her schedule. But we've got so many different, things opportunities to, and the cars are cool. They're fun to drive. They're really neat pieces, and we do rent them on a limited basis. So if somebody says, I really do want to see whether this thing is real or not, give us a shout. It's entropyracing.net, and we're on Facebook. It's EVSR.net.
I know habits never change.
I'm closing my 35-year business and focusing whatever energy I have left on EVSR. EVSR, plugging in, kicking gas, and you can find us on Instagram and every other. I've never even seen our Instagram account. I don't even know what an Instagram is.
Well, we'll get you up to speed here as we're now here in West Virginia moving into the 20th century.
And anybody that wants to help us load batteries onto a bus right now, come on over, because that's what we're doing at lunchtime.
I was going to say that's give it. I saw the load that made it out to the West Coast. We talked about it yesterday for the 25-hour. I can only imagine that, especially if you didn't bring any chargers, there's still a pretty decent sized load here and contingent of batteries that you got to move over. So, all right. So Charlie, again, if come see him here at the track. obviously, as we mentioned, where he is in the paddock. But if you are listening at home, or if you have access to a computer when you get home, check out EVSR.net to find out more about EVSR plugging in and kicking gas. And as Charlie said, he's definitely looking for some help and some crew members for the 25 Hour of Thunder Hill, the 2022 edition, and that looks like it could be. Having driven and having crewed during 12-hour races and 24-hour races, it is certainly a great experience, and I would imagine because of what your program is, it would be a great experience for anybody who wants to come on board that has the time, has the effort, has the desire to help out there.
Well, thank you for having us. And, anybody that wants a T-shirt, we still have smalls, XLs, 2XLs, and 3XLs. Come on over. We're giving them away today. So if you can get to us before we pack up and go after this next race, you can get a shirt.
There you go. So as long as you're not a medium or a large, you're in good shape. And go over and see Charlie over at EVSR. I think this was a large. I think I probably need that extra large that you have. Anyway, Charlie, thanks so much for joining us. And I'm sure as the MARRS series continues on, we have our July event. Of course, we'll be back for Labor Day. Always welcome to have you up here in the booth with us, and thanks so much for joining us this weekend.
Thank you.
All right, thanks so much to everybody. That's Charlie Greenhouse from EVSR, and so we are going to break for lunch, and I now need to find out when, as we were talking, when we will be back from lunch. I'll give you that information in just a few moments here over the PA system, but our next group up, when we complete lunch, will be the sprint bracket road racing. So Group 5 drivers, be ready, be prepared, and we will be calling you to the grid in just a little bit. So again, want to thank our sponsors here as we take a break. Of course, EVSR, Radial Tire Company, OG Racing, and of course the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, bringing you this year's Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, as well as the EVSR Sprint Bracket Racing Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg with Dom Mandil, and we will be back right after lunch. I can come down, assuming I can get out of here and grab some lunch. I can definitely come over there. Right. No need to do that.
Okay, cool. Thank you again. I will see you in July.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can get the blue car back together. Again, our priorities are, now that we've got our cooling under control, the priority to actually hammer laps goes down.
No, right.
So.
Well, I mean, but it's always interesting to see as the temperatures here ramp up. Attention in the paddock. Just got word from the second floor of the tower that we will have cars on course at 1:35 this afternoon. So that's just a tiny bit under an hour from now. So again, race group 5, our bracket racing group, they will be on track for their second 10-lap race of the afternoon or of the day, beginning at 1:35 p.m. So be sure to join us then, and we will see you in just about an hour here at Summit Point. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 5, our bracket racing group, please start making your way to the grid. You are scheduled to be on track at 1:35 for your second race of the day. That is just about 15 minutes from now. So again, race group number 5, our bracket touring group, you are free and clear to make your way up to the grid for your second 10-lap race of the weekend. Bracket racers, group number 5, to the grid, please. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5. Our bracket racers, please head on up to the grid. It's looking a little light up there coming out of lunch. And we want to make sure that you make your race on time. So again, race group number 5, our bracket racers. It is almost time for your second 10-lap race of the day. Please head on up to the grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 5, our bracket racers. The 5-minute warning has been given on the grid. So if you are not here, you're not up here by the 1-minute warning, you might be wondering and asking, was I 7th? Again, bracket racers, please don't be like Kenny Zollner. Bracket racers, please make your way to the grid now. You are scheduled to be on track in 3 minutes. All right, and we are back from lunch here at Summit Point Motorsports Park for the June MARRS and Sprint Bracket Road Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel. We, of course, want to thank our great sponsors here of the region and the road racing program, Radial Tire, OG Racing, and the sponsor for today's Sprint Bracket Championship, the EVSR Sprint Bracket Racing Championship. So I want to thank them as well. And of course, we had that great interview with Charlie Greenhouse from EVSR leading into lunch. So we've got our next group, the Sprint Bracket Racers, on the grid, ready to go. They've just given the 1 minute warning, Dom. So why don't we run down the starting grid here? I'll take the bracket racers, and hopefully. Of course, we explained a lot earlier today on exactly how this is done. I think we may have our timing and scoring issues resolved, hopefully, when this session starts. So we had 18 different drivers go out for qualifying or have competed in either the race yesterday or this morning's 10-lap race. Let's take a look at the starting order. Starting 18th today, driving the number 32 machine, is Mark Bertuccio. He is driving a Mazda Miata. Starting 17th today, driving the number 97 Mazda Miata, Joe Benton. Starting 16th, from Tacoma Park, Maryland, driving the number 68. Guess what? It's a Mazda Miata. It's Jed Prentice. Starting 15th, driving the number 23, not a Miata, but a BMW 3 Series from Middleburg, Virginia, Liv Willis. Starting 14th today, driving the number 134 Honda CRX from Severna Park, Maryland, we've got Chuck Edmondson. Starting 13th, driving the number 74 Ford Focus. And Dom, you mentioned this before. Of course, we've always seen Steve in a Ford Mustang. He is driving a Ford Focus this weekend. Steve Martin from Silver Spring, Maryland. Starting 13th, driving the number 39 Porsche Spec Boxster, it's Jerome Welty. Starting 11th today, driving the number 51 machine, a Spec Racer Ford, and we saw him earlier this morning during the both during the bracket racing and also Spec Racer Ford's feature race today. It's Eric Prepsius. Starting 10th, driving the number 127 Mazda Miata from Thurmont, Maryland, Jeff Liller. Starting 9th, driving the number 7 Spec Racer Ford from Annapolis, Maryland, we've got Keith Frazier. And then we've got John Early. He's starting 8th today, driving the number 02 Entropy Racing EVSR. He's out of Lansdale, Pennsylvania. Starting 7th today, from King George, Virginia, driving a Mazda Miata, and it's the number 141 car, Steve Hunt. Starting 6th today, driving the number 34 Honda Civic from Palmyra, Virginia, David Alessi. Starting on the outside of row number 3, that's 5th overall, driving a BMW 335i. It's the number 119 car out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, driven by Chris Benedetto. Starting 4th, driving the number 4 Spec Racer Ford from Bluemont, Virginia, Steve Pence. Starting on the inside of row number 2, driving a Spec Racer Ford out of Gibson Island, Maryland, it's the number 81 car of Stephen Shue. Starting on the outside of the front row today, looking to pretty much run the table, more or less, at least in Spec Racer Ford this weekend. Driving the number 21 machine out of Gainesville, Virginia, took the sprint win in Spec Racer Ford, took the feature win today in Spec Racer Ford, Brian Cates. And finally, your pole sitter today, driving the number 178 F&O chassis Chevy Camaro, I believe it is, the 178 car of Nick Jones. All right, so we've got the field now. Getting word, Dom, that the field is fairly well gridded up and packed up, and they are making their way. They are making their way around turn 8 and starting to head up the hill towards the bridge as we speak. Actually, apparently towards the back of those 9 rows, maybe a little strung out, but they are closing up now. Oh, and they are very strung out coming out of turn number 10. The starter is looking it over. Will he give them a green flag? And I believe this is John Burkhardt, the same starter who waved off Spec Miata twice, but we do have a green flag, Dom.
Absolutely, and the first 4 who were scheduled to start this race, that would be Nick Jones, Brian Cates, Steve Shue, and Steve Pence. not answering the call here this afternoon. So it's going to be Chris Benedetto, who's your pole sitter, and he eases out to about a 4 car length advantage early on as they make their way out of turn 1, getting ready to go into turn 2. And then David Alessi, as we mentioned earlier, switched from the Honda Prelude into this Honda Civic, but is running in second place, about 5 car lengths behind. We then have Eric Prepsius, followed by Steve Hunt, and then Jerome Welt in that spec Porsche Boxster running in the 5th position. And when they come around our next time, now that we have our bracket racing software
That's
up
right.
and running, our drivers will start to sort into their respective brackets.
That's right, and we will be able to break things down here for you so that you'll get a good idea of the different brackets that we run here in the championship. And again, the bracket racing, very much like bracket racing for drag racing, where you want to stay in a particular bracket, not to break out, because you may find yourself competing against some much faster drivers if you do, and you can have that breakout right in the middle of a race. And so we've got some time here. We've got 20 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. We've got some time. We'll give a breakdown of those different brackets and the time zones there where the drivers are. But crossing the line first here is David Alessi, turns in a 129.306. Eric Prepsius in his Spec Racer Ford, second driver to cross the line, turns in a 129.975. Chris Benedetto, who went out to that very early lead in the 119 car, he is now sitting third in line at a 131 flat.
And Greg, speaking of Benedetto, not sure if there was an issue coming out of coming past the stripe, but dropped back significantly, dropped back to 5th place, in fact, and is now starting to work his way back up. But it is, at the moment, David Alessi leading the field by about 3 car lengths. Eric Prepsius and his Spec Racer Ford got a great jump and was able to get into that second spot, having started a few rows back. And then we have Steve Hunt in the Miata, John Early in one of our electric Spec Racers. Of course, we talked to Charlie right before lunch. And then Jerome Welt in that Spec Porsche Boxster.
All right, so as we've got these drivers that have come through for the very first time, let's take a look at these different brackets as we were mentioning here for you and kind of give the breakdown. We'll let our racers find their way around the course here on towards the end of lap number 2 as they're coming out of turn 10 right now. But as we take a look at the sprint bracket road racing, let's see here, and I'm going to try and bring up the information here, and you can find out more about this I don't want to call it a class, this category, by going to WDCR-SCCA.org/bracket-racing, and we'll make sure to add some of that information into our YouTube feed so that you can check that out as we go through this. But the motto is any tire, any motor, and any suspension. And as we go through here and take a look at the classes, we have it broken down into brackets A1 through A5 and then B1 through B5. For class A1, that is any car that runs, well, from 1 second around 2 mile, 10 turn Summit Point Raceway up to 1 minute, 16 seconds, 999. Once you go up to a minute 17, you are then in bracket A2, and that's from 117 to just below a minute 19. Then in A3, 119 to 121, essentially. A4 is 121 to 123. A5, 123 to 125. And we keep going down from there. But a pretty easy concept as you look that over, Dom.
Great. Not surprisingly, looking at the gap that David Alessi's been able to make already, David Alessi currently sits alone in that B1 bracket, and then we have Steve Hunt and John Early who occupy the bracket B2, and then a gaggle of cars consisting of Eric Prepsius, Chris Benedetto, I'm thinking of NASCAR with Matt Benedetto, but Chris Benedetto, Jerome Welt, and then Jeff Lohr comprising that bracket B3, and all those cars running close together on track as well, as we have Chris Benedetto pulling off into the access road here, evidently with an issue. I did notice a couple laps ago, Greg, that Chris was going slowly across the stripe, so evidently something rearing its head and some reliability issues with that BMW. As we have some of our cars a little bit further in the field, bracket B5 occupants right now with Steve Martin and Liv Willis. Steve in the Ford Focus and Liv Willis in the BMW. And then they have Chuck Edmondson also running in that B5 bracket.
All right, here is our cars way around, and you mentioned Chris Benedetto bringing the car in the back door here with his issues. So he retires after 3 laps here at Summit Point, and he was. If we take a look, who else might have been in that same bracket? He was early on leading bracket B2. That will move Steve Hunt in his Mazda Miata and John Early in the Entropy Racing EVSR up 1 position each.
And as our cars cross the stripe to put another lap in the books, we now have Early in the electric Spec Racer, who's hot on the heels of Eric Prepsius in the Spec Racer 4-3, as David Alessi continues to lead the charge going into turn number 3, and has opened up probably close to a 5 to 6 second lead over the rest of the cars. And now Steve Hunt, as we mentioned, leads that bracket B2, followed by Prepsius, Early, and Chris Benedetto, who we mentioned on the last lap, had pulled into the access road. In bracket B3, we have Jerome Welt in the Spec Porsche Boxster, as well as Jeff Liller in the Mazda MX-5. And then Steve Martin, Liv Willis, and Chuck Edmondson in that order continue to all run in bracket B5. And looks like our software here is either updating or just went kerplunk again, Greg.
Yeah, it's quite possible that it may have just decided to call it a day once again. You know, the bracket racing puts such a heavy load, such computing load on the internet as you have to figure things out in 2-second increments. But real quick, wanted to let everybody know, just got word that Shea Summit is going to be closing at 3 o'clock today. All right, so 3 o'clock, but they've got tons and tons of food left here at the track. And I don't know if this is a lie or not, but I was told that they are actually running a 50% off sale right now. So either Dom or I are probably going to be gone for the next couple minutes as we run down the Shea Summit. So again, Shea Summit closing at 3 o'clock today. And they are running some big sales because they've got a lot of extra food after lunch. Stop on by and fill on up before you leave the track over at Shea Summit. As we take a look now, as we've got a number of cars in very close proximity coming out of turn 10. That is the Ford Focus, the 4-door Focus, the 74 car of Steve Martin. And he's got Liv Willis, who was yesterday's Bracket 5 winner, as well as Chuck Edmondson, all in very close proximity. Edmondson goes down the inside of Willis, and it looks like Edmondson is now going to take over second place in bracket, I believe in bracket 5. Let's take a look and make sure, since we know one of our timing systems isn't running exactly up to snuff. Best lap for Steve Martin in the 1:33, and it did just update. I just saw it update, so I think we're good. Steve Martin, indeed, he is your leader in bracket 5 with Edmondson and then Liv Willis right behind.
And Greg, in that bracket B5 battle that we're talking about, that's 2 front-wheel drive cars with Martin the Focus and Edmondson in the CRX versus the rear-wheel drive for Liv Willis. And that inside move that Chuck Edmondson made had a lot of momentum coming out of turn number 10, and also was a little bit deeper on the brakes and was able to make the move to the inside to complete the overtake.
That's right. And so Willis now, this is her very first year behind the wheel racing. I mean, she is another one of those legacies where her father, a longtime ITB racer here in the MARRS series, has been running. Liv just went and got her competition license this spring at driver's school, and so she is both in this organization and with another organization been trying to get as much seat time in race conditions as possible, and she's doing very, very well here. She's keeping right up with Steve Martin. And look at this, as Edmondson goes to make a pass on the Ford Focus. Liv Willis thought of taking it 3 wide, and Edmondson, who had to get a little defensive while he was being offensive and passing Steve Martin on track.
We had both Edmondson and Willis get by Steve Martin going to turn 1, and then Liv Willis takes an inside look on Edmondson as they head up to turn number 3, and that's going to leave Martin about a few car lengths back from there. And Another piece about Liv Willis is she works very closely with OG Racing.
Yes.
Thanks again to them for being one of our series sponsors to help promote a lot of the products in their inventory, because when you're giving testimonials and when you're trying to promote these products, what better way to do it than with people who are going to be using it and
Absolutely.
and enjoying
And I'll tell you, and again, to tout one of our great sponsors, OG Racing, when I came up here to instruct the driver school, I needed a new helmet, I needed new socks, I needed new shoes. I lived down in North Carolina. I could have, like so many people do nowadays, gone online, and I could have, well, frankly, I could have gone online with OG Racing, but there's so many places that don't give you the in-store service nowadays that are just looking to make the buck over the internet by offering a couple dollars off a price that you could get from the folks that work so hard to keep you safe. And I went to their showroom in Sterling and got exactly what I needed, got it fitted correctly. There was nothing that I have to worry about making returns, over the, and trying to get return authorizations over the internet, as Liv Willis just now passes Chuck Edmondson going down into turn one. She runs a little deep in one, and you may see that on the camera there, but looks like she was able to recover, and she is going to hold on to that lead in B5. But OG Racing, for so many years, since I first started racing, since I first started tracking cars back in the late 90s, they have always been there, and they have always been the experts. And that's why they are such a large distributor of so many products.
Okay, guys, we look down into turn number one we have, and these are all drivers who are running in our B1 bracket. Steve Hunt in the Miata, followed by Eric Prepsius, and then John Early. We're all running line of stern going down into turn one. And as the exit one getting ready to go into two, Hunt leads this and actually, in fact, it's now going to be Prepsius who goes alongside Hunt on the run up into turn number three, gets alongside for just a moment, and Steve Hunt is able to keep him at bay for now. But it looks like that hindered Prepsius just a little bit, and now John Early is going to go to driver's left and try to make that move.
All right. Well, I have been derelict in my duties, Dom, because we've got 2 laps remaining, and I haven't made a single call to the grid for group number 6. Thankfully, these guys are self-starters, and they've done it for me. But just so I don't get fired after my very first weekend, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Race group number 6, that's B-Spec, ITB, ITC, and ITS. If you head on up to the grid now, well, you'll want to head up to the grid now because we only have 2 laps remaining in our bracket race. That means you're going to be on track in just a small handful of moments. Again, race group number 6. I've been giving them short shrift all weekend between the interview yesterday with Charlie and getting them up to the grid. But group 6, please head on up to the grid. You're going to be going on track in probably less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, we are fortunate that our Group 6 drivers are very on top of things when it comes to scheduling and making sure they're punctual for their race.
Yes.
Yep. As our bracket B1 drivers make their way out of turn number 2, and Steve Hunt and Eric Prepsius continue to battle, and again are going to go side by side. Prepsius this time coming through 2 has a little bit more momentum, able to get by Steve Hunt, and then John Early and that electric spec racer is right there as well. Those 3 running nose to tail as they make their way past 3 and get ready to go into 4.
Right, and of course that is the battle for second right now in B1 is David Alessi in that Honda Civic. I don't know how often he's driven that Civic before today, but we noticed it this morning when this group was out for their very first race of the day. He definitely has a handle on it, and I'll tell you for that. Although that Civic has a longer wheelbase than a CRX, it's a 96 to 99 hatchback Civic. It has got a very large wing on the rear that would start balancing some of that tail happiness out of the car. And so as we are now working our very last lap, speaking of which, David Alessi crosses the stripe, takes the checkered flag, runs his fastest lap of the race right around midway through the race at a 126.193. He's going to take the win in bracket 1. Then we've got, looks like, was it John Early came through? Oh, we had actually Prepsius Early and then Steve Hunt. Hunt finishing second, John Early finishing third in B1. Eric Prepsius in the 51 car will come home in 4th. If we take a look at bracket 3, and we had a number of drivers in the A classes yesterday in the A brackets, not this afternoon. In bracket 3, Jeff Liller will take the win in his Mazda Miata. Jerome Welt will finish in second. In bracket 4, and I might also add that we had some breakouts here. Liv Willis takes the win in bracket 4 over Chuck Edmondson. And then let's take a look, and those breakouts were actually, as Willis and Edmondson started to fight, they actually got faster. They moved from bracket 5 to bracket 4. And so that led, for a moment, that left Steve Martin, who was the third driver in that group, as our leader in bracket 5. However, Jed Prentice takes the win in bracket 5. Steve Martin will finish second. Joe Benton comes home third. Mark Bertucco comes home in fourth. And if we take a look then, as you mentioned, a number of drivers did not take the green flag today. Jones, Cates, Shue, Pence, Frazier, and of course, Chris Benedetto in his BMW 335 made it 3 laps before he had to retire. All right, so we're going to take another quick break. Get ready for our ITB, ITC, ITS, and B-Spec race here at Summit Point Raceway. And those drivers, again, it looks like they've done a pretty good job getting to the grid without any of my help. So good job, guys. I promise I will do better next time. But we'll be back here in just a few moments with that next race. We've got now 3 20-lap or 40-minute sprint MARRS feature races remaining in the afternoon, on the afternoon. And of course, we want to thank our great sponsors of the series. We spent a lot of time talking about OG Racing. They are one, EVSR, sponsors of the Bracket Road Racing Championship, and of course, Radial Tire. And let's tell you a little bit about Radial Tire. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They've earned a reputation as the premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and your car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, head on over to radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. So with that, we will take a quick break, and we will be right back with those 3 remaining MARRS feature races here from Summit Point Raceway. And we are back here at Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel. As we get ready, oh, look at this. I've got, I have definitely been derelict in my duties in getting things together for our next group. Here is, I'm going to fix up some screen action here. Let's see what I can do. and try to get our camera all together for you. Sorry about this as we try to do this in real time, but we are getting ready now for our next race. It is Spec Racer Ford. Pardon me, it's Spec Racer Ford. What am I saying? Oh my gosh, it is not Spec Racer Ford. It is ITB, ITC, ITS, and also B-Spec. And Dom, why don't we give him the starting grid as I mess around with and have fun with computers.
Sounds good. So we have a 10-car starting grid. So starting 10th will be car number 3, driving an ITB BMW 2002. That's Matti Vilkala. Starting 9th, we'll have car number 89, also driving an ITB BMW 2002 from Pasadena, Maryland, Alton Fryer III. Starting in the 8th spot, we'll have the 78 car. It's a B-Spec Ford Fiesta out of Crofton, Maryland, driven by Mario Marino. Starting 7th, we'll have car number 44 out of Frederick, Maryland, driving a Volkswagen GTI, and that's Richard Allen. Starting 6th, we'll have driving car number 69 out of Frederick, Maryland. That's a Mazda Protege, and your fastest qualified ITB car, Scotty Holman. Starting 5th, car number 61 out of Woodbine, Maryland, driving a Datsun 240Z, John Legg. Starting in the 4th spot, we'll have car 0, an ITS car, and that is a 240Z as well, out of Greencastle, Pennsylvania, and that's Chuck Buzeski. Starting in the 3rd spot, we'll have car number 49, an ITS Mazda Miata from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Steve Moeller. And our front row will consist of the 00 car starting 2nd. That's an ITS Datsun 240Z out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Jeff Lucas. And on the pole, driving car number 13, an ITS Datsun 240Z out of Fairfax, Virginia, that is Mark Gibson.
All right, thank you so much, Dom. And as the pace car now heads out on the field to lead Mark Gibson, also Jeff Lucas and Steve Moeller out on track here to start this pace lap. Let's take a look back at yesterday's sprint race. This was the 15-lap race to the checker, where Mark Gibson took the overall win over Jeff Lucas. It was very close, very early. And then Mark Gibson in that orange number 13 240Z managed to start stretching things out over Jeff Lucas, and especially as they got into traffic, looks like Lucas just could not keep up with Gibson's pace. Chuck Bucheski in the number 0, yellow Datsun 240Z. He came home in 3rd. Steve Moeller in the number 49, Mazda Miata. He came home in 4th. That was your top 4 in ITS. Then we moved over to ITB, where Scotty Holman was your winner in the number 69 Mazda Protege out of Frederick, Maryland. Rich Allen in his Volkswagen Golf finished 2nd. Matti Vilkala in his BMW 2002 took home the last and finished on the last step of the podium. Alton Fryer, driver of the number 89 Fry Guy Racing BMW 2002, finished just off the podium in 4th. And our sole racer in B-Spec, Mario Marino, came home 9th overall.
And Greg, what we saw in Saturday's race was a mano-mano for 2 of our class wins, that being an ITS between Buzeski and Moeller for ITS. Buzeski ending up on the final podium spot in ITS. And then in ITB, we saw a close battle between Alton Fryer III and Matti Vilkala. Of course,
right.
Both of those cars, BMW 2002s, but they took that battle down to the last lap. And I believe it was Vilkala who got the better of Fryer in that case.
Yes, indeed he did. Now, John Legg, who had started off yesterday towards the front of the pack, he had to retire the car very early, only completed, I believe, actually did not even complete the very first lap. And I did not see the blue and white number 61 out on track today, so whatever the issues were, was not able to resolve. All right, so pace car now on the pit road. And looks like the field very well formed up, maybe a little bit better than the SSM drivers and the bracket racers were able to handle. But coming onto the front straight now, it is our pole sitter, Mark Gibson, Jeff Lucas. The starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. And Mark Gibson, much like he did yesterday, and you know what? John Legg, he is in the field. But let's see here as Mark Gibson, much like he did yesterday from the inside row, gets a very good start and just motors past the 0-0 of Jeff Lucas, is able to pull all the way over driver's left. And we have a car that has gone off by the access road, and that was either one of our ITB cars or it might have been the B-Spec car of Marino. Let's take a look as the drivers come through, but we've got Gibson and then Lucas. Then we had Moeller and Bucheski side by side, then John Legg. And do we think we have a handle on which car that was that headed over to the access road?
So, Greg, basically by process of elimination, I believe that was Matty Vilkola in
Okay.
the number 3 BMW 2002, who looked as though they went into the access road down there and won with a big head of steam. Hopefully, Matty was able to gain control of that car and is still down there. But I did also notice on the start that, and we do see now Vilkola come back into view.
Yes.
And might be looking to rejoin if there aren't any other issues with the car at the moment. I did notice that Richard Allen had tried to move over to driver's left to drop behind Scotty Holman, of course, our winner in ITB from yesterday. And now Matty Vilkola does safely and successfully rejoin our race as our overall leaders are coming around for their first final lap.
That's right. So first lap now in the books as Mark Gibson leads Jeff Lucas across the line. Those two cars now about 3 car lengths separate them. About 5 cars then back to Steve Moeller, who is running in third, who has moved Chuck Bucheski back into 4th place, and then John Legg. So 4 out of the top 5 cars here, all Datsun 240 or 260Zs. And yeah, our lead pack now coming up onto the number 3 of Matti Vikkula as we speak.
Yep, and Gibson and Lucas make their way into turn 3. And it's about 3 car lengths from Gibson back to Lucas at the moment. And then we have Steve Moeller back a little bit from there. And we do have Matty Vikkula making his way back into the pack. So evidently, whatever happened there on the opening lap is going to be terminal for Vikkula here this afternoon.
There you go. And so, and when Vikkula went, I was going to mention when Vikkula made it down to the skid pad, I think he did 2 laps of the skid pad in order to figure out whether he still had the car underneath him. Obviously, as he came back, realized there was something not right with the car, and so Matty Vikkula's day is done. And so we now have Holman running first in ITB, Rich Allen, and then Alton Fryer, your top 3, and honestly, your only 3 in ITB. As Mark Gibson, much like yesterday, Dom, starting to really stretch things out on Jeff Lucas. Lucas, who has many MARRS championships to his name, has always been the standout here, I think, of the Datsun 240Z drivers. But for the second day in a row, Gibson just showing a lot better pace early on. Just turned a 126.5 compared to Lucas's 127.1. So about 0.6 of a second difference early on. Steve Moeller running about 0.2 of a second off that time. He is now sitting about 8 car lengths back from Jeff Lucas, then Bucheski, and then John Legg. And if we take a look at this battle in ITB, for the moment, not a battle for first, as Scotty Holman now has almost 20 car lengths on the second place battle between Rich Allen in the number 44 black Volkswagen Golf and Alton Fryer in that silver and blue BMW 2002.
Yep. So thus far, we're 2 laps into this race, and so we have Alton Fryer not fighting another BMW 2002, but that Volkswagen of Richard Allen. And Alton's son, Kevin, who calls Illinois home now, is at Road America this weekend in the June Sprints, racing in the 24 class. So for a number of years also ran a BMW 2002 here at Summit Point, and will occasionally come back to do the same when.
Exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him here for Labor Day. Kevin pinged me last night to say how upset he was that I wasn't calling races at the June Sprints this year, and I told him that his father had preference. It was Father's Day, and that's why I was here at Summit Point. So there you go. As Alton, to show his appreciation, drops 2 wheels coming out of turn 10. As that battle right now for second in ITB right now, Rich Allen now with about a 6 car length advantage over Alton Fryer's BMW 2002. And as we watch here in ITS, Chuck Bucheski and John Legg still battling it out, still about, maybe 3 car lengths separating them, but still very early days here in this race.
And as we look at the points table right now for ITS for our MARRS championship so far, Jeff Lucas is our points leader, but Mark Gibson right now, who runs 4th in the point standings, the other 2 cars ahead are not represented or not present here this weekend. So Mark Gibson, of course, can make a little bit of distance into that deficit he has at the moment. And Mark Gibson is also our current ITS track record holder here. And I remember actually remember the race that happened. The track had a lot of grip. It was the ITS record was dropped, exchanged hands a few times over the course of that race.
Right.
I believe a few laps Jeff Lucas had, and then Mark Gibson,
had it.
and then so it kept changing hands. So that was definitely an entertaining weekend for the ITS and ITB race, as we do have our leaders making their way into turn number 1. Again, as we mentioned, the ITS battle at the front has fizzled out just a little bit. Steve Moeller continues to run 3rd place overall and an ITS in that Mazda Miata.
And just as we say that battle in ITB starting to become not so much of a battle, Dom, as Rich Allen in the number 44 Golf, he has now opened up about a 12 car length advantage, so picking up maybe 4 car lengths over the course of that last lap. Neither driver ran their fastest lap, but at this point, Rich Allen running consistently almost a full second a lap faster than Alton Fryer in the number 89 car.
As we have Mario Marino, our sole B-Spec here this weekend, make his way into turn number 1 as well. And and as we mentioned yesterday, we were talking about the B-Specs and how at the moment the Mini Cooper has been the car of choice, especially at tracks like Indianapolis. And starting last year, I believe, is when they went to the Spec Hankook tires. So
that is correct.
Everybody in addition to the close rule set with the B-Specs and how they get balanced out, they're now all running on the same tires. So whereas a lot of the touring classes and cars that are based on production vehicles, these cars don't have that open tire scenario. They're all running the same, and so there's actually, I believe, 2 different types of Hankook tires last year?
There is a dry tire and there's a wet tire, and that is essentially the difference between them. It's the and I don't remember the model for the wet tires, but the Hankook Z214s, which have been around forever, and frankly they. At some points during a race, and with 3 or 4 heat cycles in them, maybe actually are very comparable to the DOT Hoosier tires that, for example, Spec Miata runs, or a lot of the IT racers run. They don't give you the feedback. The Hankooks don't give you the feedback of the Hoosiers. But again, frankly, if all of the cars have to race them, everybody's either at the same disadvantage or advantage with those tires. And I myself am not a big proponent of spec tires. There's always the thought, and if the not contingencies, but if the agreement is good enough, it has the ability to lower the cost of racing considerably. But when you enter and you have just a sole distributor, it also, you run the risk of it not saving you any money either. And so what a lot of racers have started to do, use as a great example at the June Sprints. It actually started at the Hallett Super Tour a couple of weeks ago. Jim Drago, who is a multi-time national champion in Spec Miata, and used to be on the Spec Miata Advisory Committee as well, has started to work with the drivers to use a tire stamping procedure or process to ensure that drivers use just a single set of tires over the course of an entire weekend, so that they're not, finding, in order to get the ultimate grip and do the best in races and in qualifying, that they have to run sticker tires 3 different times over the course of the weekend. Real quick, so I don't get fired, especially after the whole Group 6 debacle, let me make a call to the grid for our next group, Dom. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. That is Big Bore and ITA, American Sedan, GTA, GTX, GT1, 2, and 3, ITA, ITE, and ITR, Prototype X, SPO, STU, T1, T2, T3. I can almost make that sound like I'll almost make it into like a little song. But again, big bore racers, American Sedan, GTA, GTX, GT1, 2, and 3, ITA, ITE, ITR, Prototype X, SPO, STU, T1, T2, T3. That's race group number 7. Please start making your way to the grid.
We can make the MARRS jingle out of that rundown.
That's what we ought to do. We ought to make a little, like a little earworm, a little jingle to play at the banquet each year. I think that would be great. the musical stylings of Greg and Dom. That would be absolutely spectacular. All right. But yeah, so and I don't know, and I haven't heard whether or not B-Spec is going to start doing something similar. But what Drago is trying to do, obviously, is save money, and I think every racer at that Hallett Super Tour signed on to it. Of course, a much smaller field than at the June sprints, but it looked when I looked last week, I think all except maybe 3 or 4 racers at the sprints had signed on. My guess is with peer pressure, they probably did too. Of course, it looks like from the video that I saw last night, a lot more than 3 or 4 drivers won't be racing today either. That there was a big wreck going into the Hurry Downs yesterday in Spec Miata. They made it 1 lap. But let's take a look at our race here today, because I've already been chastised by folks at home about not talking about Group 6 enough yesterday. Let's see here. Currently, Mark Gibson, your leader here in ITS, with probably a 6-second advantage over Jeff Lucas. So really starting to walk away at this point from the professor, as we have him now coming into turn number 3, just as Jeff Lucas is coming out of turn number 2. Steve Moeller in his Mazda Miata, the blue number 49 car. He's actually starting to make up a lot of ground on Jeff Lucas right now, but it is still over 2.5 seconds that separates our second and third place runners in ITS. Chuck Bucheski running in 4th. And John Legg, who did get that car repaired after his early race issues yesterday. In ITB, it is Scotty Holman, and waiting for our next ITB cars to cross the stripe to get an idea of time. But Holman coming out of turn 2, already making the run down towards turn 3, just as Rich Allen crosses the start-finish line. So pretty substantial margin there. We actually read it now at just about 21 seconds, separating first and second in ITB. And then we've got Alton Fryer, who is about 15 car lengths back from there. Mario Marino, our B-Spec racer, and his B-Spec Ford, currently running 9th overall. And, of course, Matty Vickola had those lap 1 issues and retired the car early. All right, and we are back. And looks like we have a car that has gone back to the paddock. And this is maybe a big surprise. I think Jeff Lucas just called it a day in his, I heard the car, the 0 car as opposed to the 0-0 car, but I think that was likely Jeff Lucas. We'll check this next time around, but I believe Jeff Lucas just, after having run his fastest lap of the race, may have just decided to call it an afternoon. No, actually, there's Jeff Lucas coming right in front of me. Rolled right out of turn 10. So,
and Greg, if I got eyeballs on it correctly, it was Chuck Bucheski now, who's sitting in the paddock.
In the yellow number 0.
Who is our retiree here.
There you go. All right, so we've lost one of our ITS, our second ITS driver of the day. That is Chuck Bucheski. And let's go. We're going to make another call to the grid as we only have 10 laps remaining. We're halfway through this 20-lap race. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 7, Big Bore and ITA. Please make your way to the grid. Again, Big Bore and ITA, please make your way to the grid. That's group number 7. You are up next. All right, so it's Chuck Bucheski in the yellow number 0 Datsun 2, I believe that's a 260Z that retired, and we've had Matti Vikkula in his BMW 2002 and ITB car has retired. Those are our only 2 retirements so far.
And Greg, one thing we're seeing with our, in terms of the cars out here, in ITS we have, of course, the Datsun 240Z represented, as well as Steve Moore, who's representing Mazda in that Miata. We also see a similar sort of pairing in classes like E-Production, where
Yes.
in a lot of cases the Mazdas are, of course, convertibles because you are allowed to remove
The windshield as well, and don't need to run the top as long as you have hand restraints, of course.
Yep. And so a lot of times what we'll see is that depending on the track, and you had mentioned earlier in the weekend about cars for different courses and some are better suited, how it always seems that the Mazda Miata, of course, always hailed for its balance and its ability to, if you're careful, can keep its tires underneath it really well. And then when you get to tracks like Daytona, where, of course, drafting and, of course, having a very aerodynamic car is paramount, cars like the Datsun and I believe when 2015 when the Ronalds went to Daytona, the Honda Prelude was a very slippery car as well. And so I think when you see these cars cooperating together, it really comes down to, because I think the Miatas a lot of times are being a lighter weight car and being able to go a little bit deeper on the brakes.
Yes.
And then so that's basically where they're able to gain an advantage.
Absolutely, and we say it about Spec Miata, but it is these cars, even in ITS form, they are momentum cars. You need to keep the cars on the boil. It's helpful that it's lightweight and it's got great brakes. But if you overslow the car into a slow corner, it's very difficult to dig out of that corner. Whereas the straight 6 power of these Datsun 240Zs, they've got a lot more grunt, certainly than the Miata does. But that being said, one of the great advantages of the Miata, and I think we saw Chris Childs a couple of years ago was running what, again, as we mentioned, is now an STL car, have been running very strongly in ITS, is that, at least in the case of the Datsuns, they're running with 1970, 71, 72 braking technology, and that means solid front rotors in the front that don't cool down very well. And you can make them stop on a dime for the first 2 laps of the race, but after that, you're doing a lot of management of the equipment in order to get through to the end of the race. That is somewhere where the Miatas, if you could stay close to the Datsun, would have an advantage. All right, so we've got now 8 laps remaining. Scotty Holman, who comes out of turn 10 in his Mazda Protege, comes and he now starts his 13th lap. He is your leader in ITB over Rich Allen, and Alton Fryer. And as Holman now is going into turn number 2, Rich Allen has locked onto the back for the moment of our overall leader, Mark Gibson, and carried a good amount of speed through turn 10 of that Golf. But finally, obviously, they get in a straight line, and Gibson breaks the draft. But I'm sure Allen was using every little bit of it as he could. But at this moment now, and we had checked in earlier where Allen was somewhere around 12 seconds, I think, back from Holman when we had checked. And again, this was a number of laps ago. The margin now 27 seconds. Separating Scotty Holman and Rich Allen, currently running in second. Alton Fryer, about 15 car lengths back from there, running in third.
And going to the car that Rich and Allen is driving, of course, the Volkswagen, basically, as we've been talking about how there's been times where certain cars have come to the forefront in certain classes. Tristan Herbert, who raced in our SSM, used to run.
Tom Martin.
Tom Martin. They were all part of that Volkswagen contingency that ran in the improved touring classes. And for a while, we've been seeing how the BMW 2002s my dad's told me stories about how him coming to Summit Point in the starting in the 80s, you would see entire fields of these 2002s,
Absolutely.
and so it almost became like a spec series, a spec race in and of itself. And so as you go through these different classes and as new technology and even updates to the cars that are currently on the grid, as that all comes into play, you see all these different cars, and again, different tracks, different cars will suit them.
Yeah,
at various
and it's
different
funny.
stages.
It just like when I started building my Honda Civic, when I decided to retire my Honda CRX, and I started building a Honda Civic for ITA. It was a 1996 Honda Civic, and I figured when I started the build, it was going to be one of the newest ITA cars in the field. And when I finished the build, it was just another 20-year-old ITA car. As I first finally got it out on track in 2017. As we've got now, when Gibson crosses the line, and he will be coming up here through turn 10 in just a moment, we are going to have 5 laps remaining. And so let's do this, Dom. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. As many of them, not quite to the levels of the ITS and ITB guys, but they're starting to get up to the grid. Let's make another call for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 7, that's Big Bore and ITE, American Sedan, GTA, GTX, GT1, 2, and 3, ITA, ITE, ITR, Prototype X, SPO, STU, Touring 1, 2, and 3, that's Big Bore and ITA. Please make your way over to the grid. We've got just about 5 laps remaining here in the ITS ITB race.
Yep, as you do have Jeff Lucas making his way across the stripe, and on the last lap, as for a moment my timing here malfunctioned just a little bit, but got it back on. Of course, Mark Gibson has the fastest lap of the race at the moment at the 1:25.459. In fact, that was the last lap as well. Actually, I'm sorry, that was lap 15, so that was a few laps ago. But Jeff Lucas, best time is a 1:26.664. So about a second 2/10 added onto that for Lucas's fast. So I think that, and again, as we get later on in the race, different drivers and different cars will basically the way they perform will vary a lot too. Some drivers, as they go on the race, also depending on the tires they use, will get quicker. My dad used to talk about a lot of times his fastest lap of the entire weekend would be the very
last
lap
one, even though it was in the afternoon and hotter than it had ever been. Yeah, as these races, especially a 20-lap race, and I've been through races much longer than that, but a 20-lap race, you're managing obviously the equipment, and part of that equipment that you're managing is your brain. It's a very important, obviously to stay well hydrated, but especially as things like in this race here start to open up, start to stretch out, you're not in a fight corner after corner after corner, and you look ahead and you see nothing but open road ahead of you. It sometimes becomes challenging to keep focus, and so you have to, as part of the racecraft, and this from racing, is you have to be able to keep your head in the game. That's probably the most important equipment that you have as you're trying to complete a race. And so obviously great job so far by Mark Gibson to manage this race, because right now he and Scotty Holman as well, at this point they just need to get the cars to the checkered flag. I'm sure they probably know, they can look in their mirrors and see where or see the fact that the next car in line isn't there, that they can't even see them anywhere along the track. So they just need to keep that focus to get the car to the end.
And going to that racecraft you were speaking of, some drivers, when they're by themselves, they I think feel more focused because they don't have to worry about necessarily who's in front or who's behind, and that allows them to be quicker. Whereas a lot of drivers will prefer to have a rabbit to chase, and therefore that will help them to keep the wick going and
That's right.
help to keep their pace going in the latter stages of the race. And also the fact that towards the end of the race, the fuel loads are going to be lighter, so
Of course.
the cars are
going to be faster.
It's going to be not as much load to carry. So,
But they also might handle differently, and that's one of the things as a racer is trying to set up the car whether it's going to be better for the long run, and whether the handling gets more in. If you can deal with a very skittish car for the first couple laps, not only once the tires come in, but also while you've got a rather full fuel load, knowing that the car will get better and it will handle better at the end, or do you set the car up just the opposite, so that maybe it is strongest right out of the box and you kind of hold on for the end. And a lot of that is you have to know who your competition is here also. If you know going into this that Mark Gibson, who is the track record holder here now and has been very strong for the last couple of years, do you want to try and shoot all your bullets right up front, knowing that it's not that likely that he's going to fall off that much at the end, or do you save up for that? And there you go, crossing the stripe now, Mark Gibson starting the penultimate lap here at Summit Point Motorsports Park. 2 laps to go as he comes down, and he's going to put our ITB leader a lap down. This is the first time that Holman has been lapped by our leader.
Mark Gibson's coming out of turn 2, making his way into turn number 3. And I believe his lead is substantial enough at the moment that as Jeff Lucas comes out of turn 10, can just probably see you obviously probably can't see the car from there, but the silhouette of Gibson's machine making his way into turn number 1. So again, definitely had our cars spread out here as we have Steve Moore making his way into turn number 1 and is getting ready to put Alton Fryer in ITB a lap down as well.
That's right. And, running a very quiet race today, John Legg in the number 61 machine. I didn't hear what ailed that car yesterday, that he retired very, very early, but great to see him out and running a full race distance. Also, Mario Marino, of course, again, he's the only B-Spec car out there, but he has run a very fast, very quiet race. And that is somewhat hard. We talk about trying to keep focus as Mark Gibson crosses the stripe and is now starting his last lap here at Summit Point, as Marino, is in a car that doesn't have the pace of an ITB car, even with those hand-cooked slicks. He is also had to keep focus, knowing that he was most likely going to spend a good portion of this entire race all by himself on track. And has done a very, very good job of it. And now we'll have to see if he goes by. It looks like Mark Gibson, who came through turn 2 and came up on Mario Marino's B-Spec Ford, may be content to sit back and follow the Focus, or not the Focus. It is a Ford Fiesta. Thank you. Maybe follow him all the way around and let him get another lap. I don't know if Mario wants another lap, but he may end up letting him get it. Now, the risk that you run in using that strategy is Jeff Lucas might actually make up a good amount of ground. And I just watched him still at full pace coming through. But Mark Gibson now, we're getting word now he's coming underneath the bridge going into turn 10. And so, he did dispatch with the B-Spec car. He wasn't going to follow him all the way. Just got past him at the end of the carousel and coming down the front straight, doing the little weave on the front straight, taking the checkered flag. Mark Gibson, your winner today in group number 6, takes the win in ITS. Crossing the stripe, third car to cross the stripe was Scotty Holman, who takes the win in ITB. The second car to pass the stripe, that was Mario Marino, our B-Spec winner. So as cars continue to filter across, Jeff Lucas in his Datsun 240Z, the Professor, he is going to finish second overall and second in ITS. Mr. Moeller in his Mazda Miata will come home in third in ITS. Will finish third overall. as he is just now coming out of turn 10. I wanted to hold my breath and not make that sound too definitive until I knew he got through turn 10 the very last time. Also crossing the stripe is going to be Rich Allen, who finishes second in ITB, Alton Fryer, who finishes third in ITB, and that is, well, those are all of our finishers. So what we're going to do, going to make a final call to the grid for our next group for Big Bore and Big Bore and ITA, and we'll get ready for that race, our 7th of 8 MARRS feature races today. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 7, that's Big Bore and ITA. Please head on up to the grid. You're going to be going on track in just a little bit over 5 minutes. Again, race group number 7, that's Big Bore and ITA. Please head on over to the grid. You're going to be on track momentarily. All right, so Dom, let's talk very quickly about one more of our sponsors, and that is OG Racing. Actually, I think we talked quite a bit during the bracket racing about OG Racing. But OG Racing, they carry what you need to get to the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data, and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation over the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco distributor for 17 years. It's not just on our website, it's in our 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. For more information, head on over to ogracing.com or call them at 1-800-934-9112. Okay, so Dom, we've got our ITS, ITB, and B-Spec winners taking their victory laps, and while they do, we are going to take a very, very short break as we get ready for a very large Big Bore and ITA race here from Summit Point Motorsports Park. It's the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and we'll be right back. And we are back here at Summit Point Motorsports Park. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel, and we are getting ready for our 7th of 8 races. This is our Big Bore race with ITA, and it is going to be a split start. We are going to run all of our Big Bore cars in a first group behind a pace car, and then all of the ITA cars will follow a second pace car to take their start. And so let's go, and we'll run down the starting order. I will start with ITA, where we had 13 drivers qualified, and then we'll move on to Big Bore. Starting in, and I'm going to have to pull up the cars that these drivers are racing also, because I know I'm going to mess things up if I don't. All right, starting 13th in ITA, driving the number 52 machine. It is Ryan Harrison out of Washington, D.C., and Ryan is driving a Mazda Miata. Starting at 25th, 12th in ITA, driving the number 169 machine. Out of Inwood, West Virginia, we've got Scott Nicholson Jr. starting 11th, driving the number 7 machine. Out of Walkersville, Maryland, it's Philip Rule. And Philip and as well as Scott, they're driving Mazda Miatas. Starting 10th today, driving the number 93 Mazda Miata from Alexandria, Virginia. My first driver at driver school, Barry Brown. Good luck, Barry. Starting 9th today, driving the number 152 machine out of Washington, D.C. It is another Mazda Miata. It's Ryan Harrison. Starting 8th in ITA today, driving the number 89 Mazda Miata. It's his SSM car. Going to be probably a little overmatched here in ITA, but he handled himself quite well yesterday from Herndon, Virginia, Jamison Huffman. Starting 7th in ITA, driving the number 41 machine. And out of, pardon me, he is out of Richmond, Virginia. We've got David Lanning starting 6th in ITA, driving the number 00 machine from Hampstead, Maryland, driving a Mazda Miata. It is Justin Shepard starting 5th. Driving, oddly enough, the number 5 Mazda Miata from Arlington, Virginia, longtime ITA driver here in the MARRS Series, Ben Seelig. Starting 4th. Driving the number 40 Honda CRX from Charlestown, West Virginia, we've got Morgan Burkhardt. Starting 3rd in ITA from Medford, New Jersey, representing the South Jersey region, driving a second-generation Toyota MR2, it's Peter Doan. And your front row in ITA, starting on the outside, that is second position, driving the number 1 Mazda Miata from Gainesville, Virginia, it's Dan Freeman. And your pole sitter in ITA, and yesterday's winner, driving the number 31 Mazda Miata from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, Joel Gambino. All right, so let's move now over to our front pack. This is our big bore group, starting 13th overall, second in STU, driving the number 127 Mazda Miata. It's Mark Liller, starting 12th. And your pole sitter in STU, driving the number 121 Mini Cooper, Scott Luttrell. Starting 11th, driving the number 3 American Sedan. And that number 3 car, I believe, is a Ford Mustang. We'll have to double check on that. It's Dan Licklider out of York, Pennsylvania. Starting 10th. And your sole car in GT1 from Hackettstown, New Jersey, it's Joseph Folia. Starting 9th. And your sole driver in GT3. We'll have to see if he brings this car out. He had some problems with it both in qualifying and also during the sprint race yesterday. From Midlothian, Virginia, driving the 37 Toyota Celica, Warren Montague. Starting 8th and 3rd in T3, driving the number 39 machine from Potomac, Maryland, it's Jerome Welt. Starting 7th and 2nd in American Sedan, driving the number 170 machine out of Manchester, Pennsylvania, it's Jared Licklider. Starting 6th, driving the number 15 T3 car. And let me get the car. It is a BMW E46 3 Series car, 330i. It's Greg Arsenault, and he's out of Leesburg, Virginia. Starting 5th, and your sole SPO driver, assuming he gets the car back underway. He had some electrical issues yesterday with his Factory 5 Cobra from Nokesville, Virginia. It's Robert Hayshak. Starting 4th, driving the number 63 T2 machine. It is a Chevrolet Corvette out of Aston, Pennsylvania. It's Jeffrey Pascal. Starting 3rd, and your pole sitter in T3 from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, representing the Steel Cities region, we've got Michael Wickman. And your front row, driving his American Sedan, the number 09 car out of Fleetwood, Pennsylvania, it is Brad Satow. And your pole sitter today, in his GT2 Chevy Camaro from Belmont, Ohio, Andrew Mistak. There you go. 26 cars strong. Our first group, the big bore cars, coming down into turn 3 behind pace car number 1. Pace car number 2 has the ITA field. They are just now coming down into turn number 1.
Hey, Greg.
And this may be, Dom, real quick, this may be a bit of an issue as we just had roll onto the track and going to be starting behind our ITA field. It is that the 169? That's no, certainly not the 169. We've got a C3 Corvette, and I thought it was the 69 car from the looks of it, which I don't have on my grid sheets. We're going to have to take a look, but he's going to be starting at the tail end of that ITA field, and that could really wreak havoc in ITA.
Yeah, and that is going to be Joe Foglia in that number 50 car, the blue Corvette there, shotgun on the field. And also to answer your question, Greg, we talked about the reliability for Warren Montague in that GT3 Toyota Celica. That car was able to make it out there today. So Montague, we saw who was out here for the U.S. Majors Tour event, had a lot of pace in that car again. And that, of course, an acquisition from Rick Ricker not too long ago. So Warren Montague still getting up to speed with that car. I believe plans to contest it at the Runhouse VIR, being one of Warren's home circuits.
That's his home track. Used to run a GT Light Toyota Tercel, exactly. All right, so as our leaders are coming out of turn 10, we'll recap yesterday's race as time goes on. I think we'll have some time to do that here. Mistak brings Group 1 with Brad Sato to the outside of the American Sedan Mustang, and we have a green flag for Group number 1 as they now make their way down towards turn number 1. And as you would expect, the GT2 car of Mistak opening up a very early lead over a gaggle of American sedans and others as we wait for the ITA field to make their way around turn 10. We've got the pace car on the pit lane. We'll jump back to the big bore in just a moment here as we wait for the ITA start. As the starter is looking over the field, a very well-formed field, and we have a green flag, and making a quick and early jump from the back of the field is the number 52 machine of Mac Harrison. He splits the gap going up the center and all of a sudden runs out of pace about 2 cars up. So he's going to make a little bit of a position here. But going down into turn 1, it looks like we had our STU pole sitters in the front of that ITA field as well, which I was a little surprised by, but it looks like they are running with ITA and only one of our 2 STU cars sitting up there as we've got the Mini Cooper of Luttrell heading down through the field. Leading ITA right now, it is Joel Gambino with Dan Freeman, Peter Doan, and Morgan Burkhardt in the Honda CRX, and it looks like on the start, the Corvette decided to hold off and didn't run through the field.
We have our big bore field coming around for the first flying lap. And Warren Montague, as you mentioned, had, I don't believe has completed a session this weekend so far, but is making his way through nicely with that Toyota Celica going down into turn number 1. Makes the overtaking maneuver on Jared Licklider in the Mustang as our overall leader, Andrew Mistak, is going to start to, of course, walk away being in the GT2 car, the only one out here at the moment. Running in second is going to be the Brad Tatau in the other American Sedan Mustang. And then Warren Montague has caught up to the back of Bob Hasselchak in the Cobra. As we turn our attention back to our ITA cars, we have Joe Gambino, who leads Dan Freeman by about 3 cars across the stripe. And then Morgan Burkhardt is running in 3rd spot, about, I'd say, 10 car lengths back from there, followed by Peter Doan and Ben Seelig making up the 4th and 5th in ITA. Seelig taking a little bit of, taking a look to the inside on Doan, ends up making that pass stick, so move Seelig up to 4th in ITA and move Doan back to 5th.
There you go, as our leaders, Gambino and Freeman, opening up an early lead over the rest of the field. Now, yesterday, and we'll talk about this as time goes on. Yesterday, we had the race end under full course caution, and just before that full course caution came out, we had a car that had gone off track down in the carousel. We had a 4-car battle for the lead in ITA. We had Joel Gambino, Morgan Burkhardt, Peter Doan, and then Dan Freeman. Freeman, who had a very early start, and I'm looking to see whether or not there were any notes about this, because the number 1 car, I know we felt up here in the booth that he may have jumped the start, and I was talking to the starter for the race. She called in that she thought it was a jump start, but there was no action taken by the stewards for the race. But when that yellow flag came out, when that full course caution came out, just before, literally moments before the full course caution came out, both Peter Doan and Dan Freeman got together just in the same area as that incident down in the carousel. And so neither of those cars, of course, ended up crossing the stripe at the end of the race. And so Gambino took the win. Morgan Burkhardt finished in second. But there were some very big questions about how racy some of those drivers were towards the very end of the race. Now, I think Freeman and Doan might have been helped by an American sedan Mustang. Won't mention any names, but we'll see. Most of these drivers were warned, we'll say, that they should be a little bit more cognizant of what they are seeing around them on track. Now, also, we see here, and you mentioned it earlier, is Warren Montague had come up on Bob Hasechek in the Factory 5 Cobra. So Hasechek has gotten his car out today as well. Apparently, he had a little bit of an excursion yesterday and perhaps knocked some wiring loose. And so he pulled in, basically just drove the car off over by turn 10 and parked the car because he had no power. So didn't have much of a choice. So it seems like it was an easy fix and maybe a little bit of tightening of ground wires this time around. But great battle going on here. And let's take a look in ITA as they come out of turn 10. And who's showing a lot of pace this weekend, and it really surprised me. And again, the last time I saw him run was about 4 or 5 years ago. Is Ben Seelig in the number 5 machine. That he is showing a ton of pace, and he is now side by side with Morgan Burkhardt going down in the 1. Burkhardt had to get very defensive, move the car to the center of the track. Seelig tried to make a move on the outside, could not, well, I don't want to say it yet until they come out, but now I could say it, could not get it done as Morgan Burkhardt holds on to third. About 10 car lengths back from there, another great battle in ITA, and that is the battle between now Peter Doan and Justin Shepard as they are lock, nose, tail. And then just back from there, it is Jamison Huffman and David Lanning.
Yep, and I'd seen on the last lap how Ben Seelig was really starting to catch Morgan Burkhardt's draft as they were coming down the front straightaway. And while Morgan Burkhardt has lost touch with the draft off of our ITA leaders, Joe Gambino and Dan Freeman, that also allowed Seelig to basically have the whole punch in the air and was able to draft back up. And we had mentioned earlier about how Jamison Huffman double dipping this weekend in his Mazda Miata, running an SSM earlier and then ITA here, and doing very well against David Lanning, running pretty close and landing with a purpose-built, a built car for this class, while Jamison Huffman is running a move over from
an SSM car, which compared to certainly compared to a 1.8 Miata is down probably about 20 to 25 horsepower over what some of the other cars are. The 1.6 liter Miatas that are built to ITA specs, he's probably down around 15 to 18 horsepower. So he's definitely wheeling the car here today. And, I think importantly, it's a lot of extra seat time for him as well. And I think we all know that seat time is king. And the racing in ITA certainly very different than what you find in SSM. It's opened up a little bit more, and because you've got different cars with different performance envelopes, different capabilities, you're not going to be locked in the draft around the course for 20 laps or so. And you might have to worry about, I don't know, a GT1 car or a GT2 car trying to make its way past you. But it's going to be a great opportunity for him to work on his racecraft. All right, real quick, we've got just now 15 laps remaining in our Group 7 race. So let's make a first call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, race group number 8, that is Spec Miata. Please start heading on up to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, the grid is now clear. You may start heading up, and you're going to be on track in just a little bit. Group 8, our final feature race of the weekend. Please make your way to the grid.
And Greg, just as you finished that announcement, we did have Morgan Burkhardt do a little skip through the turn 10 gravel there, and that's now going to allow Ben Seelig to get up alongside and try to go for an inside move. We'll see if Burkhardt's able to keep up the momentum or if Seelig has on, and Burkhardt is in fact able to close the door at least this time through on Seelig and hold on to that third spot. Joe Gambino and Dan Freeman, who were just a short time ago were battling pretty close together are now pretty distanced apart. But we have side by side with Burkhardt and Seelig up into turn 3. And again, Burkhardt just moving over just a little bit to cover off Seelig and holds on to that spot as they have our overall leader, Andrew Mistak, making his way through.
And that was pretty good driving, heads-up driving by Ben Seelig. So when they came into turn 1, it looked like Burkhardt had maybe carried a little bit more speed under braking going into 1 and maybe was able to hold off Seelig. But Seelig carried a good amount of speed coming out of turn 2, actually was up about a half a car length coming down towards turn 3. Burkhardt kept the car pinned to the inside, driver's left, which is going to be very difficult to get through turn 3. And all of a sudden, and Burkhardt was pretty much halfway up on Seelig. And Seelig actually made a little, he flicked the car, and he was going to turn to the apex. And I think at the very last second realized that Burkhardt was there, let the wheel back out, and they both made it through safely. But it could have turned into something very, very bad. But going back to what precipitated that, Dom, as Burkhardt went off track, we know, and I saw some video last night, and I talked to Roger Troxel, who's prepping the car for Morgan Burkhardt, that they're working on some suspension tuning, some shock changes, also a change in rear brake compounds as well. And Morgan has very, very fast hands. And by the way, Morgan has gotten back around Ben Seelig. Morgan has incredibly fast hands, and he needs it because right now, and I can tell you as a Honda CRX driver, CRXs can be very, very evil. As the rear end, there is a point where the rear end will walk around on you, and you can't catch it, or most mortals can't catch it, and it doesn't have to go around far until you get to that point. Morgan had some amazing catches in turn 10 yesterday that it could have been a very bad situation for him. Let's just put it that way. But he's even as a rookie, he's got great hands.
Yep. And Morgan's fast hands and quick reflexes were likely born out of his background in karting, which of course teaches you how to be able to quickly catch a motor vehicle and be able to feel it as it's potentially oversteering or about to lose grip on you.
Exactly. And so Morgan and also Jamison Huffman, they had experience with all sports racing or karting that was originally based out in the Sterling area a number of years ago. And then for the past number of years, they've been racing with the Washington, D.C. region. Morgan started in autocross, and then they have been out again with the D.C. region up near Baltimore with our partners there. And might as well mention our great partners at United Karting, which is where Morgan and also Jamison have been working on their racing chops for the last couple of seasons.
As we're looking to our ITA battle, we also have a great battle. I believe it's for 5th and 6th in class, and that's going to be between actually 3 cars now have joined that race. Those drivers are. That's going to be Peter Doan, Justin Shepard, and David Lanning, all who are running nose to tail. And it was Shepard and Lanning who have been running nose to tail for the last few laps. And they've now had Justin Shepard join that race as well. And another pretty good race shaping up here between 2 of our big bore cars. That's going to be the Factory 5 Cobra of Bob Hazachak, as well as Jeff Pascal's Corvette, doing a nice job as well. And Greg, something we might want to look at here is that Warren Montague is making some inroads for our overall lead.
Yes, he is. As a matter of fact, he just now puts Scott Luttrell's Mini Cooper a lap down. He is on his way towards Mr. Mistak, yesterday's winner in the number 17 GT2 Chevy Camaro. And as they came through turn 3, what would we put that gap at? Maybe 4 car lengths. So, I mean, he has made up a ton of ground after having started all the way back in 9th position today.
And as we continue to watch Ben Selig and Morgan Burkhardt's third place battle, Selig has the advantage over Burkhardt at the moment, about a car length as they go into 3. And then looking back to Peter Doan, David Lanning, and Justin Shepard, all running nose to tail. Drop Shepard by about 2 car lengths, have Doan and Lanning, but all 3 of those cars are running together. And then that battle we spoke about a lap ago with Bob Hasachak and Jeff Pascal has dissipated a little bit. They have Jamison Huffman in his ITA car between them.
That's right, and we'll see as they get down into the carousel. I think this is where, if anything, depending on and Hasechek had cleared. Oh, and we've got a car off at turn 2, off in the grass, over over driver's left. We'll see if we can get a number on it. It looks like one of our Mazda Miatas. We have 2 cars off, actually, driver's left. We'll try and get some numbers on them. One light blue Mazda Miata, one white Mazda Miata.
So we'll be able to, hopefully we'll be able to report those numbers as we continue on with our race. And we have our 4th, 5th, and 6th place runners in ITA, Doan landing, and then Shepard making the way past start finish. And this time through, David Lane takes a look to the inside on Doan, tucks right back in. And they're going to be showing a standing yellow, so any attempts that the drivers might be thinking of making, they will not be permitted to do so because of this standing yellow for our 2 cars. And it looks like one of them is going to try to rejoin, and
that is Philip Rule in the number 7 machine, who is rejoining, or looks, well, he pulled over towards the side of the track. I think he's just easing his way on. He rejoins about halfway down towards turn 3. There is still another car in the grass driver's left, just actually almost right across from the turn 2 flag station. And we'll get a number on that, I think, here in just a few moments. We'll know as soon as cars turn another lap. But in the meantime, let's make another call to the grid for our next group, as we only have 9 laps remaining in this 20-lap race. Attention in the paddock, race group number 8, that's Spec Miata. Second call to the grid. We're now halfway through group 7, so it'd be a great time for you to come on down. Group number 8, Spec Miata, please make your way to the grid. You're going to be on track here in just a few minutes.
And Greg, we did have another position change in ITA for the final step on the podium. Morgan Burkhardt able to get around Ben Seelig as they went across the stripe. And now they're going to go into turn 1, running nose to tail. And this time, Ben Seelig goes to driver's left in order to open up that radius and try to get a run coming out of turn 1. And they have dropped that standing yellow, just so now everyone's aware. They are not allowed to race through that area. They're going to go side by side. Burkhardt and Seelig are up to turn 3. And it's Burkhardt to the inside. And Seelig has to yield, not able to get alongside this time, coming up in turn number 3. And then Doan, Landing, and Shepard running 4th, 5th, and 6th in class respectively are all running about, I'd say, 5 car lengths behind our 3rd and 4th place runners.
All right, and I think I've tracked down the mystery driver over on the outside of turn 1 and turn 2. That is Barry Brown in the number 93 machine. And so as Philip Rule has continued, we now see Barry Brown drop back down into 22nd position overall, and now 12th in ITA here. And watching this battle between Seelig and Burkhardt, I know I spent like half a day on it a moment ago, but again, Seelig has come quite a ways since I raced with him a number of years ago, and he's showing great pace as they come out of turn 10 and onto the front straight now. They are going to be sitting right in the middle of a Great American Sedan battle just ahead of them, and actually, it's not an American Sedan battle. I believe one car is getting ready to be put down a lap there, as Burkhardt once again pokes to the inside, and he's going to have to once again try to hold the red number 5 off coming out of turn 1. And now Seelig has the inside position. He's driver's left. Burkhardt is driver's right. And Seelig, with the shorter run towards turn 3, gets around Burkhardt. But again, they're going to get bottled up between those 2 American Sedan Mustangs. And the yellow Mustang that is in that pair, and I believe that is, if we take a look, I believe that's Dan Licklider, if I remember correctly, in the 06 car. He was the driver that was trailing behind the ITA cars yesterday, but that tells me that American Sedan car has the same approximate pace as the ITA cars, and he's going to be making that speed in very different places than Seelig and Burkhardt as they get down to the carousel.
And Greg, we did have Philip Rule make it back into the pits and now back into the pack, so Philip Rule is going to be a retiree from this race as we look to the Morgan Burkhardt and Ben Seelig battle. Burkhardt this time through has opened up about 2 cars over Selig as they make their way across the start-finish line. And again, Peter Doan, who continues to run in 3rd place, has opened it up, I think, due to traffic over both David Lanning and Justin Shepard. And again, this battle that we've been talking about with Bob Hasachak and Jeff Pascal, those two are going to go side by side, have a lot of traffic in front of them to deal with, and they're really getting on the brakes to avoid any kind of run-in with those cars as they make their way out of turn number 1. Going back to Burkhardt and Selig, they're running about 2 car lengths apart on the way through to turn number 3. And Bob Hasachak still trying to find his way around some of the lap cars.
And there is nowhere for him to go as both Hasachak and the Chevy Corvette came up right behind Dan Licklider's yellow Ford Mustang and Peter Doan side by side. So Doan, who had made up actually a lot of ground on both Selig and Burkhardt as they went down under braking into turn 1, he then ends up in this battle with an American Sedan Mustang, and it gives that battle right behind him nowhere to go at all. And I suspect it's going to run like that all the way down into the carousel as well. Now we have another retiree just now pulling off track, and I think this is Scott Nicholson in the 169 machine. Indeed, driver of the 169 Mazda Miata. It looks like he has taken the car back to the paddock.
And we have Burkhardt and Selig crossing the start-finish line. And again, Burkhardt maintaining about 2 car lengths advantage over Selig. They're making their way down into turn 1. And we have our overall leader, Andrew Mistak, now coming into turn 1 as well. Again, navigating through some of that traffic. And Bob Hasachak pulls it onto pit lane as well. I'm not sure if he's going to get any kind of service or if he's going to bring it back into the pits. Looks like taking a stop there in pit lane.
There we go. All right. So let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid as we have 5 laps remaining in this race. Let's make a final call to the grid for our final race group of the weekend. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8, Spec Miata. Please head on up to the grid now. You're going to be on track in just a handful of minutes for your feature race. Again, race group number 8, Spec Miata. Please make your way to the grid. And Dom, looks like we've got some emergency services vehicles that have just been deployed now. And I believe this may be to pick Barry Brown up over by the outside of turn 2 from the sound of it. As Rescue 1 lights on, heading down into turn 1. And it looks like...
Yeah, Bob Hasachak pulls it into the pack, and so his race will end prematurely here. But the race that is definitely on is Burkhardt and Selig's battle for ITA and the final spot on the podium. We do have a waving yellow, so again, these drivers are going to have to be careful not to do any overtakes down there. And they're going to, so Burkhardt and Selig are going to have to remain nose to tail as they make it through that section, as they get behind as they make it past that yellow flag area. They're going to go side by side once again into turn 3. This time Burkhardt with the preferred line, and opens up a 3 car length advantage over Selig. But as we've seen the past few laps, Greg, Selig has found a way to be right on the back of Morgan Burkhardt's bumper every time they come around turn number 10.
All right, and so while we were watching that action, we had Dan Licklider in the 06 American Sedan Mustang bring his car back into the paddock. His day is now done, so starting to become a race of attrition here. And indeed, there is another car down at turn 1 that is disabled. So no, it was not to go get the Barry Brown car. Number I received was, I believe it's the 37 car.
And that'd be Warren Montague.
Yeah, that would be the Toyota Celica that had been running so strong, that had been fighting for the overall lead. And apparently Warren Montague's day in his Toyota Celica, the GT3 Celica, is now done.
And so we got Morgan Burkhardt making his way across the line. Our overall leader, Andrew Mistak, has 3 laps remaining. And as we go back to our ITA cars, that waving yellow continues down in turn number 1. And so the drivers are going to have to be cognizant of that. As Selig and Burkhardt come out of 2, They're once again side by side with Burkhardt on driver's left and Seelig on driver's right. They're going to go through and Burkhardt able to hold on to that third spot over Seelig for the moment, but Seelig again right on the rear bumper of Burkhardt's Honda CRX.
All right, getting word that the emergency services team having a little trouble getting Warren Montague's car loaded up or to flat tow it out because it's got no front tow hook. So they may be sending some other equipment. We also had a driver go off by turn 5 now, and it sounds like they have continued as we now have now 2 laps remaining. So we're on the penultimate lap as our leader Andrew Mistak, driver the number 17 GT2 Chevy Camaro, crosses the start-finish line, and he's heading into turn 1 just behind our second-place runner in ITA, Dan Freeman. And, yesterday, we said we thought maybe Freeman got an early jump, and he held off Joel Gambino for an extended period of time in the race before some of these other drivers were able to catch up. But today, Gambino has just really showed his dominant pace here at Summit Point, and he is currently leading the field in ITA by almost 10 full seconds.
And Greg, once again, we have just temporarily this time side by side with Seelig and Burkhardt. Seelig able to get ahead of Burkhardt on this lap, so third for Seelig in ITA, fourth for Burkhardt. But again, they're going to go nose to tail into 3 and then down to 4. And that yellow flag, the standing yellow that was down in 1, has now been dropped. So racing again can resume down in 1.
All right, and our leader, Andrew Mistak, now coming through turn 10, and he sees, well, it's the number 1 board. We'll call it the white flag. He gets the word that he is on his last lap here at Summit Point. Now we have already had Joel Gambino cross the stripe, so Gambino now, as long as he doesn't get lapped by Mistak, will have another lap here in ITA. But at this point now, coming out of turn 10, Dom, it is Burkhardt who comes up and around that final corner ahead of the number 5 car of Seelig. But as Burkhardt moves to the center of track to defend, Seelig pretty much drove right by him. But Burkhardt, undaunted, he gets on the brakes about 10 feet later than the Miata. And the CRX is not exactly known over the course of a long race for great braking ability. It doesn't have the ability to dissipate hot air all that well. But it looks like Seelig able to do the over-under. He leads Burkhardt now into turn 3 on what should be their very last lap.
Yep, and indeed they're going to go side by side as well as they come up to 3 and then down to 4. So, and as we mentioned, Andrew Mistak last lap is working the last lap. And just as I say that, Andrew Mistak comes around turn number 10 and we'll see the checkered flag. So our overall winner for Group 7 will be the GT2 Chevy Camaro driven by Andrew Mistak
for the second day in a row. And it looks like Joel Gambino able to come across the line. He's going to have an extra lap, whether he wants it or not. Dan Freeman now takes the checkered flag. He's going to finish second in ITA. But let's watch that battle now, because they should be coming now up towards turn 10. That battle for the last step on the podium in ITA. It is Ben Seelig leading Burkhardt out of turn number 10. And Burkhardt now almost 2 car lengths back. And as they cross the stripe, perhaps the largest distance that I've seen between Seelig and Burkhardt, except for the opening lap, Ben Seelig takes third by 4 car lengths. Burkhardt will finish in 4th. All right, so let's take a look at some of our other classes, as we now have most of our remaining drivers, except for Joel Gambino, to have, actually that's not true. There are a couple of other drivers that were out as well, and I believe Mac Harrison in the 52 and Jamison Huffman were just ahead of Joel Gambino, as well as Scott Luttrell. Luttrell, who is our sole STU driver today, he comes down the front straight. He's going to take the checkered flag. Let's take a look at that battle here and this is the battle for 15th, I believe, overall. And in ITA was the battle. Let's take a look here. The battle for 8th in ITA. Jamison Huffman holds off Mac Harrison at the end. So let's go. We'll run things down here by class. Of course, in GT2, our sole racer and our overall winner, Andrew Mistak. In GT1, Joe Folia, sole driver. In GT3, Warren Montague, he ran 14 laps. He takes the win. Congratulations, Warren, if it's any consolation out there. In American Sedan, Brad Seto takes the win over Jared Licklider. Dan Licklider will finish 6 laps down in 3rd. If we then move over to SPO, Bob Hayshak takes home the win, completing 13 laps in, as we mentioned, Scott Luttrell and STU taking the win. In T2, Jeffrey Pascal takes the win. In T3, Greg Arsenault takes the win over Jerome Welty. And then finally in ITA, Joel Gambino is your winner. Dan Freeman finishes 2nd. Ben Seelig with a margin of 59 hundredths of a second takes the 3rd place from Morgan Burkhardt on the last lap. Peter Doan will finish in 5th. All right, so Dom, why don't we take one more break? And before we do, we'll quickly, once again, talk about one of our great sponsors here, and that is EVSR. All right, so EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is also back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. And of course, it's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, where they were the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas-powered cars, where they placed 29th overall ahead of 7 of those gas-powered cars. In 2022, EVSR will return, building on the experience of 2021, and expect an even stronger finish. So come on over to their paddock. They're packing up right now, but come on over to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help make EVSR history. If you're not here at the track, check them out at evsr.net for more information about their innovative race program. Okay, so Dom, let's take that break. When we come back, we'll have our last feature race of the weekend, and that is Spec Miata. It's going to be a few minutes. We've got some cleanup to do. I know we've got to collect Mr. Montague. We've got to collect Mr. Brown, and we will be back. Probably be, 5-10 minutes. But for those of you here at the track, of course, you can hear everything on the PA system on 88.7 on your FM dial. And if you are still listening to us on the YouTubes, please go ahead, click that and hit that big thumbs up button, give it a big smash. And if you haven't done so already, go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel and click on that notification bell so you can find out every time we post up very exciting content, whether it be MARRS races, whether it be other events put on by the region. That's how you're going to find out. So we'll be right back with our final race of the afternoon. And we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the final race of the day, and that is Spec Miata. And Dom, I mean, it was an exciting race yesterday. A great way to end up to end the Saturday here as we went into our big social parties, as we always like to, you know, I don't want to say we party hard here at the DC region, but you know, we had a good time. But a great race between our top two finishers. So we'll talk about that in a moment. Why don't we go run down the starting grid for today's final race of the weekend?
Yep. Our June MARRS Grand Finale here with Spec Miata, an 18-car field. Starting 18th, we'll have car number 32 out of New York, Mark Bertuccio. Starting 17th will be car 111, also from New York, and that's Akil Akula. Starting 16th, we'll have car number 38 from Weehawken, New Jersey. That's Isaac Jordan. Starting 15th, we'll have car 54 out of Owings Mills, Maryland. That's Michael Cohen. Our 14th starter will be car 24 from Clemens, North Carolina. That's Lauren Brallier. In 13th spot, we'll have car 55 out of Germantown, Maryland, Austin Butts. Starting 12th is car 34 from Colts Neck, New Jersey, Tom Polina. In 11th spot, we'll have car 95 out of New York, and that's John Jenkins. In the 10th spot, we find car number 2 coming to us from Falmouth, Virginia. That's Dave Henderson. In 9th spot, we'll have car number 6 out of Oakland, New Jersey. That's Shauna Lamena. In 8th spot is car number 78 out of Christiansburg, Virginia, and that's Ted Cahill. Starting 7th, we'll have car 44 from Durwood, Maryland, Kip Gaynor. 6th spot belongs to car number 10 from Centerville, Virginia, Glenn Evans. Starting 5th will be car 00 out of Elkridge, Maryland, and that's David Levin. In 4th, we'll have car 88 from Oakland, New Jersey. Driving that is Mike Lamena. In 3rd spot, we'll have car number 69 out of Darnestown, Maryland, Jeremy Butts. And on our front row, driving car number 63, starting 2nd out of Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, it's John Hotz. And our pole sitter will be car number 18 out of Boston Lake, New York, and that is Evan Carl.
Thank you very much, Dom. If that was our starting grid, and you know, as you were running down the starting grid, it reminded me quite a bit of our race yesterday because it was a barn burner to say the least. Evan Carl, who took the win yesterday and is today's pole sitter, he had a how do we say this? Not a momentous, but he had a challenging first lap. That, much like we saw in SSM earlier in the day, did not get the greatest of starts, fell back into 5th position, and had gone off track at turn 1 on the very first lap. And he didn't lead into turn 1 either. He was sitting in 2nd, got pushed wide, and fell all the way back to 5th place. It took him 2 laps to work up to fight for the win with John Hotz. He and John Hotz, pretty much for the entire rest of the race, were jockeying for the lead there with Jeremy Butts and Michael Lamena part of that fight as well. Now, we've seen a lot of this battle already today. We saw it in STL this morning, and you know, some of the exact same players in frankly, the exact same cars going at it again. The one driver who has not been part of those additional races is the black, red, and white number 18 of Evan Carl. So yeah, we'll see if the extra little bit of seat time and maybe a better understanding of what the track surface is like here today might help Hotz, Butts, and Lamena. Of course, we'll have to see if David Levin, I have a feeling that we're not going to see David Levin in the 0-0 car. He was part of that, and he was part of that incident that we had in the small bore race earlier today with John Sainz.
And Greg, as we had mentioned at the top of our broadcast today, of course, with today being Father's Day, we do have two situations in this race where that is the case. And that'll be with the Lamena family with Father Mike and daughter Shauna, as well as with the Butts family, Father Jeremy and son Austin racing together. So again, we love. It's great to see family members not only out here together enjoying the race weekends, but also when you get to see members of the same family on track as well. It that's something extra special that we
Yeah,
get to see out here.
absolutely. I think probably the only thing better is, and of course we don't get to witness it or hear it up here, up in the tower, is after the race if they end up in impound together and hear them telling racing stories there. That's frankly that's the one thing I miss the most about being up here in the booth as opposed to coming off track and being able to share almost immediately some of those great stories. I'll tell you after race group number 7, I'll bet you that Morgan Burkhardt and Ben Seelig are still probably going over probably lap after each and every lap and almost each and every move that they made because they had a spectacular race just a few moments ago. And not even a race for the win, a race for third in ITA. But our Spec Miata field now is forming up down in the carousel. And actually now the pace car is bringing the field underneath the bridge here on the way up to turn number 10. And as I look over to my right, actually, no, if I look to my right, that would be down towards turn 1. As I look to my left, now over towards turn 10, Graham Fuller has the pace car on pit road, and it is a very, very slow pace now being set by Evan Carl, our pole sitter, bringing the field around turn 10. I don't think he wants to get in that same spot that he was yesterday as the starter looks over the field and the green flag is in the air, and a fairly early green flag, only about halfway down the pit lane. Evan Carl, though, jumps to an early advantage over the white number 63 of John Hotz. Jeremy Butts, he is following very closely behind Evan Carl as they now make their way down into turn number 1. And with the point, at this point, it is Evan Carl, your leader. Much better start for him today than yesterday, running to the outside. Drivers left, it is the 63 of Hotz. And then right behind John Hotz, we have, it looks like, Jeremy Butts in that black and gold number 69 car as Carl leads the field down into the carousel.
And that'd be correct, Greg. And running in 4th place is Michael Mann, and then looked as though I believe it may have been Kip Gaynor making his way up to 5th place. So that's your top 5 in the early running here. And so what I also noticed was that, it looked as though Gaynor, as I mentioned, had gotten that good start. Definitely had a very aggressive start going into turn 1. Was definitely looking to the inside was one of the drivers who tried to make it 3 wide on the start. So definitely trying to make up spots here in the early going because, again, the best place to make up spots is on the start, Greg.
Well, there you go. But Shauna Lamena might have, and it may have been as part of that aggression and going 3 wide. Shauna Lamena getting word from the corner down to turn 1 that she got pushed off track, got pushed off drivers left. She is now about 80 car lengths back from the rest of the field as Evan Carl crosses the stripe, completes lap number 1. He's your leader, John Hotz, about 2 car lengths back as they compress under braking. Then we've got Jeremy Butts, Mike LaMena, Kip Gaynor trying, as you said, active very aggressively. Dom, trying to make a move on Glenn Evans, under braking going down into turn 1. We'll take a look and see. It doesn't look like that pass is done yet. Another interesting move there, though, coming into turn 3. John Hotz, I don't know if he's trying to break the draft of Jeremy Butts or maybe there was like a snake on his arm or something. I don't know, but he juked all the way to the driver's left and then back to driver's right almost immediately as our drivers head down the field. And we can see here LaMena, and we have another car now that has fallen back behind Shauna Lamena.
And I believe that's Mark Bertuccio that was our last place starter here and is just not making his way through as well. And we did have 2 cars that did not make the start today, and that'd be David Levin in the 00 as well as John Jenkins in the 95.
Right, and I think we discussed with Levin, had an incident earlier today, and I think John Jenkins also had a disabled car as well earlier today. So those 2 drivers not starting the race. We have 16 starters here in Spec Miata as Evan Carl leads the field now out of turn 10. He's got about a 5 car length advantage now over the white number 63 of John Hotz and Jeremy Butts, about 4 car lengths back from there. It is then about 6 car lengths back to Michael Lamena, kind of sitting in no man's land, much closer to our lead 3 cars, however, than the big pack that starts in 5th position, which is now led by Kip Gaynor, then Glenn Evans, then David Henderson, and then the red number 78 car of Ted Cahall at the tail end of that little pack. But right once you get past Cahall, you've got 3 more cars and spreading into a delta formation there. Almost. It's Austin Butts, Tom Paulino, and Lauren Bralier. And Bralier with some heads-up racing there, Dom, very quickly as they came down into turn 3. She had Butts getting ready to turn in on her. She backed out she was on driver's left. She had position going into 3. She backed out of it early because I think otherwise they might have gotten together long before the apex.
And we mentioned yesterday, Greg, that Lauren Bralier has been contesting a car in Formula V. And
Yes.
there's anything Formula V racing teaches you, it's about track awareness and the comfort of going side by side and being in very, very close proximity to your fellow racers. As we have our leaders coming out of turn 10, and it's Evan Carl who leads our field by about 5 car lengths as they cross the stripe. John Hotz and Jeremy Butts continue to run in second place, but we do have in sort of our second pack forming here a pack led by Kip Gaynor, and then following him is Glenn Evans, Dave Henderson, and then Ted Cahall. So about a 4 pack of cars making up our second pack here. As we look back to our overall leaders, again, Evan Carl leading, who's led all the way so far, with John Hotz about 2 car lengths in the rears, and then Jeremy Butts about 3 car lengths back from there. Beginning to drop Mike LeMaine a little bit, who is about 6 to 7 car lengths back, and then Gaynor continues to lead that train for our second pack. And Greg, that battle you mentioned now, Lauren Bralier was able to get around Austin Butts and now got around Tom Paulino. So that's going to move Lauren Bralier, I believe, up into the 9th position.
Yeah, actually, I think that will move her up to 9th now. She's gotten around Paulino, and yesterday, maybe not the race that she had wanted. She didn't get a lot of movement. She started 12th. She ended 12th. Yesterday, just kind of maybe she was getting into a rhythm. Obviously, learning a new car to her. Maybe today she's got her sea legs underneath her, so to speak, and she is back underway.
And Evan Carl continues to, looks like, open up that advantage over John Hotz as they're going to be working lap number 4 as they cross the stripe. And looking back to our second pack, again, we were talking about Kip Gaynor leading that pack, but this time through Glenn Evans and Dave Henderson's going to fall behind. Henderson is going to push Evans down into turn 1. They're going to go temporarily 3 wide. Dave Henderson decides to tuck in behind Kip Gaynor in order for them to get back into the draft. Evan Carl making his way up to turn number 3, maintaining about 3 car lengths advantage over John Hotz. Go another 5-2, get back to Jeremy Butts, and the same with Michael Mena. And now side by side are Dave Henderson and Kip Gaynor. Henderson able to make that pass, complete that pass, and is now going to be working on the bumper of Glenn Evans.
All right, so in that time, Akil Akula, driver of the number 111 car, pitted in from 15th position. I believe he's actually sitting right on the other side of the Able station, just out of our view, but for all intents and purposes, his race is now done. It started 17th, was 15th when he pitted in. And for those of you watching at home, want to apologize real quick, or even if you're not at home and you're just watching on the internet, we are having some issues with our video feed, and this is a trial that we are running this weekend just to test some new technology. And, I guess it's best that it waited until the very end of the day to start showing us some issues here as we jump back. And so you may see our leader heading down into turn 1 here in just a moment as Evan Carl has opened up a very substantial lead. It's 1.4 seconds, but it comes out to about 8 car lengths now going into turn number 1. And then just about the exact same gap back to Jeremy Butts, the same gap back to Mike LeMena. So our top 4 cars now starting really to spread out, actually a little bit more of a gap than that from Hotz back to Butts, from the white number 11, probably the white number 63 back to the blue and black and yellow, probably number 69 car.
And we have 2 duos here back, 6th through 9th place. It looks like Glenn Evans and Dave Henderson are paired up, as well as Kip Gaynor and Ted Cahall. So the 4 of those cars, again, they've lost touch with our top 4. of Carl, Hotz, Butts, and Lamena, but again, continue to have a great race amongst themselves. And Dave Henderson's been the one who has been definitely the prognosticator of a lot of the moves here. So trying to definitely make his way forward and might feel the most comfortable trying to lead that second pack here, Greg.
All right, here as we now wait for our leader to come through turn 10, and Evan Carl has opened up an even greater advantage as he goes right to the very edges of the gator teeth coming out of turn 10, opens up now a 9-car length advantage over the number 63 car of John Hotz. It is then another 12 car lengths back to Jeremy Butts in the 69 car. Mike Lamena, though, starting to make up a little bit of ground here on Jeremy Butts. Margin between those two drivers now 1.3 seconds. That last time by, Lamena runs a 27.819, Butts a 27.846. So when I said he made up some ground, he made up about 5 feet. As they're now making their way out of turn 1 and started to hit some slower traffic here, which is going to really start, I think, slowing our leaders down as they start to come through the pack.
And this time going into one, Henderson was able to get around Evans, so move Henderson now up to 5th position, and then move Glenn Evans back to 6th. Kip Gaynor and Ted Cahall continue to run in that second pack as well. And as we mentioned, I believe Dave Henderson starting back in the 10th spot, so works his way up to 6th place at 5th place now. So he's gained 5 positions from the drop of the green. So making very nice progress. As we do have our leader Evan Carl making his way through turn 10, they're going to make their way past Bertuccio through turn 10. And John Hotz also having to make his way around that traffic. I don't believe that halted Hotz's progress all that much, as he continues to be about 5 car lengths behind Carl. However, they have dropped Jeremy Butts, who now sits about 10 car lengths back. And we have a big lockup there, and that's going to be from I believe Akila Kula, who locked him up big there into turn 1, Greg.
Right, and I was just going to say, so Akula, who had come down the pit lane, and we thought, well, I mean, theoretically speaking, his race is now done. He did rejoin, and he had rejoined a lap ago, and as our two leaders, Evan Carl and John Hotz, were coming out of turn 10, not only did they have to contend with Mark Bertuccio, they then also had to work their way through Akila. And so Akila, who had been running considerably higher in the order, I think perhaps, certainly had more speed, more pace than Bertuccio. He came out of turn 10, moved to the inside to pass the driver and basically unlap himself, the driver that was in 15th position, just as John Hotz was trying to get around both of those drivers. And Hotz ended up almost a wheel in the grass driver's right along the pit lane. I've been saying it a lot. It could have been uglier than it was.
And our leaders do come across the start-finish line, and we're about 2 laps from halfway through this race. The cars have plenty of heat build up, so now just settling into a rhythm, seeing what they can do with one another as our leaders go into turn 1. And Carl leads Hotz by about 5 car lengths as we continue to monitor our battle in the second pack. These are positions of 5 through 8 at this point, as we have another bit of a lockup, and I believe that was from Dave Henderson down there, who's running in your 5th position. Right behind him at this moment is going to be Ted Cahall, I believe, who was now overtaken by both Kip Gaynor and by Glenn Evans. And Evans and Gaynor are going to go side by side into turn 3, and Kip Gaynor has the nose ahead. One of our cars dropping right side tires into the gravel and was able to keep going, but that battling for that second pack continues to be fierce, Greg.
All right, got word from turn 1 that last lap, Tom Paulino had put his car around. He has managed to continue. He was running 9th at the time. He is now running in 11th position. And we also now had driver, and it was, they said it was the 8 car. I believe it was actually the 18 of Evan Carl. It was called in from turn 3 that he put 2 wheels off, basically, as Spec Miatas have done since time immemorial, using the gravel on the outside of turn 3 to gain an advantage and to open up that corner. And you know, at one point a couple of years ago, Summit Point, they put some more gator teeth on the outside of turn 8 instead of just the painted, very smooth, very flat curbing out there, in the hopes that the drivers would stop digging ditches in the gravel trap over there. And all it did is it gave them a few extra feet on the pavement, and then they still go off over there. But there we go, as we now have just next time by 10 laps remaining. So we're just about halfway through this final Spec Miata, final race and Spec Miata race here of the weekend.
Yep, and one of our drivers who's put in a very steady and smart drive has been Lauren Browlier, is now right on the back of Ted Cahall's machine, and Browlier right now in the 9th spot. And at the beginning, as we had mentioned yesterday, Browlier not quite having probably the race that she was looking for. This time around is playing the cards a little bit better as far as staying within the draft, and is now caught up to the back of that second pack. That's right. And will definitely be in play here for the 5th through basically 9th place battle we have.
That's right. And so Braillier's made up 5 positions since the start of this race. And again, after staying put in 12th yesterday, to be up into 9th position, I think is definitely an advantage. And we'll watch here. We've got our leaders, Carl and Carl and Hotz heading down into turn 1. You should see them showing up on the camera right about now. Here, but let's watch as we've got that huge battle now coming out of turn 10, and it is at the moment it is the 2 of Henderson, the 44 of Gaynor. Then we've got Glenn Evans, Ted Cahall, and Lauren Brailer. And Brailer, let's see if she pokes out. She pokes to the inside just a little bit, and as she did. Then we had Cahall, and they were coming into the braking zone. Cahall moved over with her, maybe a little bit behind, which is his right. He's able to do that. He then moved back over, however. But Brailer, I think, good heads-up driving. She thought better of it, but the other thing is, just ahead of them, she did see where Evans and Gaynor were once again spreading out and trying to jockey for position through turn 1. Now, I will say, though, that with Cahall and Brailer, and even that little juke there going into turn 1, it has allowed Austin Butts, who was considerably further back last lap. A matter of fact, when they crossed the stripe, the previous lap, it was about 3.5 seconds. Austin Butts is slowly but surely moving back into that battle, which, you know, right now is a 5-car fight for 5th position.
And what also was noticing, Greg, was that due to the virtue of Gaynor, Evans, Cahall, and Browlier having that battle, Dave Henderson running in 5th spot was able to, at the head of that train, was able to open up about 3 to 4 car lengths. So we'll see as they come around this time what that gap is. And as I say that, Henderson does have a little bit of breathing room, as Gaynor and Evans are going to go side by side, as are Cahall and Lauren Browlier going into turn number 1. And Cahall going very much to driver's left there as Browlier goes to the inside, and then they're going to come out of turn number 2. And as I said, continuing to lead this train is Henderson, but then we have Evans, and now Gaynor has Browlier right on his rear bumper, and now they have dropped Ted Cahall by about 5 car lengths, but Browlier is definitely the driver on the move right now.
She is. And so Ted Cahall, I think he took the Matty Vicolo line going through turn 1. Wanted to, you know, maybe test out the ultimate handling capability of his number 78 Mazda Miata, as he juked. I think I know what he was trying to do. He was probably trying to open that corner up, turn in as late as possible, and maybe then come underneath Lauren Brailer. But he lost so much time in the setup for that. He was just nowhere near where he needed to be. He might have outbraked himself, of course. But Brailer, last we saw her right on the rear bumper of Kip Gaynor, as things are definitely tightening up now in the battle for 3rd, as we've got Michael Lamena, who in the last couple of laps has made up a ton of ground and under braking now right on the bumper of the 69 car of Jeremy Butts. So we'll have to continue to watch this. But things are actually, if we look here, Dom, things are closing down just a little bit up at the front of the field as well with Carl and Hotz.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, Butts and Lamena, Butts was a little bit of lockup into turn 1. And Gaynor, as Lamena, as you mentioned, is right on Butts' rear bumper. Going back to our 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th place runners, it's Henderson, who's followed by it's Evans, who trails Henderson by about 3 car lengths, and then we have Gaynor, Brillier, and Ted Cahill in that order. And this time through, they were a little bit of distance between them compared to previous laps, but I put it at about a car length and a half between all those cars.
All right, so things not nowhere near done, and we've got a long way to go. We've still got 8 laps to go here at 2-mile, 10-turn Summit Point Raceway. As our leader, Evan Carl, driver of the number 18 machine, our winner yesterday in Spec Miata. He leads John Hotz, yesterday's second-place finisher, out across the stripe. We now have 7 laps remaining here, and about now only about 4 car lengths separating those 2 drivers. Once again, though, that battle for 3rd place, the last step on the podium, it is still Jeremy Butts, Michael LaMena. LaMena able to draft right up to the back of John Hotz, or probably Jeremy Butts, and as they go into turn number 1, LaMena comes to the inside. They go into the corner side by side. We'll have to see how they how it works out, how they come out here, and they come out of turn 2 side by side. Drivers left, we have Jeremy Butts. Drivers right, we've got Mike LaMena, and I think they're pretty content, Dom, to just drive this entire course side by side.
And that would be something, as they're going to go down down the chute, or at least attempt to go down the chute side by side as well. Going back to 5th place Henderson, who has about 2 car lengths over Glenn Evans, and then another 2 back to Kip Gaynor. They've dropped both Brellier and Cahill by about 2 car lengths as well, but those 2 cars continue to run 8th and 9th respectively.
That's right. So Brallier, who just a lap ago was right on the back of Kip Gaynor, in losing that ground, it looks as though Ted Cahill may have recovered a little bit of the time that he lost in that braking moment and that battle down at turn number 1 as they crossed the stripe. That last time by, he was only about 0.7 of a second off of the back of Brallier as our leaders head down into turn number 1. And look at this, side by side still. We've got Mike LaMena to driver's right. We've got Jeremy Butts to driver's left. They came out of turn 10 side by side. And, you know, Dom, we're not down at the lower half of the course, but I'm fairly certain they have just run 2 miles at speed side by side as they go down into turn 1. And I think making the pass stick after 11 turns is Mike LaMena, and he is going to come out now. He is your 3rd place runner. He gets around Jeremy Butts, who had been running in 3rd.
Yeah, Michael Mena is going to take over that 3rd spot from Jeremy Butts. And looking back to Henderson, Evans, and Gaynor, they're beginning to once again open it up over both Brallier and and over Ted Cahill. And I was going to say maybe they just wanted to wish each other Happy Father's Day down side by side.
That is possible. I mean, well, they've got since they've got the family members in the field. Of course, the problem is that the 2 fathers are congratulating one another. The children aren't there to take part of it, take part in it. But that was pretty darn amazing to see them start 2 miles earlier on that pass attempt. All right, Evan Carl, driver of the number 18, black, red, and white machine. He comes down. He just now sets fastest lap of the race, turns in a 1:26.532 here, and he is now stretching his advantage over John Hotz by just a bit. But as our 3rd and 4th place runners now head down into turn 1, it is LaMena and Butts. Butts able to draft to about within 3/4 of a car length of Mike LaMena. Definitely not fast enough, not far enough up to affect the pass. And I don't think even if he had poked his nose in, I don't think LaMena would have really considered that a strong move as they come through turn 3. But let's watch that battle a little further back with Henderson, Evans, Gaynor, and Brallier and Cahill. And I'm wondering, as we're watching Dad David Henderson race right now, I wonder if son Brian Henderson, I hadn't checked if he's up at the June Sprints racing, as he's been off and on for the last 2 years running with E Street Racing. Of course, he and his beautiful wife have a fairly new child. I think just celebrated 1st anniversary. And I know last year Brian put the racing program pretty much on hold with that new baby arriving.
And we do have Evan Carl making his way across the start finish line. They're going to have 4 laps to go, our leader as well. As again, John Hotz, as we noticed a few laps prior, have been reeling in. That advantage for Carl has opened up now to about 6 or 7 car lengths as they make their way out of turn 1. But as we continue to watch our battle for the final spot on the podium with Michael Mena and Butts, this time Butts is going to go to the inside on Lameda, and we'll try to see what we can do going later on the brakes. And they're once again going to go temporarily side by side. Jeremy Butts did have the nose ahead as we have our second pack working their way through some traffic. Going back to both Butts and Lamena, they're going to go door to door on the run up to turn number 3. Lamena has the nose ahead, will stay in third place for the moment, but Jeremy Butts once again right on that rear bumper. And then we did have a bit of compression here with our second pack as Henderson leads Evans by about a car length, with Gaynor and Bralier once again is right on the bumper of Kip Gaynor. So Lauren Bralier definitely had a little bit more roll speed, I think, coming out of both 1 and into 3, and has caught right back up with Kip Gaynor.
With Kip Gaynor, exactly. So things are definitely closing back down now as we are running just 4 laps remaining. It will be 3 laps the next time our leaders, whether it be Evan Carl or John Hotz or, well, maybe somebody else. I can tell you right now, since Evan Carl is about 150 feet from the start-finish line, it's going to be Evan Carl crossing the stripe first. We now have 3 laps remaining, and let's see where that battle for third is. And we have a new third-place runner, and it is Jeremy Butts. He has managed to get around Mike Lamena down on the bottom half of the course. Butts moves over driver's right, and Lamena, who follows him down, takes the draft as far as he can, pokes back, moves back to driver's left, and as they go down under the brake into the braking zone, Lamena gets around Butts at the 300 mark. We have a new third-place runner, and that is Mike Lamena.
And those 2 cars are making their way out of turn 2. And once again, for just a moment, we're going to go side by side. Lamena did have a little bit more momentum and is able to stay ahead. Jeremy Butts once again peeks to the inside. Again, I don't know if Jeremy Butts really had a plan to do anything. A little bit of dust kicked up back here. I believe that was Glenn Evans, who is now going to be falling back from this pack. So now that's going to move everyone who's in that little pack there up a position. And once again, Lauren Brailer continues to run on the rear bumper of Kip Gaynor. And all this battling has once again allowed Henderson in the 2 car running in that fit spot to just ease ahead a little bit.
That's right. So Henderson, who started 10th, makes up 5 positions. He is now in 5th position. Of course, we talked about Lauren Bralier. She's now running. She started 14th. She is now running in 7th. So some definite hard chargers here as we take a look at that battle now for 3rd place in Spec Miata coming out of turn 10. And Mike Lamena has managed to hold off John Butts coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. Butts about 2 car lengths back as they came out of the corner, not quite as close as Lamena, but now as they go down into the braking zone, Butts move drivers left. Lamena goes to covers just enough ground. He is going to hold off Jeremy Butts for 1 more lap. We have 2 laps remaining here from Summit Point this weekend for the June MARRS. And let's take a look, Dom, at that battle that we've been tracking here, that battle for 5th. Actually, I guess, well, because the battle for 4th, well, yeah, Henderson in 5th, he's opened things up. Let's look at the battle for 6th.
And that's going to be between Kip Gaynor and Lauren Brewer running 6th and 7th, respectively. Those 2 running nose to tail going into turn number 3. They've dropped both Ted Cahall and Glenn Evans from that draft. So we'll see. I think Lauren Brewer has been doing a lot of study on Gaynor the last few laps, having been able to catch up to the rear bumper of our 6th place runner Gaynor. And we'll be trying to see coming onto the front straightaway. Been showing a lot of patience the last few laps, and now that once Evan Carl is now going to be gets the 1 lap to go board, we'll be trying to execute a move and seeing where she might be able to make that pass stick. As we do have Michael Mena and Jeremy Butts, not this time going side by side out of turn 10, but Jeremy Butts does about equal for both Lamena and Butts, and this time Lamena bringing the car all the way to Jair's right to try to fend off any kind of inside move that Butts may have been thinking of making. They're going to go into turn number 1, again nose to tail, and they go through A little bit of lockup from Lomena, but those two are going to be locked in. And now Lauren Bralier, as we mentioned, had been studying Kip Gaynor, is now going to go to driver's left and try to complete that overtake. They're going to go side by side. Bralier had just nose ahead, and the same can be said of Glenn Evans, who got around Ted Cahall. But we do have Mike Lomena and Jeremy Butts going into turn 3, running nose to tail. And then we have Lauren Bralier, who was able to make the outside line work, gets around Kip Gaynor, so move Bralier now up into the 6th spot. And as we mentioned before, Glenn Evans was able to make the inside move onto Ted Cahall, so move Glenn Evans up into the 8th spot.
That's right. So Lauren Bralier, and I might add 17-year-old Lauren Bralier, about, I guess now 3 weeks ago, Carolina Motorsports Park, I saw as she was running in the majors race in Formula V. She waited until the very last lap, and in Formula V, typically you're going to make passes uncontested over the course of the entire race in order. And real quick here, getting ready, is we're going to have the checkered flag, and actually we have the checkered flag out now. I missed it. We'll talk about Lauren Bralier in a minute. Taking the win in Spec Miata. Oh my gosh! At least I missed it on the last race. Evan Carl, he takes the win, margin of victory, 2.8 seconds over John Hotz, coming home in third, and I would call it an uncontested third because there looks like there might be some damage on the front of John Hotz's car. We'll have to take a look at that. But finishing third, Michael Amena. Jeremy Butts finishes just off the podium in 4th. David Henderson, he comes home in 5th. Kip Gaynor will get around Lauren Bralier, holds on to 6th position. Bralier comes home in 7th. Glenn Evans will come home in 8th. Coming home in 9th, Ted Cahall, and Austin Butts rounds out the top 10. So as I would say, as we wrap up things here, is Lauren Bralier in a class where you typically are making passes uncontested through the entire course, because especially in Formula V, where they've got about 65 horsepower, half the horsepower of a Spec Miata, actually much less than half the horsepower. The last thing you want to do is throw away what little momentum you have. But she drove a brilliant race and actually chose for 3 laps coming into a hairpin at turn 11, which is a very common passing opportunity at CMP, not to take the pass, and waited until the very last lap so that she was set up in 2nd place and took the win. And a great race from her today as well.
Yep, and that also reminds me of at the 2019 rounds with Andrew Whitston, Andrew Whitston, Hunter Phelps-Barron, and then Zach Whitston. Andrew Whitston waiting, going into roller coaster, and then Hogpen running in 3rd place. But the power of that draft, they equalized as they came onto the front straight, and then Andrew Whitston able to get the win just by a nose by virtue of that draft and being behind.
That is absolutely right, and that was an amazing race. I'll still talk about that Formula V race at the runoffs in 2019 at VIR. Almost every chance I get, and especially since I had the Whitstons racing in SCCA Virtual Racing League as well, and got a chance to call a number of their races as well. Well, that's going to wrap things up here. Again, let's run down the finishing order. Evan Carl, your winner by 2.8 seconds over John Hotz. Mike Lamena will finish in 3rd, margin over Jeremy Butts at the end, 3.7 seconds. Again, as closely as they raced for this entire race. I think there might have been something that happened between them. David Henderson comes home in 5th, Kip Gaynor 6th, Lauren Bralier 7th, Glenn Evans, Ted Cahall, Austin Butts, your top 10. And so we're going to go wrap things up here from Summit Point Raceway. I want to thank everybody here at the track, everybody listening at home, for welcoming me back. In particular, as Dom and I have worked together. Dom, we've worked together many times. This has been, I think, for us, one of the most drama-free weekends. Never mind the racing on the track, lots of drama there. But it's been a great weekend, and I've really liked working with you here. And hopefully, for those of you that are here at the track and are listening to us at home, you'll continue to stick with us for our next event, and that next road racing event at Summit Point. You'd think I'd have this all queued up, right? They are going to fire me after this weekend, I guarantee you. So the next MARRS event is going to be here at Summit Point Raceway. It's going to be July 23rd. And Dom is going to be back here with us. We're going to have Brian Donati, who is part of the team that has worked with me at many regional races, and also at the SCCA runoffs, and of course a stalwart here, racer here in many classes with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And I think the advantage that we all bring, Dom, and correct me if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm right, is that we're racers and we know the racers. And I think hopefully it's something that you've heard in this broadcast over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely the case, Greg. And I also want to take the opportunity to thank everyone who came out here to volunteer, all the different specialties we have. Thank you for lending your time this weekend. And for everybody, whether you're a driver, whether you're a crew, whether you are one of those volunteers, we wish you safe travels and look forward to seeing you back here in July for our July MARRS event, as you alluded to, Greg.
All right. So for all of our great sponsors, actually that was today's schedule, not the schedule coming up. I'm going to have to put up a screen with our upcoming schedule so we can throw that up on YouTube. But want to thank again all of our great sponsors: Radial Tire Company, OG Racing, EVSR, and for everybody from the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA that, as you said, that makes the MARRS series and our sprint bracket racing possible. It's a volunteer organization, and it takes a village to put on one of these events. I want to thank you all and thank everybody who, friends, family that have been here at the track, and of course, all the people listening and watching at home. And for those of you at home, if you haven't done so already, please give us that big thumbs up, smash that thumbs up button, and go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel and click on that notification bell to find out about all the great events that we are going to post online for you going forward. So for Dom Mandale, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you in July. Thanks so much for joining us here at Summit Point Raceway.